Chapter 321. Ha, Luo Tian laughed sinisterly. Now it's just you and me. Li Wenzong's face darkened as he called out to his emperor a few times. Tang Zhanlong did not even turn his head. He knew that Luo Tian was more important to Tang Zhanlong than him. Even if he was the emperor's father-in-law, he could not change this. How could Tang Zhanlong make a move on Luo Tian when even the ancestor had his eyes on him? Taking a step back, Luo Tian's influence on the Tang dynasty was even stronger than Li Wenzong's. Wasn't he just a mere prime minister? This was the world of martial arts. Any one of the Shang Shuyuan would be able to replace him. Li Wenzong's face was ugly. He slowly stood up, stared coldly at Luo Tian, and angrily scolded. "What do you want?" Luo Tian shrugged his shoulders. "I don't want anything. I just want to kill you." "With just you." Li Wenzong's body trembled slightly. In a split second, his robes fluttered, and his cultivation of the seventh stage of the profound king erupted. His figure moved, and under his robes, a short dagger with the power of darkness pierced towards Luo Tian. "Go to hell." Luo Tian's body moved. The anger in his heart erupted. Li Wenzong must die. Otherwise, he would find assassins and make a move on the Luo family of Jade Mountain City. Luo Tian would definitely not let such a person live in this world. Furthermore, after obtaining 100 points of luck value, Luo Tian had never killed a demon beast or a human, so he did not know how powerful it was. He sneered in his heart and shouted, "Very good, then you can practice." With a move of his right fist, the cultivation of the sixth stage of the profound king erupted. The sixth stage of the profound king was much weaker than the seventh stage of the profound king. However, the one who was afraid was Li Wenzong. Luo Tian looked at Li Wenzong indifferently and roared in his heart, "Death, level berserk!" Boom! Luo Tian's aura suddenly changed, and the whole hall trembled. Before Li Wenzong could reach him, Luo Tian's figure disappeared, and he shouted in the void, "Li Wenzong, you old dog, get down!" His right fist moved. It fell from the sky and landed directly on Li Wenzong's head. Bang! Li Wenzong instantly turned into a dead dog, fell to the ground, bleeding. Instant kill. At this moment, the system beeped. Luo Tian didn't have much hope. After all, Li Wenzong was only at the Mystic King realm. He couldn't even be considered an elite monster, so he definitely wouldn't drop anything good. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Li Wenzong. You've gained 12,000 experience points and 2,000 mystical chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Dark Dagger. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Blood of Heaven's Awakening. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Tying Pearl. Luo Tian was slightly startled and was secretly shocked. This old fellow actually dropped so many things? The Dark Dagger is actually an Earth Stage profound weapon, and it even has the attribute of the Dark Force. This thing is not bad. Blood of Heaven's Awakening? Frenzied Blade, what is this thing? Is it related to the Key of Heaven's Awakening? Could it also be an item to open the ancient secret treasure? Frenzied Blade was shocked and immediately said, "As expected. I've never been able to figure out how to open the ancient secret treasure. It turns out that it's missing one thing. This time I can finally unlock the secrets of the ancient scroll. Ha ha ha. Wait, kid, I was just about to hear about the Tying Pearl. Is there really such a thing?" Frenzied Blade's voice was a little excited. He was really excited. Luo Tian checked the system and nodded. "That's right, there is indeed such a thing, but it doesn't show its use. Do you know what it is used for?" "Divine item." "Definitely a divine item." "Of course I know what it is used for. Its use is too powerful. Do you know why I can condense the Massacre Realm?" Frenzied Blade's expression became more and more excited. His face flushed, and his voice trembled as if he had encountered something incredible, something that could make Frenzied Blade so excited Must be something big. Hearing frenzied blade say divine item, Luo Tian's heart immediately tightened. Your massacre realm is related to this pearl? Of course. Frenzied blade said excitedly. This divine pearl is refined from the netherworld mystic stone that has been in hell for hundreds of millions of years. It has the dark force of the netherworld and can absorb the power of the dead. Once it is filled, it can release endless power. If you had this divine pearl at the auction that day, you could even kill the Dragon King. It can even kill a profound sage expert. This in an instant. Luo Tian was excited. He had never thought that a small pearl could kill a profound sage expert. What kind of existence was this? Could this be the strength of the Luck 100? It actually dropped a divine item. Definitely. The more he thought about it, the more excited Luo Tian became. I didn't expect that killing Li Wenzong, who wasn't even an elite monster, would actually drop a divine item. Full luck is too awesome. Ha ha ha. Frenzied Blade continued. You have to carry this pearl with you. It can absorb the power of the dead. When you encounter danger, you can use it. Remember, the divine pearl can only be used once, so you have to be careful. The million corpses of the massacre realm were all absorbed into the divine pearl, and I used it to kill a golden immortal. Awesome. No wonder Frenzied Blade's massacre realm had 1,000,000 corpses. So that was how it was. With the power of 1,000,000 corpses filling the divine pearl, how powerful would it be? Luo Tian was excited. He was so excited that he was in a mess. Looking at Li Wenzong's corpse on the ground, he chuckled and thought to himself, looks like I won't let off anyone who deserves to be killed in the future. Maybe a divine artifact will drop. Ha ha ha! Frenzied Blade! The location of the ancient treasure has been confirmed. It's time to open it, right? This was the real reason why Luo Tian came to the Heaven Sword City. The ancient treasure hidden in the ancient scroll. Obtaining this secret treasure was enough to strengthen his own strength. If he were to obtain some ancient divine weapon, then how cool would it be when he went to the Broken Sky City? How awesome would that be? What qualifications would Morong Wanjian have to compete with him? Frenzied Blade chuckled and said, Of course. Before he could finish his words, suddenly, in an abandoned ancient temple southeast of the Heaven Sword City, a fiery light shot up into the sky, and a violent explosion resounded for 1,000,000 kilometers. At this moment, the color of the sky changed, and the originally clear sky was suddenly enveloped in darkness. Countless undead rushed into the sky, letting out ear-piercing cries. At this moment, it was as if the gates of hell had been opened and all the demons and ghosts in hell rushed out. Frenzied Blade's expression changed greatly, and he immediately said, Not good. The formation suppressing the ancient land has been destroyed. The terrifying creatures inside are coming out. The Heaven Sword City is in danger. This time the world is really going to be plunged into misery and suffering. However, Luo Tian's eyes lit up. He looked towards the southeast, where the golden light was shooting in all directions, and said with incomparable excitement, So many boss! Chapter 4. Brothers begging for monthly votes. Can you give me one? Chapter 3:22. Golden Light. The sky was filled with golden light. It was as if a scorching sun was releasing a myriad of rays of light. At this moment, Luo Tian was excited. He had never seen so many boss-s before. They covered the sky and covered the earth, and every single one of them was emitting a golden light. They were very strong, very big. How could he not be excited? He was simply too excited. For the past month, he had been having a headache about where to go to kill monsters to level up. Wasn't this just giving him experience? Haha, Laozi's good days are coming. Luo Tian laughed wildly, and just as he was about to rush out, blind Lu anxiously ran over. Dragon Head, something bad has happened. A large number of unknown creatures have appeared outside the Heaven Sword City. They are extremely powerful. They will kill anyone they see. They are about to reach the Heaven Sword City. Dragon Head, why do you look so excited? Blind Lu asked in confusion. Luo Tian grinned and said, "Call your brothers, let's kill our way out." "Wow. No wonder you're so excited. Hearing you say that, I'm also excited. Fatty and the others are already waiting outside the palace." Blind Lu said excitedly. Luo Tian was startled and said, "Seems like you guys can't stay idle either. That's fine. Accompany me out and have a good fight." Just as Luo Tian was about to leave, Tang Zhanlong anxiously walked out and said, "Luo Tian, wait." Tang Zhanlong's face was anxious, his stomach was filled with anger, and he said in a deep voice, "I don't know who opened the demon sealing formation from 10,000 years ago. This time the Heaven Sword City is in danger." "Your Majesty, what's your plan?" Luo Tian asked directly. Tang Zhanlong frowned and said after a moment of silence, "Close the Heaven Sword City, guard the city gate, and wait for reinforcements." Wait for reinforcements. Luo Tian was slightly startled. He was a little puzzled. Tang Zhanlong's personality was extremely domineering. It was impossible for him to say something like waiting for reinforcements. He should have opened the city gate and led the Imperial Guards to kill his way out, but he did not. He had no such intentions. He stopped Luo Tian so that he wouldn't go out. Tang Zhanlong's voice trembled slightly as he said, "It's impossible to rely on the strength of our Heaven Sword City alone. You don't even know what kind of demons are in the demon sealing formation, although they're not from the demon clan. But all of them have the ability to reach the heavens and are incomparably powerful. The demon sealing formation existed 10,000 years ago, and at that time, even the strongest demon clan did not dare to open it. I didn't expect someone to destroy the formation. I don't know if it was intentional or not. If it was intentional, then this person wants to kill my Heavenly Sword City and destroy my Great Tang." Reporting, "Your Majesty, the 120,000 Imperial Guards have been assembled." Reporting, "Your Majesty, the 200,000 Black Dragon troops have been assembled." "Your Majesty, we are on standby." Boom! A loud noise came from the depths of the palace. A ray of divine light shot into the sky, and a powerful force descended. There was an explosion in the surroundings, and a man who looked to be in his 30s landed in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. His voice was calm as he asked, "What happened?" Tang Zhanlong said respectfully, "Spiritual Master Tianxian, the demon sealing formation has been destroyed, and thousands of demons have rushed into the sky. I'm afraid Heaven Sword City, demon sealing formation?" The middle-aged man's face darkened, and his voice trembled. He frowned and said, "No matter what, your Great Tang has allowed me to cultivate the sovereign qi for hundreds of years. I won't leave you behind," but his voice changed slightly. Spiritual Master Tianxian said, "However, I'm only responsible for the safety of the palace. As for what happens outside the city, as for them breaking through the city gate, I won't participate. You have to rely on yourself." F***CK. Why don't you just say that you're afraid? Why are you talking nonsense? I think once the city gate is broken, you'll definitely run away immediately. What nonsense are you talking about protecting the palace? Luo Tian shouted in disdain. He looked down on this person called Spiritual Master Tianxian. Spiritual Master Tianxian glared and shouted, "Where did this dog come from? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Get out!" A force was released. A strong wind blew. Blind Lu was even forced to retreat. Luo Tian was furious and roared, "Level 5 Berserk!" Boom! The force sank. Tang Zhanlong was shocked and immediately stood in front of Luo Tian and said respectfully, "Spiritual Master, please calm down. He is my son-in-law. Please don't be angry." Spiritual Master Tianxian glared and retracted the power in his body. He said unhappily, "The next time you dare to be so presumptuous in front of me, I will definitely turn you into dust." Luo Tian was also unhappy. The Tang dynasty had provided him with hundreds of years of cultivation. Now that the Tang dynasty was in trouble, he put on an expression as if he had nothing to do with this matter, saying that he would protect the palace. Once the Heaven Sword City was broken, he would definitely escape. Luo Tian was extremely unhappy with this kind of person. Just as they were talking, another loud sound came from the depths of the palace. A ray of light soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Tang Zhanlong's face darkened as he clenched his fists tightly. Spiritual Master Tianxian's face changed slightly, revealing a happy look. Humph! I originally wanted to return the favor to the Tang dynasty and protect the palace, but I didn't expect to be mocked by a dog the moment I came out of seclusion. Forget it! Forget it! My fate with the Tang dynasty ends here. Shameless! Luo Tian cursed again. What bullshit, spiritual master. I think you're just a cowardly rat. A demon sealing formation can scare you to this extent, and you're still a profound sage realm expert. You're really King embarrassing. Spiritual Master Tianxian's eyes were filled with anger as he channeled a huge force from his palm. Rumble! Rumble! Right at this moment, another series of explosions rang out from the southeast, and a thick wave of energy shot out, directly enveloping the entire Heaven Sword City. Spiritual Master Tianxian's face changed as he withdrew the force from his palm and sneered. Dog, even if I don't do anything, you won't live past today. After saying that, as if he wanted to grow a few more legs, he disappeared in an instant. The stronger a person was, the more afraid they were of death. They had cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years, and the more they cultivated, the more afraid they were of death. This was because they were very clear that if they died, there would be nothing left. Facing the powerful demons in the demon sealing formation, Spiritual Master Tianxian was extremely afraid and immediately fled. Not only him. In the depths of the palace, several rays of light soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. None of the experts who had been worshipped for hundreds of years were left. Tang Zhanlong laughed. He laughed bitterly. I didn't expect that the experts who were worshipped by the Tang dynasty would be like this. Is the Tang dynasty really going to be destroyed in my hands? A 10,000-year-old dynasty will be destroyed in my hands. How am I going to face my ancestors now? Even the profound sage realm experts had left. One could imagine how strong the demons that came out of the demon sealing formation were. Luo Tian's heart sank as he shouted, Give all the troops to me. Isn't it just monsters attacking the city? I have many ways, damn it. However, his heart was excited. If the monsters really attacked the city, how much experience would that be? I'm rich. This time I'm going to level up so much. Chapter 5. Brothers, if you still have the monthly votes, then vote for Old Cow. I also want the recommendation votes. Today's monthly votes are a bit pitiful. Chapter 3:23. Within the Heaven Sword City, streams of light scattered in all directions. The experts hidden in the city either left or fled. They all knew how fierce the demons in the demon sealing formation were, and if they continued to wait, death would be the only way out. All of a sudden, the commoners in the Heaven Sword City also started to panic. The sects and academies were tightly shut. Several large trade organizations were also urgently dispatching people to find an opportunity to leave. The entire Heaven Sword City gradually became chaotic. However, in the distance, those insufferably arrogant experts were all spying on them from the void. They had no intention of helping. Cloud Sea Sect. Huang Yunjinren had a complacent look on his face. Great Tang Dynasty, Heaven Sword City. This time, no matter how capable you, Tang Zhanlong, the great Tang Dynasty will be finished. Ha ha ha! Ngongjua was deep in thought and did not have much of a reaction. In the Cloud Sea Great Hall, many elders suggested sending out reinforcements. Ngongjua did not immediately respond. After all, his son's family jewels had been destroyed in the imperial palace. He firmly suppressed this anger in his heart, and at this time it was absolutely impossible for him to send out reinforcements. Huang Yunjinren had a complacent smile on his face as he said, "Don't even send out a single reinforcements. Isn't Tang Zhanlong very awesome? Isn't the ancestor of the Tang family a sage realm expert? Isn't their imperial army and Black Dragon Legion invincible? Let them fight against those demons by themselves. What does it have to do with us? It's better if everyone in the Heaven Sword City dies. The great Tang dynasty has stood tall for 10,000 years. It's time for it to fall. Huang Yin, if the lips die, the teeth will be cold. Once the Heaven Sword City is broken, our Cloud Sea sect will be the first to bear the brunt. Do you think that with our Cloud Sea sect strength, we can resist those demons?" "That's right. Sect leader, give the order. Young Master is indeed injured in the Heaven Sword City, but we still have to look at the big picture." "Bullshit. You don't know how Tang Zhanlong scolded the Yunhai sect in front of me. He didn't even put the Yunhai sect in his eyes. Now that all the strong cultivators in the Imperial Palace have left, even they don't want to stay. Why should we go and throw our lives away? Moreover, it's because of that dog Tang Zhanlong. Let them all die and let the Tang family go extinct. Our Yunhai sect can also take the opportunity to swallow the Tang family's territory and strengthen ourselves. Is there shit in your brains?" Daoist Master Yellow Cloud angrily rebuked. None of the surrounding elders had a higher status than him, so their words were incomparably savage. His hatred for Tang Zhanlong was extremely strong. His beloved disciple, the future sect master, was ruined just like that. Tang Zhanlong's disdain towards him made him incomparably angry. In the Celestial Sword City, he didn't dare to act out, but in the Yunhai sect, he would definitely do his best to prevent people from saving the great Tang dynasty. The expressions of the elders darkened slightly. Many of them were from the great Tang Empire. Seeing that their homeland was in danger, they were very anxious and wanted the Yunhai sect to send reinforcements. Nangong Ju raised his eyebrows and said in an ice-cold voice, "Let's wait and see. The great Tang dynasty has been going too well these past few years. It is time for them to suffer some setbacks. Don't think that the Yunhai sect is a toothless tiger." Humph. After saying that, Nangong Jue snorted heavily. The other allied powers of the great Tang. They were just like the Yunhai sect. They were just observing the situation. They didn't send any reinforcements. The great Tang had stood tall for 10,000 years, and this was a large cake. They coveted it for a long time. If the Heaven Sword City was breached this time, then their chance would come. Seoul Hall, beside the Sun-Moon altar, Cold Frost frowned and said, "Miss, I'm afraid that the Heaven Sword City is going to be gone, and Luo Tian is probably going to." Li Shuer frowned and walked down the altar. Her figure turned into a ray of starlight and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, she landed on the Star Hall of the Soul Hall. Her gaze was firm as she said, "Soul King, can you send reinforcements to the Heaven Sword City?" A man sat in the hall. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s. The man's eyebrows trembled slightly as he said, "Give me a reason." Li Shuer didn't hide anything and directly said, "The man I like is in the Heaven Sword City. I hope that the Soul Hall can send reinforcements to save the Heaven Sword City." Impudent. Suddenly, a cold shout came from outside the Star Hall. "In 2 years, you will be married to Murong Wanjian. Your current identity is Murong Wanjian's fiancé. If such foolish words were to spread to the Duantian city, how would they look at you?" An old man walked into the hall. His face was slightly angry as he continued, "Soul King, the demon sealing formation has been opened, and those devils that have not appeared for 10,000 years have all rushed out. The great Tang dynasty has nothing to do with our Soul Hall, so I do not recommend sending reinforcements." Li Shuer didn't even look at the old man, even though that old man was his uncle. It was also true that he had made the marriage contract with the Duantian city without his consent. If not for his mother, Li Shuer would definitely not have agreed. From the depths of his heart, Li Shuer hated him. Li Shuer said again, If the Soul King does not agree, I will personally go. Bastard. Right now, you are in the critical period of breaking through to the Star Realm. If you head to the Heaven Sword City, then all your previous efforts will be in vain. The old man said angrily. Without waiting for him to finish, Li Shwetter still ignored his existence, completely ignoring his words, and said, Soul King, please agree. You're not allowed. Shwe, or I won't allow you to do this. A beautiful woman anxiously walked into the hall. Li Shwetter's expression changed, but he still said respectfully, Mother. The beautiful woman's name was Zi Luolan. Seeing her daughter like this, her heart ached, and she said, Any reason is fine, but this is not allowed. You are now someone waiting to be married. I will not allow you to have any relationship with that country bumpkin from Jade Mountain City. Back then, when his father saved you, I have already repaid him, and you have also seen him. Don't forget what you promised me. Mother, big brother Luo Tian is really in danger. Let me go. I promise you. I will definitely marry Morong Wanjian, as long as you let me save big brother Luo Tian. Li Shwetter was very strong, but right now, her eyes couldn't help but flash with tears. No way. If I say no, then no. Zi Luolan bellowed. She did not change her mind because of the tears in the corner of Li Shwetter's eyes. In her opinion, her daughter definitely could not have an unclear relationship with a country bumpkin. Back then, when Li Shwetter went to Jade Mountain City, she was already filled with regret. This time, even if Li Shwetter said it all, she would not agree. Li Shwetter's expression changed, and specks of starlight appeared on his body. Is it really not possible? His voice was filled with anger. The old man was shocked and scolded angrily. What are you trying to do? Hurry up and retract your power. You're still unable to control the power of the stars. Do you want to destroy the Star Hall? Li Shwetter's gaze turned cold, and he said coldly, So what if I destroy it? The Soul King, who had been silent all this time, suddenly moved, and a supreme expert's power descended, instantly binding the power of the stars on Li Shwetter's body, firmly trapping Li Shwetter. He walked down and said indifferently, Great Tang Dynasty is destined to be destroyed. Heaven Sword City is destined to become a dead city. Even if you go, you won't be able to change anything. Li Shwetter could no longer hold back his tears, and they gushed out. He cried very sadly, very sadly. Chapter 1. A new day. Everyone has a recommendation vote. Vote for Old Cow. Thank you very much. Chapter 3:24. When one side was in trouble, all sides would support them. This was what they had said when they signed the alliance with the Great Tang Dynasty. But now, it had become a joke, a huge joke. Report. The Cloud Sea Sect sent a sound transmission from the sky, saying that something big has happened in the sect, so they can't come. Report. For Square City can't come either. The Big Dipper sect can't come either. A series of voices could be heard. The headquarters that had set up branches in the Heaven Sword City all used various reasons to refuse. Not a single sect came to support them. An entire Heaven Sword City was completely isolated. Tang Zhanlong laughed. He laughed helplessly and said with a bitter smile, Now I can clearly see the faces of these sections. When one side is in trouble, all sides will support them. This is truly a great mockery to me. Ha ha ha. He raised his head and laughed angrily, releasing an extremely terrifying aura from his body. Suddenly, Tang Zhanlong's expression shook, and he bellowed, Pass down my order, Imperial Guards, Black Dragon Legion. Gather all of you. Follow me out of the city to fight. No. Luo Tian immediately stopped him. Your Majesty, the morale of those demons is too high right now. Each of them is an existence that can fight against 10,000. If we rush out like this, we will only die. I beg your Majesty to hand over the military authority to me. I will definitely not let the Heaven Sword City fall. Monsters attacking the city. Luo Tian was extremely familiar with this. A 10,000-year-old demon was amazing. With 100,000 attacks gathered together, no matter how strong they were, they would still be crippled. Siege warfare was all about strategy and tactical arrangements. They couldn't just rush out like that. It was like smashing an egg against a rock. They were simply courting death. No way. Prince Consort Ma, your personal strength is indeed different, very strong, but when it comes to leading troops to war, you are far inferior to us. With hundreds of thousands of troops in your hands, I'm afraid that they will all be annihilated in less than half a day. Absolutely not. That's right, war is not child's play. Your Majesty, you absolutely cannot agree to his request. The generals said with all their might. Luo Tian frowned. He was incomparably anxious, looked at Tang Zhanlong and said, Your Majesty, please believe me. I can definitely do it. Tang Zhanlong smiled slightly and said, You didn't leave. Means that I didn't misjudge you and the ancestor didn't misjudge you. War is my business. Take good care of Tang Tang. You must not leave the palace. After that, Tang Zhanlong unleashed the aura of a peak mystique, venerable one, and bellowed. The royal aura on his body was incomparably majestic. Pass my order. Assemble the 3 armies and prepare to head out of the city for battle. No, just trust me. Luo Tian was so anxious that he was about to burst into flames. However, Tang Zhanlong was completely indifferent. He knew that Luo Tian's personal ability was very special, but this was a war with hundreds of thousands of people. It concerned the lives of tens of millions of people in the entire Heaven Sword City, so he could not be careless. Luo Tian was only a child less than 20 years old. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to command an army of hundreds of thousands. It was impossible for him to command them well. It was impossible. This was something that anyone would think of. No matter how strong a child who wasn't even 20 years old was, it was impossible for him to command an army of hundreds of thousands. Facing the great demons on the front line, he would probably be scared silly before the battle even started. It was not that he did not believe it, but it was simply impossible. Tang Zhanlong wore a yellow robe and held a golden sword in his hand. His gaze was firm and unyielding as he looked at Luo Tian and said, Take good care of Tang Tang. If I don't return, assist Tang Jiu. He is the next emperor of Tang Dynasty. Luo Tian was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. F***CK, can you let me try? You guys are courting death if you rush out like this. Can you believe me? Even if I beg you, please don't rush out like this. We'll use the advantage of the city gate. What are you talking about? What courting death? The 3 armies haven't even moved, and you're already disrupting our morale. If it weren't for the fact that you're the emperor's son-in-law, I would have already killed you. A general scolded angrily. Luo Tian glared at him and completely ignored his existence. He said again, Your Majesty, our city wall is hundreds of meters tall and is a natural barrier. This is our advantage. If we open the city gate, I'm afraid the devil army will take advantage of it and enter. At that time, I'm afraid. You still dare to say that? The general released the power of a mystique venerable rank and instantly pressed down on Luo Tian. Luo Tian was also angry. He moved his fists and released his level 5 berserk. He scolded angrily. You F***king scram to the side. What do you know? An idiot like you doesn't know how to fight. I don't know how to fight? I, the Black Dragon King, don't know how to fight? Brat, I've fought more battles than you have. What are you talking about? If it weren't for the Emperor, I would have killed you long ago. The Black Dragon King's face was filled with anger. Tang Zhanlong shouted in a deep voice, Stop arguing. Luo Tian, you protect the palace. Black Dragon King, Liu. 2 generals, follow me to battle and show the might of our Tang Dynasty. Tang Zhanlong had no choice. He had no choice at all. Even if he handed over the military power to Luo Tian, those arrogant generals would not listen to him. At that time, the consequences would be even worse. He could only lead the army to fight and let the people of Heaven Sword City know that he was fighting for Heaven Sword City. He had to do this to stabilize the situation in Heaven's Sword City and not let the chaos spread. However, Tang Zhanlong did not think about what would happen to Heaven's Sword City if he lost. He did not have time to think about it. Luo Tian's heart was like dead ashes. He did not say anything else and turned to leave in large strides. Blind Lu followed, closely behind. Tang Zhanlong looked at Luo Tian's back and sighed in his heart. Luo Tian, maybe I should believe you, but there's no other way. I can only do this. I'll leave the palace to you. His heart settled. Tang Zhanlong threw away the chaos in his heart. A huge red cloud qilin flew out. Tang Zhanlong stepped on it and pulled out a golden sword that shone with golden light. He shouted in a deep voice, "Open the city gates and kill!" It's over. This time it's really over, Blind Lu muttered. He could feel the anger in Luo Tian's heart. Luo Tian felt that Tang Zhanlong was very pedantic. It was just that his 2 lifetimes were not even a tenth of Tang Zhanlong's. The things that he considered were things that Luo Tian could not consider. Dragon Head, where are we going now? Fatty and the rest are waiting outside the palace. Where are you going? You seem to have gone the wrong way, right? Blind Lu asked anxiously as he followed behind Luo Tian. Luo Tian was really angry in his heart. Tang Zhanlong was destined to be defeated this time, but he was unable to persuade him. There was no other way. After losing the army, he could only rely on himself. A crazy idea appeared in Luo Tian's mind. It was a crazy idea that even he was a little afraid of. He did not walk out of the palace, but walked towards the treasury. Blind Lu, Kulfong Lei, and the rest back. Wait for my orders at the residence, Luo Tian said. Then he looked up at the sky and clenched his fists. He thought to himself, go completely crazy for once. Chapter 2. Brothers who still have monthly votes, come up. There are 3 more chapters today. The remaining 3 chapters will be released at 7 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 325. At the entrance of the National Treasury, 2 guards stopped Luo Tian. The reason was very simple. Without the emperor's order, no one could enter. Last time, they had received the order to let Luo Tian in. Just as Luo Tian was feeling anxious, Tang Qingtian's voice sounded. The 2 guards' expressions turned cold as they immediately let him in. Luo Tian walked into the National Treasury. The scene was still very shocking, but he didn't have the time to be shocked. He directly said, Senior Tang, I need all the treasures in the National Treasury, everything that contains Xianqi. Tang Qingtian didn't appear and said, Okay. The Tang Empire was in a predicament. What was the use of having so many treasures? Luo Tian didn't beat around the bush and said, Thank you. Senior, don't worry. I will definitely let Heaven's Sword City get through this crisis. He owed the Tang Empire. He owed Tang Zhanlong, Tang Qingtian, and Tang Jiu. He never liked owing others favors, so this time he wanted to pay them all in one go. Luo Tian took control of all the treasures. As long as it contained Xianqi, he wouldn't let it go. He was like a garbage collector, taking whatever he saw. After a few hours, the huge national treasury was cleared out. It was incomparably spacious. After cleaning up, Luo Tian still didn't see Tang Qingtian's figure. He walked to the deepest part and looked at the wall carved with the cloud-soaring dragon god. He gently touched it with his right hand and said in a deep voice, I will definitely protect the Tang Empire. Inside the wall, Tang Qingtian's face was pale. The consumption of his life force had caused him to suffer heavy injuries. It would be difficult for him to recover without a few decades. Otherwise, he would have come out of seclusion long ago. Hearing Luo Tian's voice, his heart relaxed slightly. He was different from Tang Zhanlong. He believed in Luo Tian, just like how he believed that Luo Tian could step into the profound sage realm within 10 years. This was an impossible thing, but he still believed in it. He couldn't explain why he believed in him. It was just pure trust. Go. Tang Qingtian said softly. Luo Tian didn't hesitate and turned to leave. Outside Heaven's Sword City, the sounds of killing filled the air. The devils that came out of the demon ceiling formation were unstoppable. They killed anyone they saw. Everywhere they went, not even a little bird could survive. Demonic flames soared to the sky. The color of heaven and earth changed. An entire Tianxian land was shaken. Those insufferably arrogant, peerless powerhouses looked at the void, completely having no intention of making a move. The alliance sects were the same. Many of them were even smiling proudly. In addition to these, there were still many factions eyeing the Great Tang, and this was an excellent opportunity. The Great Tang was rich, and only by dividing the wealth could a sect quickly raise its strength. Thus, many people secretly hoped that the Great Tang would be destroyed. He looked forward to the destruction of Heaven's Sword City. His Majesty is here. Royal Army, Black Dragon Army, kill your way out. Everyone, don't worry. Your Majesty will definitely save the Heaven's Sword City. Thousands of years ago, when the demon clan came back, they were still beaten back, and this time is the same. General Black Dragon King and General Liu are all brave and powerful generals. They will definitely be able to block those demons. In the city, some civil officials tried to pacify the rioting citizens. The chaotic situation calmed down a little. Outside the city, all kinds of deafening thunders kept erupting. Flames soared to the sky and blood filled the sky. The throbbing sounds of fighting made people tremble in fear. They were incomparably scared. All of them hid in their homes and hugged each other as they silently prayed in their hearts. In the palace, when Luo Tian returned to his residence, everyone was waiting for him in the courtyard. Boss, Dragon Head. Boss, what's your plan? My father won't be in danger, right? Damn it, hurry up and say it. This time, we will completely listen to you. We will definitely not act recklessly. And, big brother Luo Tian, I can fight too. I can too. Everyone looked at Luo Tian. At this moment, Luo Tian was their only hope. He was their backbone. Luo Tian let out a heavy breath and said, I'm afraid Sky Sword City is going to fall. The Royal Army and the Black Dragon Army will probably be wiped out. Tang Tang, Brother Jiu, you guys have to be mentally prepared. If the three armies were under my command, there might still be a chance of survival. But now, Luo Tian clenched his fist. Tang Tang's tears fell instantly. Tang Jiu's expression changed as he said, before father left, he left behind 50,000 Royal Army soldiers. The military power is in my hands. If these people aren't enough, we can still gather people in Sky Sword City. Since the mysterious sage experts aren't around, I believe we can still gather some mystic Zong experts. After all, they are all citizens of the Great Tang Empire. If the country is in trouble, they will definitely lend a hand. Qin Yu immediately added, there are also those sects and schools. If they can't get out, they will definitely lend a hand. That's right. The East City, South City, West City, and North City can gather quite a number of people. I believe many people are waiting for us to gather. Everyone wants to contribute to this country. Yes. Hearing this, Luo Tian's heart was moved, and he thought, if I can gather 100,000 people, I might still have a chance. It seems like it. I can only change my plans slightly. Luo Tian's heart settled and said, all right, Brother Jiu, Sister Yu, Blind Lu, you guys split up into 3 groups and go gather these experts. Aren't we going to start the Heaven List Challenge now? Just say that whoever kills the most demons will be the number 1 on the Heaven List, and his name will forever be recorded in the annals of Great Tang. There had to be motivation in order to stimulate the hearts of the people. Many people were here for the Heaven List ranking competition, and their strength was not bad. Xian Yuanyi suddenly clenched his fists tightly. Tang Jiu immediately said, I'll do it right away. Dragonhead, I'm going too. I'll go and persuade the principals of those sects and schools. Next, the 3 of them quickly left. Tang Tang immediately walked forward and said, what can I do? I guarantee that I won't cause any trouble. I can do anything. Big brother Luo Tian and me too. And Chun Chun also said anxiously. Luo Tian chuckled and said, the three of you go to the various shops to collect spirit grass. The more the better, no matter the type. Collect all of them, as much as you can. This is money, you guys be careful. Luo Tian took out 10 gold cards and hundreds of millions of gold coins. This was the money from the auction. Although the Dao Trading Hall was smashed to smithereens, the money earned from the auction was still given to Luo Tian. After receiving it, Tang Tang brought in Chun Chun and Daji out of the palace. Boss, there's only the three of us left. What do you need us to do? I can't wait any longer. Feng Lei grinned. After a month of recuperation, his body had completely recovered, and his strength was even stronger than before. The power of the 10,000 beasts' blood essence was also fully released. Xian Yuni was the same as he looked at Luo Tian excitedly. Luo Tian grinned and said, let's go out of the city. Chapter 326. Three figures quickly shuttled back and forth. They arrived at the city gate in an instant. The city gate was tightly shut. Luo Tian took out the jade token that Tang Jiu had given him before and was allowed to leave. Follow the position I tell you, and don't make a single mistake. Then, put down all the things I gave you, and don't leave a single one behind. Do you understand? Luo Tian reminded them again. Xian Yuni and Feng Lei nodded their heads heavily and said, understood. Actually, they didn't understand what Luo Tian was going to do at all. They thought that going out of the city would be a massacre, but they didn't expect to become coolies. What they didn't understand the most was that so many good things, spirit artifact, Xian weapon, and even earth rank Xian weapon, were all going to be lost. They were all poor people, and seeing such good things being thrown away, their hearts ached incomparably. All right, let's split up now. As I have instructed, all of you will return to the city. No one is allowed to stay outside, and no one is allowed to go to the battlefield in front. Do you understand? Luo Tian's voice was very heavy. He was worried that the fatty would not be able to bear the loneliness and run out again. Feng Lei laughed foolishly and said, Boss, don't worry, I know what time it is now. I definitely won't cause you any trouble. Xian Yuni also smiled slightly and said, the big picture is more important, boss, don't worry. Luo Tian said, all right, let's move out now. Whoosh, whoosh. The two figures moved from Luo Tian's left and right. Luo Tian looked towards the southeast, where the devil flames soared into the sky, and faintly said in his heart, you guys have to hold on, Tang Zhanlong. You are my father-in-law, you can't die. Luo Tian was very worried, extremely worried, but he had no time to care about Tang Zhanlong's situation. The only thing he could do was to protect Heaven's Sword City as much as possible. As long as Heaven's Sword City was still there, Tang Dynasty would still be there. Once Heaven's Sword City was gone, Tang Dynasty would probably be gone as well. At that time, it would really be a disaster. Luo Tian's heart sank, and he immediately took action. If he succeeded, he wondered what realm he would be able to reach this time. Luo Tian landed on a spot and left behind a large pile of Dharma treasures and Xian weapons. A surge of energy appeared in his palm and blasted all the Dharma treasures into the ground. After burying them, he quickly left and went to the next landing spot. The same went for Feng Lei and Xian Yuan. The three of them quickly got to work. Inside the city, they also started to move in an orderly manner. Blind Lu was lobbying everywhere, and people behind him stood up one after another. In the face of a national calamity, they had all put down their original airs as experts. Count me in. Isn't it just the demon ceiling formation? Our great Tang hasn't even existed for 10,000 years. What does a trifling demon ceiling formation count for? Count me in. Even though I'm only a level 1 mystic ancestor, it's only right for me to contribute to the country. And me. One by one, they joined in. North City, South City, East City, and West City. More and more powerful cultivators were following Blind Lu. They were all powerful people in the past, but now they had given up everything and were following Blind Lu. Everyone's expression was unusually determined. When the country is in trouble, everyone has a responsibility. On the side of the sects and academies, there was no one from the Cloud Ocean sect. Qi knew Er's incessant lobbying finally managed to move some people. Slowly, more and more people from the sects and academies joined in. Since their sects were not coming to support them, there was nothing they could do about it. Their hearts were filled with anger because they had been abandoned. Qi knew made use of this to get the powerful instructors from the academies to join in. And Chun Chun, Tang Tang, and Daji. The three-person shopping group was even more successful. They did not meet with any obstacles. Uncle, please sell them to us. Grandpa, we really need these spirit herbs. Beautiful sister. Anyone who saw Chun Chun would be melted by her adorable look. Not only did she sell all the spirit herbs to them at a low price, she even gave them a lot of them for free. It wasn't just the spirit herb shop. All the mystic weapon shops, all the major businesses, and all sorts of associations stood up enthusiastically. In the face of difficulties, everyone's hearts were united. This was the reason why the great Tang Empire had existed for 10,000 years. Gradually, more and more people gathered in the central square. The items gathered were also increasing, and they were all piled up into mountains. All of them were filled with fighting spirit. Hearing the sounds of killing coming from outside the city, their hearts sank even more. Everyone had successfully completed the mission given by Luo Tian, except for Tang Jiu. The sky was getting darker. The moment Luo Tian, Feng Lei, and Shen Yuan returned to the city, they were surrounded by hundreds of thousands of martial artists. All of them were at the mystic spirit realm and above. Furthermore, there were hundreds of thousands of martial artists below the mystic spirit realm who were on standby. Looking at so many people, Luo Tian was even more excited. There's a chance. There's definitely a chance. Luo Tian's heart tightened as he clenched his fists tightly. Standing at a high point, Luo Tian shouted, "Everyone in the Sky Sword City, don't worry. I, Luo Tian, will protect this place. I will definitely not let those damned demons enter the Sky Sword City. I swear on my life." Luo Tian used the lion tiger gold shattering roar in his voice. As such, it spread to every corner of the Sky Sword City. Everyone listened to Luo Tian's voice. Everyone in the square looked at him in unison. Many people recognized Luo Tian and shouted excitedly, "I know him, I know him. He's the one who crushed the young master of the Cloud Ocean sect, Nangong Hao. He's really strong. That kind of power is just too strong. Ha ha ha. Crushing Nangong Hao is nothing. He's a man who even the ancient giant demon bowed down to. That time in the North City was just too cool. That's nothing. I saw him kill a peak mystique, venerable, rank powerhouse with my own eyes at the Tao Trade Alliance's auction hall. That was the guardian of the Tao Trade Alliance, Long Tian. If he can kill a peak mystique, venerable, rank powerhouse, just how strong is he? What you're saying is nothing. Princess Changping, the hot fairy of the Cloud Ocean sect, that cute little loli, and that breathtakingly beautiful foxwoman, all of them willingly follow him. That's a real man, a real man. Prince Consort, from today onwards, I, Zhu Lao-san, will worship you." Countless discussions rang out. Luo Tian's deeds quickly spread. Those who only knew about the matter but did not know Luo Tian saw that Luo Tian was only a young man who was not even 20 years old, and their hearts were filled with even more admiration. Luo Tian's appeal had increased by an unprecedented amount. It was also at this moment a young eunuch from the palace hurriedly walked over and said, "Prince Consort, you should hurry up and go. The 9th prince and the other princes are about to fight." Luo Tian swept his gaze around and realized that other than Tang Jiu, the 50,000 palace guards had not appeared either. He could not help but panic. The 50,000 palace guards were elites, the key to victory in this war. Nothing could happen to them. He instantly rushed out. Chapter 3:27. Old Joe, what qualifications do you have to take the Imperial Army away? Why don't you take a look at your own status? The Imperial Army is the army that surrounded the palace. If you take them away, who will protect the palace? I think there's shit in your head? That's right. Don't think that you're amazing just because you've hooked up with that foreign dog. A country bumpkin from a small place. I really don't know what royal father sees in him to actually betroth 13th sister to him. 13th sister is also a lowly person. To want such a man, pooey! In the palace. Tang Jiu's expression was very ugly. The corners of his eyes were red and swollen. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and his body was covered in dust. It was obvious. He had just fought, and it was a group beating. Tang Jiu swept his cold eyes across. Looking at his own brothers, he sneered in his heart. Brothers? Bullshit brothers. Then, Tang Jiu coldly snorted. Big brother, humph! Is Big Brother something you can call? Call him your highness the crown prince, you unruly thing. A man dressed in gorgeous clothes coldly shouted. The muscles at the corner of Tang Jiu's eyes twitched a few times, and then he said, Royal Father is fighting outside the city, and the army of the Demon's Sealing Array will attack at any time. At this time we should be more united. Heaven Sword City needs these 50,000 Imperial Army. Luo Tian also needs them, and need my ass! If you mention this dog to me again, do you believe that we won't beat you up again? The Crown Prince stared coldly. Holding the commander's seal in his hand, he mocked. What qualifications does an outsider have to control the Imperial Army? What if he uses it to rebel? Royal Father gave you military power, but that doesn't mean that you can use it as you wish. Now that the commander's seal is in my hands, these 50,000 Imperial Army must listen to me and protect the palace with all their might. They are not allowed to take a single step out of the palace. I absolutely support Big Brother's decision. The Imperial Army is used to protect the palace. We absolutely can't let him take them out. Otherwise, if that bastard takes them away, they might rebel. Right now, I even suspect that he was the one who destroyed the Demon Sealing Array and released those demons. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to seize our Tang dynasty. What a vicious heart. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have offended the Yunhai sect, the Southern Mountain sect, the Skyplume City, and the Dao Trade Alliance. It's all because of him. He's definitely here to create chaos for the Tang Empire. For a moment, many of the princes began to curse. Tang Jiu's expression turned even uglier. He clenched his fists and glared at the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince said disdainfully, What? If you don't like it, why don't you snatch the commander's seal back? Ha ha ha. Without the protection of Generals Chun and Wang, you're just a dead dog. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. There was another round of loud mocking laughter. They had no idea how stupid they were. They were used to a life of wealth and ease. They didn't know how high the sky was or how deep the earth was. Tang Jiu's eyes were bloodshot, and a strong killing intent surged from his heart. He said in a low voice, It doesn't matter if you talk about me, but you bunch of good-for-nothings have no right to talk about Luo Tian. You don't even have the right to mention his name. Oh, angry? You turned into a dog and want to bite people? Ha ha ha. After being with that dog Luo Tian for so long, he has also become a mad dog. Crown Prince Tang Qin sneered. Tang Jiu couldn't take it anymore. He raised his head and swallowed a pill. Boom! The aura on his body suddenly changed, becoming the aura of a mystic king realm martial artist. His gaze locked onto Tang Qin, and he scolded. I said, You don't have the right to mention the two words Luo Tian. Tang Qin's expression changed slightly. His body secretly trembled, and he said in disdain, What? You want to fight? So what if I fight? Tang Jiu was enraged, and he instantly rushed forward. Tang Qin's mouth turned cold, revealing a smug smile. His body did not move, and he said coldly, Guard Jin, kill him for me. As soon as his voice fell, A figure suddenly appeared beside Tang Qin. Both fists moved and directly punched towards Tang Jiu. Bam! A dull sound of force colliding rang out. Tang Jiu's strength was only at the 8th level of the mystic spirit realm. After consuming the mystic explosion pill, he was only at the beginning stage of the mystic king realm. He was completely no match for the 7th level mystic king Jin Kuan. His body flew out like a kite with a broken string. He landed heavily on the ground and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Tang Qin brought many princes and walked forward. He stepped on Tang Jiu's head and instantly pressed him down. He mocked, "You don't even have the qualifications to fight with me. Do you think that just because father likes you, you're amazing? Do you know who the crown prince is? It's me, your father. You, old 9, still want to shit and piss on my head. You're simply courting death." Finished. Tang Qin's face turned grim, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. He stepped on Tang Jiu's face with his right foot, squatted down, and said sinisterly, "Go and die now. It won't be long before I make that bastard accompany you. Protector Jin, kill him." Jin Kuan's gaze darkened. Without any hesitation, he pulled out the sword at his waist and directly pierced towards Tang Jiu's back. Tang Jiu smiled bitterly and said, "Idle, I'm sorry I didn't finish what you asked me to do." Finished speaking, he closed his eyes slightly. He was extremely unwilling, facing his own brother. Even if he made a move, he couldn't do it. But now life and death were on the line. Just as the sword in Jin Kuan's hand was about to stab down, a figure landed on the ground. His fists were like hammers, and his strength was like a bolt of thunder. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Jin Kuan's body flew out 100 meters. His chest was a mess of flesh and blood. He spat out his eyes and didn't even know how he died. Instant kill. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Yen, the system sounded out. Luo Tian extended his right hand towards Tang Jiu and smiled. "Brother Jiu, it won't be fun if you die. This world is so exciting. Why are you in such a hurry to die?" Tang Jiu opened his eyes and saw Luo Tian. He laughed excitedly, and tears flashed in the corner of his eyes. He pulled Luo Tian's hand and climbed up. "You saved me again." His heart was extremely moved. "Let's go. They're all here. We're just waiting for you." Luo Tian didn't even look at Tang Qin and the others. Without waiting for Tang Jiu to speak, Tang Qin's face changed. Looking at the dead Jin Kuan in the distance, his anger soared to the heavens, and he said, "You dog, you dare to kill my guards? You are rebelling, trying to murder the crown prince. Men, take him down and execute him on the spot." Luo Tian's eyes turned cold as he stared at Tang Qin. His body released a dense killing intent. Tang Jiu turned to Tang Qin and said heavily, "Big brother, hand over the commander's seal. The royal army is related to the safety of the entire Heaven Sword City. I hope you can consider the big picture." "Humph. Oh well, Joe, don't even think about making me hand over the commander's seal. You and this bastard can go to hell." Tang Qin roared, took out the commander's seal, and directly ordered, "Where are the royal army? Kill them for me." The power on Tang Jiu's body suddenly moved. Luo Tian looked at the undefeated value in the system, but stepped in front of him and laughed coldly. "Since he's going to die, then let me kill him." Chapter 5. The second blood vein was about to be obtained. The monthly votes were only 4 votes away from the first place. The old cow roared hysterically, begging for monthly votes. In addition, tomorrow the old cow's daughter, little Nyo Nyo, will be 1 month old tomorrow. ___. Furthermore, tomorrow would definitely be very busy, so the time of the update was not certain. However, brothers, don't worry, there will still be 5 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 328. Since he was dead for sure, then this evil man would let him do it. Once Tang Jiu became the emperor of the great Tang dynasty, he would inevitably be criticized by others. That was why Luo Tian stopped Tang Jiu. He did not care about the other party's identity. He had given him a chance to live, and since he did not know how to cherish it, then he could not be blamed. Not to mention, Luo Tian liked to kill bitches the most. Luo Tian took a step forward, grinned, and did not give Tang Qin any chance to speak. His fists moved, his body rushed forward, and his fists were like heavy cannons as they bombarded Tang Qin's chest. A wave of energy shot out, and with a bang, he was sent flying. Instant kill. The commander's seal in Tang Qin's hand was also thrown into the air and directly landed in Luo Tian's hands. It was also at this time. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Tang Qin for obtaining 1,000 experience. Profound Qi values, 200 points. Congratulations, Invincible value, +1 ding. Invincible value is 2,000 points. Do you wish to exchange for Blood Vein? Haha, Luo Tian was overjoyed. He had obtained another 2,000 invincible points. He didn't expect that he would unknowingly kill so many people after coming to Heaven's Sword City. Then with a thought he said, exchange for the Vermilion Bird Bloodline. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully exchanging for Vermilion Bird Blood Vein. Luo Tian looked at the drop of incomparably dense blood essence floating in his heart and secretly rejoiced. The second type of blood vein is in my hands. Just 2 more and I will be able to fuse with the 4 divine beasts' blood vein at that time. Haha, Morong Wanjian, aren't you a true dragon blood vein? Watch how Laozi's 4 divine beasts' blood vein crush you. At this moment, Luo Tian did not think too much about it. After receiving the commander's seal, he turned his head to look at the talented princes who did not even dare to breathe loudly and coldly snorted. Who wants to be cheap? I don't mind killing a few more. Everyone lowered their heads, their faces pale and their bodies trembling slightly. They didn't dare to say a word. Luo Tian glanced at them coldly and was too lazy to look at them again. Brother Joe, let's go. I'm just waiting for you. Tang Ju nodded his head. All right. Outside the city, Tang Zhanlong was covered in blood. The royal qi on his body flickered like a wick that had run out of oil. Looking at the devil army in front of him, he held the golden sword with his right hand and shouted again, "Kill them!" Corpses were everywhere. It could be said that corpses were everywhere. Most of them were the corpses of the royal guards and the Black Dragon Legion. In the face of such a ferocious demon, they were powerless to resist. Your Majesty, please leave quickly. We can hold them off here. Your Majesty, leave now. Let's go. The Black Dragon King and Li were guarding Tang Zhanlong's side, and several of his personal guards were blocking the front. Utter defeat. He was utterly defeated. They didn't have the strength to fight back at all. Facing the demons that pounced at them like ferocious tigers, their defense and offense were so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. They were completely defeated. At this moment, Tang Zhanlong did not retreat. He said angrily in a deep voice, "Kill them for me. Buy more time for the people in the city. I hope they can escape one by one. I also hope," he thought to himself, "Luo Tian protect Tang Tang and the others." He was determined to die. Tang Zhanlong's eyes twisted, and the golden sword in his hand once again released the strongest royal qi. The fighting intent on his body gushed out like a flame, and he rushed into the demonic monarch again. He roared in a deep voice, "Kill!" The Black Dragon King and Li Yu were also injured all over. They also rushed out together. From the moment they became soldiers, they had wanted to sacrifice their lives for their country. They had been fighting for hundreds of years, but they had never realized it. Now they were laughing. They laughed very calmly and shouted excitedly, "Imperial Army! Black Dragon Army! Kill these beasts for me!" For a moment, they once again formed an offensive formation and rushed into the tsunami-like demon army. Humans! Lowly creatures! How can you ants resist my army? I want to kill all the humans on this continent. I want this world to be completely under my command. Wah! An incomparably huge body His eyes were like blood-red light. The devil flames that erupted from his body were like raging flames. Demon Lord Tianhun, a demon that had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years. He was once the most ferocious demon on this continent. After being suppressed for tens of thousands of years, the hatred in his heart had reached a terrifying level. In the demon's sealing array, he secretly swore that if he could charge out one day, he would definitely turn the Tian-Shan continent into a living hell. His voice resounded for millions of kilometers. It caused one's heart to tremble as a strong sense of fear rose in their hearts. Inside the Heaven Sword City, everyone was in a state of panic. When the people in the central plaza heard Demon Lord Tianhuan's voice, their faces turned pale. Luo Tian's voice shook, and the lion-tiger gold shattering roar burst out, and said in a deep voice, "Brothers, citizens of Tang Dynasty, foreign enemies have invaded. The country is in trouble. Everyone is responsible. Damn it, I don't know how to speak." Luo Tian was secretly annoyed. He really didn't know how to say such exciting words. In the past, in the game, there was no need to say such things. Just by shouting into the microphone and playing the war song, the heart of battle would be ignited. But now, Luo Tian's gaze moved. After a moment of silence, he said, "I only want to say one thing. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. If anyone dares to come, we'll beat them to death." Feng Lei and Xian Yuani agreed and roared, "Beat these dogs to death! Beat these dogs to death! Beat them to death! Beat them to death!" His voice grew from a small dot to a large area, and eventually spread throughout the entire city. Luo Tian laughed excitedly. This was the effect he wanted. However, there was still one thing missing. War song! Luo Tian's voice moved, and he shouted, "Brothers, the moment of life and death has arrived. The people of Great Tang never say defeat. All of you go up the city wall. Go up the city wall. Aren't we going to kill our way out? Why are we going up the city wall? Don't worry about it so much. Just do whatever Prince Consort says. He must have a way. Everyone go up the city wall." In an instant, the gathered warriors all rushed up the city wall in an orderly manner. At this moment, Luo Tian's mind suddenly sounded out. "Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the War Leader system and obtaining the right to command. War Leader system, when used, can increase the team's spiritual force and fighting will. Rub. Good stuff. I'm actually the leader. Does that mean the experience of killing the devil belonged to me as well?" If that's the case, Luo Tian laughed excitedly in his heart. Then, seeing that everyone was quickly lining up on the city wall, Luo Tian called Blind Lu over. "Blind Lu, you play music. I'll leave the palace band to you. You must rehearse this song for me within an hour." "Song? Dragonhead, you know how to compose songs." Blind Lu was startled and asked, "What kind of song is it?" Luo Tian laughed excitedly. "Never say defeat." He got up at 5 o'clock and wrote a chapter. He was about to get busy. Little Girl's Full Moon. Please give me your blessings. Chapter 329. All the soldiers went up the city wall. Looking at the black mass outside the east gate, everyone's eyes trembled. The sounds of fighting that seemed to come from hell made all of them extremely fearful. Some of the people with lower cultivations started to tremble. Terrifying, incomparably terrifying. The sky was covered by the devil flames. This monstrous devil flames seemed to be devouring everything in the world, getting closer and closer to the Heaven Sword City. Luo Tian moved in the air and landed on top of the city wall, seeing the demon army gradually approaching. A few lonely figures were desperately resisting within the devil flames. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. "It's His Majesty. It's the Imperial Guards. It's General Black Dragon King. Only these few people are left from the 200,000 elite troops. These devils are too powerful. Are we a match for them? Gudon!" Everyone was afraid. Everyone was trembling, including Luo Tian himself. He was also trembling in fear. However, he knew very well that, at this time, someone had to stand up. No matter how strong the other party was, when you were afraid, no matter how much power you had, you wouldn't be able to unleash it. Luo Tian's voice sank as he bellowed, "Brothers! I know everyone is afraid, and so am I. But think about your family. Think about your brothers and sisters. If we are afraid, if our line of defense collapses, what about them? They will die at the hands of those devils and be cruelly massacred. For our family, for this country, what should we do?" All of a sudden, the voice fell silent. A soft voice came out. It wasn't loud, but it was incomparably clear at this moment. Everyone could hear it. "Kill them." With a soft voice, Luo Tian roared out excitedly, "That's right, kill them!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Luo Tian's words were like a fuse, instantly igniting the entire city. Everyone clenched their fists and abandoned the fear in their hearts. They shouted at the top of their lungs, "Kill them! Kill them! Kill them!" His voice grew louder and louder. Feng Lei flew up and said in a deep voice, "Boss, all the bows and arrows have been sent out. Are these ordinary bows and arrows really useful?" "Of course." Luo Tian faintly smiled. A single arrow could deal 1 point of damage, and 100,000 arrows could deal 100,000 damage. It was the best weapon for ranged players. It was also at this moment. Xian Yuni also dared to step forward and said, "Boss, the catapults are ready. All the blacksmiths in the Heaven Sword City are gathered here. All the alchemists in the Heaven Sword City have come as well." "Good, good, good. Our wills are as solid as an impregnable fortress. Let's fight against these demons together." "I don't believe it." Luo Tian's blood began to boil. He immediately ordered, "Forge core! Go all out to make xianqi arrows and huge xianqi iron stones. Alchemists, as long as it's a healing pill, no matter what grade it is, refine all of them. The more, the better." After he finished setting up all this, Luo Tian's expression changed as he said in a low voice, "All soldiers, listen up. The heavenly rankings competition will begin from this moment onwards. Whoever kills the most devils will be ranked the highest, and he will obtain an additional 10 improved profound explosion pills and an earth rank dark weapon. The top 10 of the auction will all be rewarded." As soon as his voice faded, everyone looked at each other and their faces immediately became excited. The heavenly rankings signified a person's identity and was also a springboard to enter a high-level sect or a large power. As long as you were ranked on the heavenly rankings, you would have a chance to stand out. Adding on the special reward of the 10 profound explosion pills, they became even more excited. "Ha ha ha, interesting. I can't wait. My broadsword has been thirsty for a long time. Demon, hurry up and come. I am going to rise up in the heavenly rankings competition." Xian Yuani's long sword moved. His expression was abnormally calm. The sword intent released from the gigantic sword was incomparably strong. The aura on his body and the aura of the sword merged into one, and in an instant he had reached the strongest realm of man and sword. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The demon legion was getting closer and closer. Deafening, thunderous explosions continued to sound out, but this time the people on the city wall were not afraid. They were excited. It was also at this moment. 2 figures flew out and heavily crashed into the city wall. It's General Li and General Black Dragon King. They're dead. For a moment, everyone paled. These 2 generals were both mystique venerables. They had made countless contributions to the Great Tang and established their own illustrious achievements. But now they were dead, and they had died in an extremely miserable manner. Their bodies had been shattered, and the black, demonic flames that seeped out of their flesh were still devouring their essence, blood. A few moments later, their flesh and blood had vanished, leaving only black skeletons. Not even their souls were spared. Too cruel. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to charge out and tear them to pieces. Emperor's son-in-law, let's fight. Count me in. General Li and General Black Dragon King are the two guardians of the Great Tang. If not for their deterrence, the Great Tang would already be in the flames of war. We can't let their sacrifice be in vain. Anger. Incomparable anger. At this moment, no one was afraid of the deaths of the two generals. On the contrary, they were infuriated. Luo Tian's heart tightened. No matter how much they had once looked down on him, they had now sacrificed their lives for their country. This alone was worthy of his admiration. With a thought, he activated the leader system. Buzz! A ray of light that only Luo Tian could see shone out. It enveloped all the warriors on the city wall. At this moment, a golden halo appeared above their heads. It was a halo that increased their mental strength and battle will. They did not notice it, but they felt that their battle will had become even more resolute. It was also at this moment. Luo Tian's voice moved as he sent a message to Blind Lu. How are the preparations? Blind Lu was extremely excited and said, Dragonhead, you're too awesome. This song makes my blood boil. It's too powerful. I just finished playing it once, and I can't wait to rush out of the city gate. I feel like I can tear that bastard Tian Hun, demon lord, into pieces. Luo Tian liked the song, Never Say Never Give Up, very much. Especially in a siege battle, this war song could greatly increase one's will to fight, and one's fighting strength would also increase. The most important thing was cohesion. It would be extremely intense. Everyone's hearts were tied together. Luo Tian watched as the last ray of golden light was gradually devoured by the demonic flames. His heart sank, and he clenched his fists tightly and faintly said in his heart, It's time for me to appear. Chapter 330. Ha ha ha. Tang Zhanlong is finished. Dog, weren't you arrogant in Sky Sword City? How dare you be arrogant in the face of the demon army? Now you're dead, ha ha ha, within the Cloud Ocean sect. Adept Huang Yin was extremely happy. The anger that had been suppressed in his heart for more than a month had finally been released. This feeling was too good. When he saw the last bit of golden light on Tang Zhanlong's body being devoured, he laughed. He laughed very happily and arrogantly. His expression was as if he wanted to set off firecrackers to celebrate. The Emperor of Tang Dynasty is dead. Sky Sword City is about to be broken. Sect Master, it's time for us to prepare to divide Tang Dynasty's territory. According to what I know, there are already many sects eyeing Tang Dynasty's territory. We should also prepare. Adept Huang Yin looked at Nan Gongjue and said excitedly. Nan Gongjue's mouth revealed a trace of coldness. When he thought about how his only son had his family jewels destroyed in the imperial palace, and how the only descendant of the Nangong family had been severed, the fury in his heart erupted like a volcano. Immediately after, Nan Gongjue was startled and said in a deep voice, Inform the disciples of the battle hall to gather and trigger it. The battle hall of the Cloud Ocean sect was where the strongest and most elite disciples gathered. Adept Huang Yin smiled excitedly and said, All right, I'll go prepare now. Nan Gongjue looked at Sky Sword City in the air and snorted in disdain. You want to resist the demon army with just a bunch of mobs? Ha ha ha. Sky Sword City is about to be destroyed. What a pity. What a pity that this ancient city is gone just like that. Tang Zhanlong is dead. Tang Zhanlong is dead. Our chance has come. We've been suppressed by Tang Dynasty for thousands of years. It's time to vent our anger. Army, prepare to set off for Tang Dynasty's territory. Ha ha ha. Sky Sword City is about to be finished. Our chance has come. This time, it will definitely be a struggle for hegemony. My scorching sun, sect, must use this opportunity to rise up. Ha ha ha. The heavens have given me an excellent opportunity. I must not miss it. There were constantly sects and thousand-year-old families that revealed their originally well-hidden ambitions. They took advantage of the chaos. Once Sky Sword City was over, Tang Dynasty would be declared dead. This was definitely the best time for those powers that had been oppressed by the Great Tang for many years to rise up. Seoul Hall. In the dark cage, Li Shuer continued to release her power to attack the cage. Bang! 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 She was like a madwoman, recklessly charging forward. But she was bounced back by the power of the gloomy prison. She was hit again and bounced back again. Her whole body was shaken by the power of the gloomy prison. Her face was pale, and blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. It was very painful, very painful. However, Li Shuer had no intention of stopping. She shouted herself hoarse. She cried until her tears dried. She begged everyone she could. She did everything she could. She made all the promises she could, but it was all to no avail. She was like a little girl who had been isolated. In the abyss of the gloomy cage, there was silence. The only thing he could do was to ram into the cage and use his strength to break through the restraints of the cage. However, Seoul Palace King was too powerful. He was so powerful that she could not even imagine it. No matter how hard she tried, the power of the gloomy prison did not weaken in the slightest. Instead, it became even stronger. Li Shuer's heart was dead silent. She clearly knew that she could not break through the cage, but she still tried her best to hit it. She silently prayed in her heart. Big brother Luo Tian, you must live on. You must live on, Shui. Is still waiting for you to marry me. Shui, is still waiting to be your bride. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Zi Luolan sighed softly and said, "Why are you doing this? Is it worth it for him?" Li Shuer did not say anything. She did not want to say a single word to anyone in Seoul Palace, including her mother. Bam! Bam! Zi Luolan exhaled heavily and said, "Don't hit it anymore. Mother promises you I will get Hall Master to send reinforcements, as long as you promise Mother not to hit it anymore. Seeing you like this, Mother's heart really hurts. Is he really that good? Can he really let you treat him like this? You are someone with the Phoenix bloodline. How can a poor village kid like him be worthy of you?" Li Shuer stopped hitting and said softly, "He is the only person in this world who is good to me." She regretted saying this. After all, this was said to her mother. She felt apologetic in her heart, but she did not regret saying this. Zi Luolan's heart sank, and she frowned and said in a deep voice, "I will get Hall Master to send reinforcements. You should cultivate well in the gloomy prison. Once you completely control the star power in your body, Hall Master will let you out." Finished. Zi Luolan disappeared. Li Shuer also stopped hitting and smiled happy as a little woman. She looked at the dark sky and said softly, "Big brother Luo Tian, you will live. My mother has agreed to send reinforcements." However, what she did not know was, Seoul Palace did not send any reinforcements. Zi Luolan did not even mention a single word. As a mother, she would never allow her daughter to walk down the wrong path. Her home should be Murong Wanjian, the holy maiden of the Heaven Gate immortal sect, and not a country bumpkin from the countryside. She would never allow it. At this moment, Zi Luolan hoped that the demon army would quickly crush the Heaven Sword City and kill everyone. Achoo! Achoo! Luo Tian sneezed twice in a row. His heart turned cold, and he cursed in his heart, F***ck, who the F***ck is cursing me? Above the city wall, looking at the demon army from afar, he walked up step by step. The sound of footsteps was like thunder. The devil flames on their bodies were like raging flames, incomparably dark and scorching. Fong lay anxiously ran over, his head full of sweat, and said excitedly, "Boss, everything has been secretly done as you said. Those profound chi arrows have all been sent down. Are these things really useful?" This was the doubt in everyone's heart. Were the profound chi arrows really useful? Many people were skeptical. Luo Tian chuckled and said, "You'll know later." Demon Army. Not all demons were incomparably powerful. They also had low cultivation and low-level demons. Their HP was not much, and through the battles between the Imperial Guards and the Black Dragon Legion. Many demons' HP had already reached the bottom. However, only Luo Tian could see all of this. Report. They have already entered the range of our shooting range. Luo Tian grinned. He laughed very excitedly, clenching his fists. He shouted towards the sky. Archers, get ready, draw your bows. Zilala, zilala, shoot these bastards to death. Chapter 3. Chapter 331. In the sky. Half of it was demonic flames soaring into the sky. Half of it was profound light soaring into the sky. The sky seemed to have been split into two as the two forces continued to collide. Deafening thunderous sounds continued to erupt from the 9 heavens. Above the city wall, Luo Tian shouted loudly, "Shoot!" A few kilometers away from the city, a deep voice boomed, "Charge!" Rumble, rumble. The earth rumbled. The sky was trembling, and the entire Tianxian continent darkened. The disparity in strength couldn't be any greater. Many people laughed. Their laughter was very presumptuous. Their laughter was filled with ridicule and disdain. This brat really thinks of himself as the savior of the world. An egg hitting a rock, he can't even be considered an egg. Even the strongest army of the Tang dynasty couldn't withstand it. Even Tang Zhanlong died. How can a country bumpkin like him withstand it? What a joke! Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Him. What a joke! He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Those experts who could spy on him from the void all had looks of disdain on their faces. Many people were paying attention to this battle. Many people were looking at Luo Tian, and many people were mocking Luo Tian. Even Luo Tian could feel these mockery. How could a mere profound king realm cultivator resist the demon army that had been sealed for 10,000 years? How could a motley crew like the Heaven Sword City resist them? What a joke! What a huge joke! Luo Tian knew that many people were paying attention to him. Those sage realm experts who had escaped from the palace were looking at him, and those allies who did not come to rescue him were looking at him. They were all laughing at him, thinking that he was the biggest joke in the world. This was an unwinnable war for anyone. Luo Tian sneered, facing those people who were laughing at him and wanted to see him make a fool of himself. His last resort was to give them a tight slap in the face, such that they couldn't even let out a fart. In the sky above the city wall. Swish, 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 swish. Tens of thousands of arrows shot out at the same time, covering the sky and covering the sun. Every arrow carried the glow of Xian Qi, and every arrow was Xian Qi that a martial artist had channeled into their dantian. Every arrow had been specially processed, and under the stimulation of Luo Tian's leader system. These martial artist strength was much stronger than usual. At this moment, every arrow was completely different. Luo Tian's gaze tightened as he looked at the sky. He grinned and laughed wildly. "You bunch of greedy and cowardly dogs. Old farts, you want to see me make a fool of myself? I'll let you know what a joke is." 10,000 arrows rained down. Bang, bang, bang. Countless demons suddenly fell to the ground, their bodies pierced by arrows. One by one they fell. Countless holes were pierced through the devil flames that were scattered in the sky. At the same time, in Luo Tian's mind, the system was ringing nonstop as if it had gone crazy. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Dark Beast Demon for obtaining 160,000 experience, 2,000 Xian Qi values. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for absorbing a layer of power from the 10,000 Devils' great art. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Dark Shadow Demon for obtaining 180,000 experience, 2,000 Xian Qi values. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for absorbing a layer of power from the 10,000 Devils' great art. Crazy! The crazy Luo Tian was so scared that he almost peed his pants. The experience was extremely rich, and the profound chi was soaring. What shocked him even more was that the 10,000 devils' great art could actually absorb energy, which was completely out of his expectations. The 10,000 devils' great art could not be used by the human body. Only the incarnation of the devil Emperor Xingtian could use it, but it could actually absorb energy through the human body. 10,000 devils' great art, the god-level cultivation technique that the blood demon had dropped. Every time he killed a demon, he would obtain a layer of power, allowing him to absorb 10,000 layers of power. According to the game's description, even if one layer of power added 1 point of attack, after accumulating it, it would be 10,000 points of attack. Who the hell could block that? Even an NPC could instantly kill an existence. It was too awesome. Ding, ding, ding. Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Xian King Stage 7. Luo Tian laughed excitedly and said in his heart, "My guess was right. Once the leader system is activated, I will be able to obtain all the experience. All of a sudden, hundreds of thousands of people will help me kill monsters, and all the experience will be mine. How King fierce am I, ha ha ha. This leveling speed was simply too awesome." His experience was about to fly up. Other than this, there was an even more important point. The hundreds of thousands of warriors on the city wall were in an uproar. They had personally witnessed those insufferably arrogant demons fall, dying one after another. They were incomparably excited, and their fighting strength soared. "Ha ha ha. I killed one, did you see that? I killed a demon, ha ha ha. Damn, Lousy killed one too. Me too. I killed one too, and now I'm ranked first on the heaven board. Ha ha ha, we're all first." For a moment, many warriors were incomparably excited, and their blood was boiling. A trace of panic actually appeared in the demon army, and no one dared to take a step forward. Luo Tian looked at the void and laughed wildly. "Aren't you guys laughing at Lousy? Is it nice to see Lousy slap your faces, isn't it nice? Ha ha ha!" He laughed wildly without the slightest scruple. Those experts who were spying on them all heard Luo Tian's words. His expression was extremely ugly. It was as if he had been slapped a few times. However, their faces were still filled with disdain, and they were still filled with disdain towards Luo Tian. They coldly snorted. "You think you're amazing just because you killed a few demons? This is just the beginning. Do you really want to overturn the heavens as a piece of trash? Dream on." The voice directly fell into Luo Tian's mind instructs in a second. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back, and he laughed wildly. "Seems like a slap is not enough. You are all old things who have lived for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Your faces are thicker than the city walls. All right then, Lousy will slap you a few more times." There was no fear at all. Even if he was facing those insufferably arrogant rankers, Luo Tian would not be the least bit afraid. Then, Luo Tian roared heavily and said, "Brothers, countless people are looking at us as a joke, saying that we are a motley crew that can't even withstand a single blow. Trash that can't even compare to eggs. It's fine if they don't come to support us, but they are still laughing at us from the side." Everyone looked at each other. Feng Lei laughed foolishly and said, "Slap their faces, slap them hard." "Right. Slap their faces, slap them to death. Slap them hard." Luo Tian smiled with satisfaction. He looked at the experience bar and then shouted, "Draw the bowstring. Draw the bowstring to its fullest. Get ready. Chapter 4. Chapter 332. It felt great. Experience points flew up. He leveled up in a few minutes. This feeling was really great. When the arrows were loaded, all the warriors once again shot their bows into the air. A cold snort suddenly came from the demon army. "Ox-headed demons, forward!" Boom, boom, boom. Moo! 10,000 ox-headed demons rushed out arrogantly and fearlessly. They stood at the forefront and roared towards the sky. Their shiny black armor flashed with cold light. Facing the sky, full of arrows, they faced the sky with their backs facing the sky. They directly used their thick skin and thick flesh to block the arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rain of arrows fell. Luo Tian only thought of 3 fragmented sounds in his mind. It was very miserable. The ox-headed demons' physical defense was really too thick. Their physical bodies could withstand the pure strength attacks of peak mystique venerable rank powerhouses, and some could even withstand the attacks of sage realm powerhouses. Moo! A series of ox-headed demons roared towards the sky, as if they were demonstrating, as if they were saying, "If you have the guts, shoot me again." It was also at this moment the demon army's pace was once again unified. Ox-headed demons, open the path, charge! Trample on Heaven's Sword City, slaughter all the humans in the city. Boom, boom, boom. 10,000 ox-headed demons rushed into the sky. The formation was simply unparalleled. Luo Tian grinned and shouted, "Change arrows!" Immediately after, everyone changed arrows in unison. These arrows were a little different from the previous arrows. The light on the arrowheads had their own attributes: fire, thunder, electricity, water, arrows of various attributes. From the beginning, Luo Tian had thought that there would definitely be demons with extremely strong defense in the demon army, and these arrows were prepared for them. Ha ha ha! I knew you guys couldn't do it. A mere 6th-stage Mystic King. How did you become a 7th-stage Mystic King? Humph. So what if you're a 7th-stage Mystic King? You're still no different from trash. Facing the incomparably powerful demon army, you can only have one result. Your physical body will be devoured, your soul will be taken away, and you'll suffer for eternity in the devil prison, never to be reincarnated. Seeing the ox-headed demons resist Luo Tian's arrows, many people laughed at him again. The demon army was clearly the enemy of humanity. They wanted to kill all of humanity, but those experts acted as if they were relatives. They kept mocking Luo Tian and looking down on Luo Tian like AF * King Dog. They wanted to see Luo Tian make a fool of himself. They wanted the Heaven's Sword City to perish. They wanted the great Tang dynasty to perish. They had never thought of providing support. Even such thoughts had never existed in his mind. Luo Tian felt a faint pain in his heart. His heart was dead silent. He looked up at the void and laughed helplessly. Immediately after, his expression changed, and a monstrous rage rose from his body. He no longer paid attention to the experts spying on him in the void. Instead, he was startled and shouted, "Load the arrow, draw the bow, and shoot at will." So. The attribute arrow fell. The Minotaur demons had very high physical defense, but their magic defense was basically 0. This was their weakness. Minotaur demons had very high defense against physical attacks, but their magic defense was basically 0. Of course, if Luo Tian was not a transmigrator, if he did not have many years of experience in online games, he would definitely not have thought of this. Looking at the Minotaur demon who had been insufferably arrogant a moment ago, the warriors on the city wall were all stunned. They did not look at the Minotaur demon, but looked at Luo Tian instead. The worship in their hearts had reached an extreme level. Worship. Incomparable worship. He could always see through everything and think of countermeasures. Even when facing an incomparably powerful demon, he could still think of a way to deal with it. What kind of power was this? Too awesome. It was completely indescribable. In their hearts, whether it was the warriors of the profound spirit realm or the experts of the profound ancestor realm, they all worshipped Luo Tian. It was also at this time the system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Currently level 2 leader. His spiritual force had doubled. His battle willpower had doubled. Luo Tian was slightly happy. This can also level up? At this time, because of the worship and admiration of Luo Tian from the warriors, The leader system was triggered to automatically level up. Luo Tian did not hesitate to release the power of the second-level leader system and said heavily, "These 2 times, we have severely damaged the might of the demon army, and we did not lose a single soldier. This is something that no sect, not even an immortal sect, can do. I am proud of all of you. Now, shoot out all of your arrows, and those brothers who are done, immediately retreat from the city wall." The demon army had suffered heavy losses twice in a row. This made them very unhappy. The result of being unhappy was the appearance of those demon commanders. Their might was something that arrows could not harm, and their strength was extremely strong. Once they rushed up the city wall, it would be a massacre. There were not many people here who could stop them. Luo Tian was very clear. This was a monster siege. Luo Tian had experienced this kind of battle countless times. Every time they sent out their troops, it was roughly the same. And this time, it would definitely be the same. Luo Tian had completely seen through it. He believed that in a few minutes, those glittering boss demons would rush out. Luo Tian did not want anyone to be injured. If possible, he would hug anyone in the Heaven Sword City, so he gave such an order. Everyone was puzzled. They were having a good time killing, but they were told to retreat from the city wall. What was going on? Feng Lei was also puzzled, but he did not ask. He completely trusted Luo Tian, blindly, and even if he did not understand, he would not ask. He would just do as he was told. However, the others were different. "Prince Consort, why do you want to retreat?" "We are having a good time killing them, and those demon army don't even dare to attack. How can we retreat? At this time, we should be chasing after them. Let us continue to kill. We can still kill." Luo Tian did not explain further and directly said, "Everyone, please believe me." Half a second of silence. Then everyone immediately shouted, "Listen to Prince Consort. Everyone finish shooting and go down to wait for orders." He quickly responded. Everyone shot all their arrows at the demon army. They did not cause much damage, but they did injure quite a few demons. A moment later, other than Luo Tian, no one else on the city wall was left. Ha ha ha! To actually order them to leave at this time, it's simply extremely stupid. I've seen trash before, but I've never seen such trash before. It's too funny, ha ha ha. This kid is a complete idiot. Luo Tian raised his eyes, grinned, and said disdainfully, "A bunch of idiots." Force. It was also at this moment. Suddenly, hundreds of golden glowing devils appeared within the devil army. "Heaven Sword City is finished. This country bumpkin is really too funny. I originally thought that Heaven Sword City would be able to hold on a little longer. I never thought that he would make such a stupid decision. Ha ha ha." Luo Tian moved in the air and instantly returned to the center of Heaven Sword City. With a face full of rage, he said, "All of you die!" A powerful force struck the ground. Numerous thick runes shot out like beams of light, directly enveloping the heavenly sword. The super killing array had appeared. The 5th chapter had been delivered. Little Nyo Nyo was 1 month old. Old Bull was very happy. He was really happy. In the afternoon, he kept smiling as he wrote. Originally, he wanted to add more chapters to celebrate, but he was really busy. But everyone, don't worry. In 2 days, you will see a crazy old bull. Monthly votes, recommendation votes, come. Chapter 333. Heaven, earth, black, yellow, move the desolate, 9 nether. 9 heavens of the divine palace, return to 1, immortal slaying, God slaying, open immortal slaying array. Luo Tian chanted softly as he looked at the golden light shooting towards Heaven Sword City. On his right palm, a thick force suddenly slammed onto the ground, and a huge array core began to appear on the ground. A series of black runes shot out from the array core, and the runes shot out in all directions like chains connecting Heaven Sword City in all directions. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, the surroundings of the Heaven Sword City emitted a violent buzzing sound, and rays of profound chi shot out. Like a wave, They shot out 1,000,000 kilometers, enveloping the entire area within 1,000,000 kilometers, with the sound of bells ringing out from the profound chi. It was like the evening bell of a temple at sunset. Streaks of profound chi power shot out, and then streaks of profound chi rippled back. The moment they spread back, a huge light shield appeared in the sky above Heaven's Sword City. It directly enveloped Heaven's Sword City thousands of kilometers in front of him. It was incomparably powerful and terrifying. In that instant, everyone was stunned. What is this? This power is too strong, too terrifying. Heavens, how did he do this? Array formation? A super huge array formation is not weaker than those immortal sects' great arrays at all. Moreover, its power is like that of a ferocious beast. Just by sensing it slightly, one can sense a threatening aura. How could this be? Could it be that another immortal sect expert is helping us? It's the Prince Consort. It's him. It's the array formation carved by the Prince Consort. Ha ha ha. Too strong. Too strong. So strong that I want to cry. Prince Consort, I want to give birth to your children. A bunch of children. Sob sob. Heaven's Sword City was filled with exclamations. If it was said that Luo Tian's decision had caused the demons to suffer a setback, then they had completely become Luo Tian's believers. Looking at such a powerful array formation, they believed that the demon army wouldn't be able to break in. Joy. Incomparable joy. The entire Heaven's Sword City was filled with joy. Every one of them treated Luo Tian as their savior. As long as he was here, Heaven's Sword City would be fine. Everyone was filled with confidence. On the other hand, Luo Tian's heart tightened. He looked at the sky full of golden light that was about to rush into the great array. He wasn't sure if he could withstand it. This array formation was something he had researched on his own. The price was all the mystic weapons and magical treasures in the treasury. This formation was different from the ancient dragon slaying formation. The ancient dragon slaying formation was limited by Luo Tian's own cultivation, so it couldn't release the full power of the ancient dragon slaying formation. However, the ancient dragon slaying formation was different. It wasn't limited by any cultivation at all. As long as there was Xian Qi, it could release endless killing power. If God blocked him, he would kill God. If Buddha blocked him, he would kill Buddha. According to theory, it should be the case. Luo Tian had never put it into practice, so he really didn't know if it would work. If it didn't work, then the loss of the national treasury would truly be a waste. There were so many Xian weapons, numinous treasures, and ritual tools worth trillions. If the Great Tang's tens of thousands of years of accumulation were not used, then he would truly be a sinner of the Great Tang. Oh my! This kid is very good at carving formations? I really didn't expect that. So what if he's good at carving formations? Does he think that a formation that can scare a 3-year-old child can stop the demon army? He's really delusional. Does he really think that he's the savior of Sky Sword City? Wake up, kid. You're just a country bumpkin. If you're a country bumpkin, then you'll be lying on your back and waiting for death. Ha ha ha! Sky Sword City's destruction will accelerate because of you. You want to be the savior? What a joke. You're just an executioner. In the void, those peak mystique venerable ones and mystique saints were mocking him. Those voices exploded in Luo Tian's mind. He was very, very unhappy. It was fine if they didn't come to support him, but they were still making sarcastic remarks. If they were in front of Luo Tian, he would not hesitate to release his strongest power and explode them one by one until not even their underwear was left. Luo Tian pointed at the sky and looked up at the void. He only did one thing. He pointed his middle finger. Are you mocking me? Mock me to your heart's content. Let's see how you can still laugh later. Luo Tian roared with all his might. Immediately after, his figure moved and he stood in midair. Looking at the dozens of golden lights descending, he secretly clenched his fists. I must succeed. These are all Lord-level bosses. If I can kill them all, It will definitely be very, very satisfying. The items that will drop will definitely. What the F asterisk CK? I can't hold it in any more. His gaze was fixed on the flowing lights on the formation. They were pure, profound energy. If someone touched them, they would erupt with an incomparably violent power. Instant kill. Luo Tian's heart was in his throat. He could not fail at this time. Otherwise, Sky Sword City sword would instantly disintegrate. And he really could not fail. The people of Sky Sword City were looking at him, placing all their hopes on him. If the formation could not withstand the demon army, then their mental defenses would completely collapse, and their combat strength would definitely be weakened to the lowest point. They were the experts in the void who wanted to see Luo Tian make a fool of himself. They were waiting for Luo Tian to embarrass himself. They were watching as Sky Sword City was trampled flat, and then they were laughing at Luo Tian's stupidity. They were mocking his childishness, mocking him for being a mantis trying to stop a chariot, mocking him for being a country bumpkin from Jade Mountain City. This time, he absolutely could not fail. Luo Tian's heart was trembling, his eyes were fixed on the formation, and he thought to himself, I must succeed, I must succeed, I must succeed. A mere formation dares to block the might of the demon lord? Break for me. 3,000 demonic shadows, 10,000 divine lightning, fall for me. Move the sea of blood, supreme power, break for me. Those glittering golden bosses charged forward with their own intense power. Every single one of them released a cultivation technique that was above the earth stage, and their power was incomparably fierce, carrying the anger of being sealed for tens of thousands of years. Even a sage realm expert could not resist this power. The sky darkened, the devil flames devoured the sky, and all the living beings in the world trembled. Sky Sword City was finished. The devil flames enveloped the flowing light of the great formation. Tens of thousands of demons roared in unison, and their morale shook the heavens. At this moment, Sky Sword City was trembling violently, and everyone's hearts were trembling. Luo Tian was the same. He frowned, clenched his fists tightly, and roared towards the sky. Kill, kill, kill! He roared out the word kill 3 times in a row. The power of the death gods, killing Tao in the formation, surged out like a flood. The power of the killing array erupted. All of you die! Chapter 1. A New Day. If you have a ticket, please support Old Cow. Chapter 334. What was a killing array? How could a power that did not integrate with killing intent be called a killing array? The seemingly ordinary formation contained an extremely fierce killing intent. When Luo Tian activated the power of the death gods, killing Tao, the entire formation suddenly changed. The originally dazzling white light turned dark and blood red, and an incomparably huge phantom of the death god appeared above the formation. One hand held the death chant. The other hand held the death scythe that reaped human lives. He chanted softly. A voice that no one could understand, but was filled with the power of death, came out. The people of Heaven's Sword City did not feel anything, but the demon lordess that were charging forward were all shocked, and their faces instantly turned pale. Whoosh! A gigantic sickle slashed down. Poochie! The head fell, but the body did not react at all. Another sickle mercilessly swung down. Another demon lord's head was chopped off. The speed was extremely fast, so fast that one could not see it clearly with their eyes. They could only feel the devil flames in the sky gradually weakening, and the death god's killing intent gradually growing stronger. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The demon lordess that came into contact with the array were quickly killed. Devil flames exploded in the sky, and corpses fell down one after another. At this moment, there was nothing, only the death god's killing intent. The profound chi released by the entire treasury of the profound weapon, spirit treasure, and the death god's killing intent condensed from them was extremely terrifying. Seeing the demons being killed one by one, Luo Tian's heart relaxed, and a smile bloomed on his face as he roared, F***DK, the demon army is amazing. Come again, damn it, I'll eat as much as you can, ha ha ha. Following that, he raised his gaze and looked into the sky, laughing out loud. Shout! Why aren't you shouting anymore? Didn't you say that I'm going to die? You bunch of cowardly dogs. Seeing these demons that have been sealed for 10,000 years, you're scared like turtles. It's fine if you don't come to help, but you still F***king stand by the side and laugh at me, making sarcastic remarks. I just want to ask, what qualifications do you have to judge others if you don't even dare to show your faces? Rancor. I'm just laughing. He's even worse than the shit of a camel dog. How F***king embarrassing. Go back and pee yourself. Rancor, ha ha ha. Luo Tian shouted contemptuously. He looked down on these so-called experts from the bottom of his heart. These people should not be living in this world. The experts, who were spying from the void, couldn't say a word. Their faces were extremely ugly, as if they had been slapped tens of thousands of times. It was a burning sensation, and it was extremely painful. They had lost all their face. Being looked down upon by a mystic king realm martial artist was so shameful that he couldn't show his face. He could no longer make any sound. Humph. Expert? Bullshit. Luo Tian sneered and said disdainfully. Then he closed his eyes and waited excitedly. He secretly said, It's time for the big explosion, hee hee, ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the Lord of the Black Mammoth, gaining 1 million experience points and 1 million mystical chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a fine grade magic core. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the dark demon blood. Do you wish to absorb it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the dark blood fist. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the demon cloak. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the moon demon lord. You have gained 1 million experience points and 1 million mystical chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the blood moon reincarnation technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, Profound King Stage 8. Ding! The system announcement became incomparably crazy. The crazy Luo Tian was about to go crazy. His heart was incomparably excited as he arrogantly roared. Awesome! 2F** King awesome! Ha ha ha! There was no time like this. The 10,000 devils' great art was absorbing energy. The lunar divine pearl was also absorbing energy. Luo Tian's own strength was also constantly increasing. What made him feel the strangest was that those demon cores and demon blood disappeared without waiting for Luo Tian's orders. Luo Tian could clearly feel that the Devil Emperor of the Xingtian body was truly crazily absorbing the energy of these demon lords. His body was also becoming stronger and stronger. That kind of powerful energy was something that even Luo Tian's human body could faintly feel. Fierce. Incomparably fierce. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the demon lord. You have gained 1 million experience points and 1 million mystical chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the demon god art, Shadow Shift. Do you wish to cultivate it? Move what? Shadow Shift? What the F***CK? Cultivate immediately. Luo Tian once again fell into madness. He had no intention of cultivating any of the techniques that had appeared. Only the Shadow Shift made him extremely excited. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating the divine art Shadow Shift. Cultivation method, Shadow Shift grade, divine level proficiency, 0.8000 consumption, 100,000 points, the higher the level, the greater the consumption. Great perfection consumes 1 million mystical chi points. Cool down. 60 minutes. The higher the level, the lower the cool down. Great perfection cool down is 10 seconds. Description: this technique is called the demon god art. When used, it can create clones. One of them is real and one of them is illusory. They can be exchanged for a duration of 1 minute. Each exchange consumes 50,000 mystical chi points. At the Great Perfection realm, it can create 18 illusory figures. Awesome. This is 2F asterisk king awesome. With this technique, it's simply unstoppable. I can kill whoever I want. When the level is raised, I can even take the head of a general in an army of 10,000. Moreover, I can even retreat unscathed. This is too awesome. Luo Tian was extremely excited. This technique was the same as the intercept technique. It was just that it was magnified by more than 100,000 times. How could it not be awesome? After killing dozens of Lord-level bosses in a row, a bunch of them exploded. Luo Tian's heart was blooming with joy. Immediately after, the air moved, and he instantly returned to the center of the formation. He placed all the items that had exploded in front of the warriors and said in a deep voice, "These are the gifts that those demons gave us just now. They're all good stuff. All of you, take them and distribute them. We are about to welcome a fierce battle. As long as everyone believes in me, we will definitely be able to resist this demon army." Other than the technique and some special items that Luo Tian did not take out, he took out everything else. He had to make use of these good things. Suddenly, a huge devil flame rose in the sky, condensing into a huge illusion. Heavenly Soul Demon Lord. The final boss had appeared. The second chapter was delivered. Old Cow planned to activate Mad Bull mode tomorrow. As long as the monthly votes reached 50 votes today, Old Cow would be able to update 10 chapters tomorrow. He was only 22 votes away. Chapter 335. The final boss had appeared. Demon Lord Tianhun. He was formed from an ancient, broken soul remembrance that had cultivated for 100,000 years. After being sealed in the demon sealing array for tens of thousands of years, the fury in his heart was unstoppable. There were many people on this continent who knew of him. Countless experts had fallen at his hands. His demonic nature, killing intent, and ruthlessness were like that of a tyrant. It was just that not many people knew how he was sealed in the demon sealing array. And why did he enter the demon sealing array? These were mysteries 10,000 years ago, and they were still mysteries today. Devil flames filled the sky. Demon Lord Tianhuan's huge body directly covered the sky above Heaven's Sword City, and a deep voice sounded out, "Humph! A mere unformed death god's killing way!" As soon as he finished, a huge palm of devil flames descended. It directly slammed down. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The death god illusion above the array was directly shattered, and the originally dark immortal killing array returned to its original state. There was no longer the slightest bit of the death god's killing way's power. This was a light chapter. To be able to destroy the death god's killing way that Luo Tian had condensed with millions of profound chi-s, this kind of power was simply too terrifying. Luo Tian's heart sank, his expression darkened. He clenched his fists tightly and thought to himself, "Seems like I still can't block it." To be able to destroy the Grim Reaper's phantom with a single palm strike and destroy even a trace of its aura, even a sage would find it difficult to find such a power. Demon Monarch Tianhuan's strength was beyond Luo Tian's imagination. It was obvious that his cultivation had reached a terrifying level. However, Luo Tian's expression darkened, but he was not afraid in the slightest. On the contrary, he was only excited. Other than excitement, there was nothing else. It was as if he had eaten a bunch of Viagra. His heart was filled with fanaticism, and his entire body seemed to have endless power. Because Demon Lord Tianhun was a boss, a super boss. If he could kill him, Gudong. Luo Tian's saliva almost flowed out, and he was faintly excited in his heart. If the Lord Level Boss can drop so many good things, then what will this final boss drop? Wow, I can't hold on any longer. It was really tempting. Confusion. In the eyes of others, the sky was filled with demonic flames, covering the sky and covering the sun. However, in Luo Tian's eyes, the sky was indeed filled with golden light. It was so dazzling that he couldn't open his eyes. That kind of feeling was really good, really good. It was as if he was looking at 10,000 naked super beauties who were giving him flirtatious looks and seducing him. That kind of feeling could only be described with one word. Wow! Demon Monarch Tianhun. It's Demon Monarch Tianhun, an ancient remnant that floated into the Tian-Shan continent. He cultivated for 100,000 years and experienced countless hardships. He is the most ferocious demon in the Tian-Shan continent. He is even more brutal than the demons from 10,000 years ago. It's over. The Heaven Sword City is really finished. Bullshit. As long as the Prince Consort is here, the Heaven Sword City will not be finished. He will definitely protect us. If you King say such depressing words again, I won't let you off. Exactly. Who can stop the demon army? Tens of thousands of years ago, no one could stop them. We don't even know how they were sealed. But now, the Prince Consort has stopped them outside the city without losing a single soldier. He is the first person in tens of thousands of years. We have to believe in him. The Heaven Sword City was in a state of discussion. The crowd was not as afraid as before, and they did not lose their fighting strength because of the demon monarch Tianhuan's appearance. More people chose to believe in Luo Tian, because Luo Tian had truly created a miracle. There were very few miracles in this world, but the miracle that Luo Tian had created made everyone feel hopeful. Ding! Suddenly, a system notification sounded out in Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian was a little confused and thought to himself, could it be that another demon died from excessive blood loss? Listen carefully. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, level 3. Mental strength had increased by 2 times, battle willpower had increased by 2 times, rallying power, cohesion had increased by 2 times. Ding! System notification. Leader system has been upgraded to level 5. You can activate Heavenly Sword once. What's going on? What's going on? Heavenly Sword. What is the Heavenly Sword? System your sister. Tell me clearly, what is the Heavenly Sword? Luo Tian was shocked. It was normal for the leader system's level to increase correspondingly with increase in mental strength and battle willpower. But the leader system could actually summon the Heavenly Sword when it reached level 5? Could it be the legendary Heavenly Sword of the great Tang Dynasty? A flying sword from beyond the heavens. A super divine sword that could kill anything in the world? This Gudong! Luo Tian swallowed his saliva once again and said with incomparable excitement in his heart, I knew it, ha ha ha. My cultivation is only at the 8th stage of the Profound King. Even if I reach the Profound Sage realm, I won't be a match for the Demon Monarch. As expected, as long as the leader system is upgraded to level 5, then summon the Heavenly Sword and blast the Demon Monarch's chrysanthemum into the sky. Wow, I'm really going to be rich this time, ha ha ha. Excitement. Unparalleled excitement. It was just that, when Luo Tian checked how to level up the leader system, he felt bitter. There was no hint at all. There was not even the slightest hint. If he didn't know anything about leveling up, how was he supposed to level up and summon the Heavenly Sword? Luo Tian was immediately infuriated and cursed the 81 generations of the system's ancestors in his heart. System your sister. Your entire family is your sister. At this moment, the silent expert in the air once again clamored in satisfaction. The Demon Monarch has appeared. Country bumpkin, continue being arrogant. Do you think you can be arrogant? Once he appears, this trash will definitely die. You think you're amazing just because you're able to block a few demon overlords? You're getting carried away. Let's see how you're going to be so arrogant when you meet the demon monarch. Let's see how your Heaven Sword City is going to be protected. Ha ha ha. Ridicule. Those mocking laughs sounded out in Luo Tian's mind instructs in a second. Luo Tian was really unhappy. Gritting his teeth, he memorized each and every one of them in his heart. He memorized their mocking words and insults in his heart. He said in his heart, "You bunch of cowards, just you wait. One day I will meet you, and that day will be the day you die." Suddenly, rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of explosions rang out in the sky, as if the sky was about to split open. The gigantic devil flames condensed into the most primitive figure of a fierce beast, its two black, hole-like eyes staring straight at Luo Tian. Being stared at by these two eyes, Luo Tian felt that he had nowhere to hide, as if his entire body was naked, standing naked in front of him. This feeling was very unpleasant. Demon Monarch Tianhuan's voice sank. "You are Luo Tian?" Chapter 3. Brothers, you're so fierce. You're already 38 votes away from 50. Old Cow will reach 10 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 336. You are Luo Tian. The voice was very calm. It was like a question from a stranger. There was no power in the voice. It was just a very ordinary sentence. But this was a very ordinary sentence for Demon Monarch Tianhun, but it was different for Luo Tian. His body suddenly sank as his fists trembled. There was a powerful force in the voice. This force forced his body to bend and kneel. Level 5 Rage. Boom! Luo Tian could not hold on any longer. He directly released Level 5 Rage. 32 times the strength flowed through his body and was able to resist this force. His face turned grim as he snorted. "That's right. I am Luo Tian. Who are you?" Once the sentence was said, everyone's expression changed. The experts in the void were grinning from ear to ear. "Idiot! Ha ha ha! What an idiot! How dare he speak to the demon monarch like that? This kid's brain must be filled with sh*T. He must have lived for too long. Ha ha ha! There was no one in the Tianxian continent who dared to speak to demon monarch Tianhun like that. This was an existence that was seeking death. Luo Tian's expression was arrogant. He was extremely arrogant and domineering. If he did not give him face, then why should he give face to demon monarch Tianhun? He wanted him to kneel the moment he came up. If that was the case, then why should he give him face? Damn it! Life and death were indifferent. If he was not convinced, then he would do it. Living in this world was a feeling. If he was bullied and forced to kneel on the ground without daring to let out a fart, what was the point of being a human? They were all people who had transmigrated. Luo Tian had a different heart. It was an arrogant and unruly heart. Not to mention demon monarch Tianhun. Even if he was facing Tian, as long as he did not give face to him, he would still be arrogant and disdainful. This was Luo Tian. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Demon Monarch Tianhun was not angry. Instead, he laughed loudly. However, there was no longer a powerful force oppressing Luo Tian in the laughter. Demon Monarch Tianhun stopped laughing and said calmly, "No one has ever dared to talk to me like this, and it's a human. Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. Brat, I admire you very much. Come under my command. I guarantee that I will give you 10 times, no, 100 times what you can get from the humans. Moreover, I will bring you out of this continent and show you what a truly wonderful world is." The world he was talking about was the ancient world. Luo Tian, whose consciousness had been brought into the ancient world by the ancient king, was attracted to everything there. It was much more exciting than the Tianxian continent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Not only did he not get angry, he even asked Luo Tian to join him. Everyone's face was filled with shock. The experts in the void had ugly expressions on their faces. At the same time, they were faintly afraid. They were worried that Luo Tian would join the devil army and hunt them down one by one. At that time, they were afraid. His heart sank. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The people of Heaven's Sword City were the same. They were worried that Luo Tian would agree to demon monarch Tianhuan's request. If that was the case, Heaven's Sword City's last hope would be gone. No one said a word as they stared at Luo Tian without blinking. His eyes were filled with pleading. However, regardless of whether it was the warriors of the Heaven's Sword City or the experts of the Void, any one of them would probably choose to join the Devil Army. This was because the Heavenly Soul Devil Lord was truly very powerful. Joining them would allow one to obtain anything they wanted. Moreover, from Demon Monarch Tianhuan's tone, it was not hard to tell that he truly valued Luo Tian. Luo Tian laughed lightly and said very calmly, "Sorry, I don't appreciate you." "Walala, long live Prince Consort." "Ha ha ha. I knew that Prince Consort Ma wouldn't abandon us." The people of Heaven's Sword City were so moved that they were about to cry. Tears flowed. The experts in the Void laughed out loud, laughing at Luo Tian for being a fool. The boulder in their hearts also fell, and they no longer had any fear of this. Actually, if they knew the monologue in Luo Tian's heart, they would definitely be even more shocked. The original words in Luo Tian's heart were, "Sorry, I want to explode you." He did not say this out loud. This was also because Demon Monarch Tianhun did not speak in a condescending manner. Demon Monarch Tianhun was a little unhappy. For hundreds of thousands of years, he had never said such words to any human, and it was even a warrior of the profound king realm. To him, this kind of strength was not even comparable to an ant. The reason why he had his eyes on Luo Tian was because he was very strong, understood tactics, understood array formations. Furthermore, he had an unyielding heart. His cultivation level was not high, but his potential was something Demon Lord Tianhun had never seen in his hundreds of thousands of years of life. It was rare even in the ancient world. The moment he appeared, he wanted to see through Luo Tian. However, he realized that no matter what strength he used, he could not see through Luo Tian's talent and potential. In blind Lu's words, Luo Tian's fate changed every day. He could not figure it out at all, much less see through it. Everyone had their own fate. This was a law of the heavenly Tao that could not be escaped. Many people lived their entire lives by changing the laws of fate. Luo Tian was different. He did not believe in fate, only in himself. Fate helped him plan his life every day, and he was breaking the plans of fate every day. Demon Monarch Tianhuan's eyes moved slightly as his demonic flames expanded slightly. He said softly, "Follow me, and you will reach heights that you will never be able to reach. This is a chance I'm giving you. There's only one chance, and I'm giving it to you out of charity." Luo Tian opened his mouth to speak. For some reason, Demon Monarch Tianhun suddenly interrupted. "Don't be in a hurry to answer. I'll give you a day to consider. After a day, your answer will determine your fate and the fate of the millions of lowly humans in Heaven's Sword City." For some reason, he was a little afraid that Luo Tian would reject him. He saw the figure of a mighty figure from the ancient world in Luo Tian. Was this an illusion? Demon Monarch Tianhun was not sure either, but he knew very well that the young and hot-blooded Fonggang would give an irrational answer. However, if he was given time to think, he would realize what was the wisest choice. So he gave Luo Tian time to consider. He believed that Luo Tian was a smart person and would definitely make the right choice. With that said, Demon Monarch Tianhun disappeared, and the demonic flames disappeared as well. The sky was still as blue as ever, as though nothing had happened. Luo Tian was stunned on the spot. Everyone looked at him, and their hearts that had just calmed down were once again in suspense. Luo Tian smiled gently and said, "Don't worry, I won't leave you. Tonight is our last chance to prepare. Tomorrow will be a decisive battle. Submit to Demon Monarch Tianhun? Damn, what kind of joke is this? If I submit to him, how am I going to kill him?" Chapter 4. The brothers were indeed ferocious. They were just short of 50 votes. Let's see how high they can reach today. Old Bull was looking forward to it. Chapter 3:37. A day's time was very short, so short that it couldn't change anything. Luo Tian was very clear. What would he face in a day's time? The immortal slaying formation could kill those Lord-level bosses. But he had a feeling that such a formation wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from the Heavenly Soul Demon Lord. Was it really because someone destroyed the demon sealing formation that they rushed out? Or had they not stopped for more than 10,000 years? If even the demon sealing formation couldn't stop the Heavenly Soul Demon Lord, then Luo Tian's immortal slaying formation would be a complete joke. One day later, it was time to decide the fate of Heaven Sword City. This was definitely going to be a fierce battle. Luo Tian had to be fully prepared for this. On the plaza, everyone looked at Luo Tian. There were no longer any regions here, no so-called experts, no so-called weaklings, no nobles, no commoners, no sections. There were only citizens of Great Tang. They were extremely moved. Thank you, Luo Tian, for staying behind. Thank you for everything he had done for Heaven Sword City. If not for Luo Tian, Heaven Sword City would have long become a dead city. Luo Tian looked at the crowd and was speechless for a moment. At this moment, there were hundreds of thousands of people gathered in the huge plaza. There was not a single sound as they silently looked at one person, waiting for his orders. Luo Tian was slightly startled. At this moment, he had to say something. He opened his mouth a few times to speak, but he found that his throat was choked by something and he couldn't say anything. Finally, Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, go back and rest early, recuperate your energy, and prepare for tomorrow's great battle. We might die tomorrow, but in this world, living is a mood, living is a breath. Even if we die, we can't let them have an easy time. If we fall, there are still countless citizens of Great Tang behind Heaven Sword City, and they will also lose their lives because of this. So no matter what happens tomorrow, we have to fight hard for ourselves, for our home, for our country, and not rest until we die. Not rest until we die. Not rest until we die. Not rest until we die." His voice shook the heavens. Under Luo Tian's persuasion, those people gradually retreated, leaving only Feng Lei and a few others in the huge square. Feng Lei frowned. He had always wanted to say something, but he held himself back. This was because he knew very well that his words were not suitable for such an occasion. Now that they had left, he had no qualms about saying, "Boss, leave with Demon, Sovereign Tianhan." Xian Yuanyi immediately walked over and said, "Brother Lei is right. Boss, leave with Demon, Sovereign Tianhan." "Don't!" Blind Lu also walked up and said in a deep voice. The heavenly soul, Demon Monarch, came from the primordial world. He cultivated for 100,000 years with his remnant consciousness and experienced countless calamities before finally surviving. 10,000 years ago, even the alliance of 10,000 races was not his match. He has never sent an invitation to the humans, let alone respect them. Dragonhead, the heavenly soul demon monarch, really thinks highly of you. He can bring you to a world that we can't reach. That world is the world that you need, and we are just burdens to you. Agree to him. In the world of martial arts, the strong preys on the weak, and the strong are respected. No one will resent you because of your decision, and don't because of us. Don't blame us." As he spoke, Blind Lu couldn't help but choke up. Tang Jiu also walked over and said, "You have done enough for the Tang Empire. If it wasn't for you, we would all be dead. Luo Tian, accept him. I won't blame you. The old ancestor won't blame you either. You can do a lot of things if you become a member of the demon army. Duan Tian cities, Murong Wanjian. Soul Halls, Violet Palaces, Li Shuer. The Cloud Ocean Sect, Southern Mountain Sect, Skyplume City, and the Dragon King of the Beyond Heaven Palace that you hold a grudge against. You can ask the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch to fulfill all of these for you. As for us, Tang Jiu laughed bitterly and continued, We are just your burden. I was your burden in the Shady Mountain Corpse City. I was your burden in the North City, and now I am still your burden. We are really too weak. Tang Tang and Chi knew, or didn't speak. They just looked at Luo Tian. From their eyes, Luo Tian knew that they hoped that Luo Tian would accept the heavenly soul demon monarch. And Chen Chen looked at Luo Tian with sparkling eyes. Brother Luo Tian, you have to live on. You have to live on well. We will protect you in the sky. Hee, and Chen Chen smiled. She was smiling happily. Luo Tian looked at her innocent smile. Tears flowed down his cheeks, uncontrollably. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. He gritted his teeth and said heavily, "I'm sorry. I don't have the ability to make all of you worry. I don't have the ability to protect all of you and make all of you worry. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." Luo Tian didn't know what to say. The line of defense in his heart seemed to have collapsed. Looking at his brother, his woman, and the innocent and cute and Chen Chen, Luo Tian's heart felt like it was pierced by countless arrows. Facing the heavenly soul demon monarch, he had always been tense. From the first day he came to this world, he had been forcing himself to work hard to cultivate and improve. He wanted to live a more exciting life in this world. He wanted to live a better life in this world. He wanted to roam this world with his brothers. He wanted to grow old with his beloved woman in this world. He was very tired, very tired. He was so tired that he didn't even know how tired he was. But with these brothers accompanying him, he was really happy. He desperately cherished this brotherhood that was not easy to come by. With these confidants accompanying him, he was very happy. His heart felt warm. Although he was still a virgin, he really felt that he was very blessed. For his brothers, for his woman, he still had to desperately persevere. Hearing Luo Tian's "I'm sorry," everyone could no longer hold back their tears. Tang Tang, Qin Yu, and the other women sobbed softly. Especially Tang Tang, her father had died in battle. Her tears were almost dry from crying. Now that she heard Luo Tian's "I'm sorry," her heart was about to break. Immediately after, Luo Tian's heart tightened. He stopped crying and said, "Seriously, you are not my burden. You are my pride. You are my everything. Without you, I am nothing. I will never agree to the heavenly soul demon monarch's request. Believe me. Just believe in me like before. I will definitely create a miracle. There is still one more day. Let's go crazy to our heart's content." Everyone raised their heads and looked at Luo Tian. Everyone's fists were clenched tightly. Their hearts were tightly linked together. They kept reminding themselves in their hearts that they had to work hard to cultivate and raise their cultivation. Only then would they be able to share more of the burden with Luo Tian. Only then would they be able to accompany Luo Tian to go further and further. Suddenly, a notification sounded in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! The 5th chapter was delivered. 51 votes. Old Cow was very excited. "Brothers, you are too fierce. Can you be any more fierce? 10 chapters tomorrow." Chapter 338. Suddenly a notification rang out. Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat as he waited quietly. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up the leader system. Current level 4. Leveled up? Luo Tian was stunned. Leveling up so suddenly? This was way too unexpected. Currently at level 4, he was only 1 level away from summoning the Heaven Sword. As long as he leveled up the leader system to level 5, he would be able to summon the Heaven Sword once. At that time, son of a bitch, Luo Tian grinned ferociously. His blood was boiling inside. "Boss, what's wrong with you? Are those void experts mocking you again?" Feng Lei couldn't help but ask when he saw Luo Tian's sinister sneer. Luo Tian waved his hand. "They're just a bunch of idiots. Don't bother about them. When I have the chance, I'll go and have tea with them one by one. At that time, I'll settle the score for today's mockery and humiliation." This is the last night. You guys go back and rest. Luo Tian looked at everyone's tired faces and could not help but feel his heart ache. And Chen Chun, in particular, had a tired look on her face. Her eyes were wide open, as if she could fall asleep at any moment. Qin Yuer asked, "What about you?" Luo Tian looked at the spiritual grass that was as tall as a mountain and said, "I have to prepare for tomorrow's battle. Don't stay behind. You guys won't be able to help me much. Go back and rest for the night. Recover your energy, and let's kill to our heart's content tomorrow. Brother Jiao, Fatty, Xian Yuan, Blind, the three of you stay behind. The rest of you go back and rest." Luo Tian had to make some preparations. The immortal slaying formation would definitely not be able to defend against the demon army. The Tian Hun demon lord was simply too strong. Once he was enraged, no one would be able to stop him. They could only try their best to delay him and look for an opportunity. Tang Tang and the rest did not insist on staying and left silently. Although they were reluctant, they did not want to cause trouble for Luo Tian. To Luo Tian, these were men's matters. He just had to watch the women. There were only 5 people left in the square. Luo Tian took out all the demon cores with different attributes, as well as the tens of thousands of Xian weapons that he had forged in the national treasury last time. He placed them in front of them and said, "Follow the directions that I said. Don't make any mistakes. Set everything up. The great city-protecting array will definitely not be able to withstand the heavenly soul demon sovereign. Breaking through the city is only a matter of time. Therefore, the location of the final battle will be inside the Heaven Sword City. My plan is to turn the Heaven Sword City into a killing ground with tens of thousands of small arrays." Tang Jiao's brows trembled as he asked excitedly, "How did you think of turning the Heaven Sword City into a killing ground with tens of thousands of small formations? This is too crazy. What is this tactic called?" Luo Tian pondered for a moment and smiled. "Mine warfare. Mine warfare. What's a landmine battle? Dragonhead, why are all the things you come up with so strange and so useful?" The 3 of them asked. Luo Tian did not explain and directly urged, "It's not time yet. Go and prepare. Look at the array blueprints carefully. Don't make a mistake. If you do, the power of the array won't be released. Don't worry, then we'll go." Luo Tian looked at the night sky, and the corners of his mouth curled up into an excited smile. The entire city was filled with the Hell's Lotus Array. Once one entered, it would be activated. The lotus had 9 petals, and each flower was illusory. This kind of killing power was not strong, but it could stall the demon army to the greatest extent. Other than the Hell's Lotus Array, there were also countless small ancient dragon-slaying arrays. Once one entered, it would be like stepping on a landmine. Even if they couldn't kill you, they would cripple you. Luo Tian's thoughts had always been extremely crazy. Even the landmine battle had been used. How could he not be crazy? Phew! Luo Tian looked at the pile of spirit grass that was like a mountain. His eyes darkened as he thought to himself, "Pills are blue medicine and red medicine. Whether it's myself or those warriors, they can't do without pills. There will definitely be a large number of casualties tomorrow. They will also need a large number of pills. Let's first try to refine the mysterious explosion pill." Summoning the green dragon cauldron, Luo Tian's hands moved extremely quickly. He placed a few spirit grass into the cauldron and activated the profound qi, releasing the alchemy technique that Xiao Yan practiced. The cauldron quickly emitted a fragrance and a dense, profound qi. Ding! Mysterious explosion pill successfully refined. Ding! Mysterious explosion pill successfully refined. Ding! Luo Tian did not stop, not even for a moment. Whether it was alchemy, forging, or engraving arrays, they all consumed a lot of mental strength. After a long time, one's mental strength would be exhausted. Those alchemists and blacksmiths, they would at most refine a few pills a day. They would not refine too many because it consumed too much true essence. But right now, Luo Tian, just like a machine on an assembly line, he did not stop for even a second, raising his speed to the limit as he crazily refined. He did not have the time to rest, not even for a second. Everyone was looking at him. The people of Heaven's Sword City were looking at him, and the experts spying from the void were looking at him. Luo Tian did not want to disappoint the people of Heaven's Sword City, did not want Tang Zhanlong to die in vain, and even more so, did not want the Tang dynasty to be destroyed. Furthermore, Luo Tian really wanted to use all his strength to slap those void experts in the face, and slap them until they could not breathe. Ding! Congratulations to player for leveling up in alchemy. Currently level 7. Damn, it's already a level 7 alchemy technique. How fierce is Laozi? Luo Tian let out a self-deprecating chuckle before throwing himself back into refining pills. The real person had gone completely crazy. The mountain of spirit grass gradually decreased, one by one turning into a large pile of pills behind Luo Tian. All of them were high-quality pills, and every single one of them was of the highest quality, releasing the medicinal properties of the spirit grass to the greatest extent. Huff! Huff! A few hours later, Luo Tian's face was filled with fatigue. The sweat on his forehead was like soybeans, rolling down with a slight movement. His clothes were already drenched, and seeing that there was still a lot of spirit grass, Luo Tian clenched his teeth and said, "Again!" Continue to cultivate. Crazy improvement. When Luo Tian went crazy, he was like a madman who had fallen into madness. The burden on his body was too heavy. For the sake of tomorrow's decisive battle, he had truly risked his life. Deep in the palace, Tang Qingtian looked at Luo Tian as tears streamed down his face. He had never shed a single tear for so many years. Even when his father and son died, he had never shed a single tear. But now he really couldn't help but tear up. He was moved by Luo Tian. "Child, it's been hard on you." Suddenly, a thought-sound transmission entered Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian laughed in his heart and said, "Elder Tang, this is what I should do." He owed it to the Tang dynasty. Although this country didn't mean much to him, he owed it to the Tang family. So he would pay with his life. Tang Qingtian said slightly, "Stop for now. I will pass on the power to control the imperial qi of the Tang dynasty's dragon vein to you." The first chapter has been delivered. Brothers, 10 chapters today. Let the old cow see the monthly votes fly. Chapter 339. No, absolutely not. Luo Tian did not hesitate at all and directly refused. The dragon vein royal qi was the power of a country's destiny. If he destroyed it, then this country, Luo Tian really did not dare to imagine the consequences. Therefore, he rejected it without even thinking about it. Tang Qingtian's voice deepened as he shouted, "I am currently unable to come out of seclusion. Even if I do, I am not a match for Demon King Tianhan. Everything depends on you. I know very well how heavy the burden on your shoulders is. Tomorrow will be an unprecedented, decisive battle. If you lose, Heaven's Sword City and the Tang dynasty will no longer exist. Since that is the case, what are you hesitating for? The dragon vein royal qi has existed since the birth of the Tianxian continent. It is extremely vast. Even I cannot find out how powerful it is, nor can I completely control it. Rather than letting an old man like me control it, it would be better for you to control it. This way, you will be of some help on the battlefield." Consuming his life source, Tang Qingtian was very clear that even if he came out, he was not a match for Demon King Tianhan. He was very weak now and needed time to recover. If he appeared again and died, half of the people of Tang dynasty would collapse. If even the profound sage old ancestor could not do it, then who could resist the demon army? Luo Tian opened his mouth to say something. He still wanted to reject, but without waiting for him to speak, Tang Qingtian's eyebrows moved and a dragon's might was released. He warned in a deep voice, "Child, let's begin now. Be one with your mind and don't think too much. I believe in you. The people of Tang Dynasty also believe in you. You will definitely be able to save Heaven Sword City, just like how I believe that you will be able to trample the Dragon King under your feet within 10 years. Roar!" A dull dragon's roar suddenly sounded from the depths of the palace and shot into the sky. A true dragon, condensed from the royal chi, soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the huge dragon had directly rushed down from Luo Tian's head. Boom! 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 There was a roar in Luo Tian's body. His entire body was trembling violently. The power of the royal chi was rapidly transforming Luo Tian's body. It was constantly strengthening, and strengthening. His entire body was wrapped in a golden flame. At this moment, this ball of golden flames soared into the sky, releasing a dazzling light. The entire profound sky continent could see this beam of golden light that soared into the sky. Crazy! That old guy, Tang Qingtian, is really crazy. How could he pass on the imperial chi of the Tang Dynasty to a country bumpkin? Is he senile? What right does this kid have to receive the imperial chi? This dog thing's luck is too good. He actually managed to obtain the imperial energy of the great Tang that has existed for less than 10,000 years. What right does he have to obtain this energy? What is Tang Qingtian thinking? Does he think that this trash can save the great Tang? I think he is crazy, completely crazy. Yunhai sect. Enlightened Master Huang Yin was taken aback at first, but then he couldn't stop laughing as he loudly mocked. That old thing Tang Qingtian is really muddle-headed. He actually passed down the power of the imperial aura to a piece of trash who is only at the Mystic King realm. Ha ha ha, looks like the great Tang Empire is really going to be destroyed. Immediately after, Taoist Yellow Cloud turned around and looked at Nangong Ju. "Sect Master, it's time to make a move. Father, if you want to take revenge for me, you must kill Luo Tian in the cruelest way possible. That Tang, that bitch." After more than a month, Nangong Hao's face was still somewhat pale, and his body did not have the slightest bit of strength. Enlightened Master Huang Yin chuckled and said, "There's no need for us to do anything. They are all dead. Even if Luo Tian obtains the inheritance of the imperial aura, he will not be able to resist the heavenly soul, demon sovereign." Nangong Ju's expression turned cold as he said, "Pass down my orders. In an hour, the disciples of the War Hall will set off with me." Enlightened Master Huang Yin laughed excitedly and said, "Yes, sir." Nangong Ju stared at the night sky, at the golden light that soared into the sky. His eyes were cold as he said coldly, "Regardless of whether you can resist the heavenly soul demon sovereign or not, the great Tang Empire will be destroyed. Your great Tang Empire has been in the profound sky continent for too long. It's time for it to be destroyed." At the same time, many people and sects were taking action. The gathered disciples were all heading towards the great Tang Empire's territory. As for those small countries that had been suppressed by the great Tang Empire for thousands of years, the small lords were like vicious wolves as they charged into the great Tang Empire's territory. Soul Palace. The Soul King frowned, and after a moment he muttered to himself, "Tang Qingtian, aren't you betting too much?" In the dark cage, Li Shui could feel the power of the imperial chi and the national fate rushing towards her. She was delighted, but at the same time her heart tightened. She was happy for Luo Tian. After inheriting this power, his cultivation base would be greatly improved. At the same time, she was also sad because of her mother. Her mother had lied to her. She did not ask the Soul King to send reinforcements. Or it could be said that the entire Soul Palace had never thought of saving Luo Tian, and she was just a chess piece of the Soul Palace. This feeling was very uncomfortable. She began to hate this place more and more. That hatred came from the depths of her heart. This time, Li Shui did not crash into the dark cage like before. Instead, she sat cross-legged, and a little star power appeared on her body. This power gradually approached the imperial aura and the power of the country's fate that rushed into the sky from Luo Tian's body. She wanted to integrate the star power into Luo Tian's imperial aura and the power of the country's fate, so that Luo Tian could obtain two unparalleled powers at the same time. Luo Tian went crazy. So did Tang Qingtian. Now, Li Shuer went crazy with Luo Tian. Rumble. The imperial aura and the power of the country's fate suddenly made an extremely comfortable sound. A groan. Tang Qingtian's eyes widened, and he was overjoyed. Kid, you have to bear it. Someone is transmitting the star power. This is an incredible power, even more powerful than the imperial aura and the power of the country's fate. Luo Tian was startled, and he immediately thought of Li Shuer. The longing in his heart suddenly surged out. Shuer, are you okay? Don't think too much. Accept these two powers with all your might. You can't be distracted at all. Otherwise, not only will you hurt yourself, but you will also hurt her. Do you understand? Tang Qingtian reminded. Luo Tian immediately put away the longing in his heart and completely relaxed his body, allowing the two powers to madly surge into his body. His body was constantly being modified. His internal organs, mind, sea of consciousness, skin, flesh, tendons, bones, blood, and even his pores were all changing and transforming at a crazy rate. All of Luo Tian's tiredness was swept away, and his entire body was filled with an inexhaustible strength. These two powers, one was like the raging sea in the center of the earth. The other was like the endless power of the stars in the sky. At this moment, Luo Tian was completely boiling. The second chapter has been delivered. 10 chapters today. Brothers, our monthly votes are only 70 votes away from the front page. Can we rush to the front page and let more brothers see this book? Old Cow urgently needs the support of monthly votes. Chapter 340. Boom! There was a loud explosion in the sky. Boom! There was a loud explosion in Luo Tian's body as well. The two forces disappeared. Luo Tian's body was like a sea of energy that kept churning. He had never felt that kind of energy before, so he was extremely excited. He clenched his fists gently. Bang, bang, bang. The space around his body began to distort as the energy exploded. Dark cracks appeared in the space, looking extremely ferocious. Too strong. The perfect fusion of two forces. Luo Tian was ecstatic. Indeed, one was the power of the great Tang Empire that had gathered for 10,000 years. How powerful was that? And then there was the power of the stars that filled the sky. How powerful was this? Two such powerful forces fused together and entered Luo Tian's body, increasing his strength to an unprecedented level. How powerful was that? The two forces that made people gasp in amazement. Luo Tian was extremely excited. Outside Sky Sword City, Demon Monarch Tianhun peered into the void and his face darkened. With a thought, his voice was transmitted to Sky Sword City. Kid, I've given you a chance. I hope you cherish it and don't make a stupid choice. This is your only chance. I don't care about the power of the Emperor's aura, the power of the nation, and the power of the stars that have yet to take shape. In the ancient world, these two forces are nothing. So don't try your luck and fight with me. You're really too weak. The voice was transmitted to Luo Tian's mind. It was very calm. He was reminding Luo Tian not to do anything stupid. Following him was the only choice. It was the only way to reach the heavens. It was also a warning to Luo Tian that his strength was not worth mentioning at all. Compared to him, he couldn't be any weaker. Luo Tian naturally understood. He smiled and did not say anything. Instead, he continued to refine the spiritual herbs that he had not finished refining. His speed was even faster than before. The medicinal properties of the elixirs were stronger than before. These were the effects of the power of the stars and the power of the Emperor's aura. Demon Monarch Tianhun closed his eyes and withdrew his consciousness. He muttered to himself, I hope you can make the right choice. Otherwise, Demon Lord, why do you care so much about a human? Humans are nothing good. If it weren't for that treacherous and despicable human, we wouldn't have been trapped in the demon sealing array for tens of thousands of years. Humans are nothing good. General Black God is right. A human's desire is even more terrifying than an ancient black hole. If you give him a foot, he will give you 10 feet. Even if this brat has some ability, he is only at the Mystic King realm. He is simply not worthy to roam the world with the demon monarch. That's right. He's just a human that's as weak as an ant. It's his greatest honor to be given a chance to live by the demon lord. But he actually rejected it. This is simply a humiliation to you. Many of the demon commanders were confused. After following demon monarch Tianhun for so many years, they had never seen him care so much about a human. Demon monarch Tianhun himself could not explain it. He only saw the shadow of a certain expert from the ancient world on Luo Tian. Furthermore, he admired Luo Tian from the bottom of his heart. His unyielding heart, his leadership ability, and the arrogance and savagery he emitted were all admirable. Therefore, he had the idea of letting Luo Tian follow him. However, demon monarch Tianhun had his own bottom line. He gave Luo Tian a day to consider. It would be best if Luo Tian agreed after a day. If not, everything in Heaven Sword City would disappear. Demon monarch Tianhuan's expression turned cold as his gaze tightened. He said, In the demon sealing array, I once said that I would kill all humans in profound sky continent. Today, that brat surprised me and made me want to subdue him. After tomorrow, whether he agrees or not, Heaven Sword City will no longer exist. He suddenly made a decision. Regardless of whether Luo Tian agreed or not, Heaven Sword City would disappear from this world. The expressions of the many demon commanders shook as they laughed wildly in excitement. Late at night, Heaven Sword City was completely silent. There wasn't even the sound of dogs barking. It was so quiet that it was terrifying. Luo Tian finished refining the spirit grass that was piled up like a mountain and looked at the large pile of pills beside him. I hope that I can save some people tomorrow. It was also at this time. A few more figures appeared in the plaza. Xian Yuanyi, Feng Lei, and the others had returned. Boss, according to your instructions, everything has been arranged properly. Feng Lei said, looking at the large pile of pills beside Luo Tian. His face was shocked, and he muttered to himself, Boss is indeed boss, to be able to refine so many pills in such a short period of time. He's simply too awesome. The others also had looks of shock on their faces. Tang Jiu could feel an incomparably surging imperial aura from Luo Tian's body, which was even stronger than the imperial aura from his father, Tang Zhanlong. He couldn't help but think of the golden light that soared into the sky just now, and laughed happily, saying, Luo Tian, this is really great. It's old Senior Tang who thinks highly of me. I will definitely not let him down. Luo Tian said seriously. These two powers had helped him too much, and he was extremely grateful in his heart. Then, Luo Tian said, Do you have enough profound explosion pills on you? If it's not enough, then take some more. Tomorrow is destined to be a fierce battle, and we might all die, so don't hold back any of your strength in tomorrow's battle. Release all of your strength to your heart's content, and don't be like the old rules from before. Kill as many as you can. Feng Lei laughed foolishly, rubbed his hands, and said somewhat impatiently, I can finally go all out tomorrow. Last time at the Dow Commerce Alliance, I didn't even use my full strength, and in this month I have already absorbed all of the 10,000 beast essence blood you gave me. Boss, take a good look tomorrow. Before Xian Yuanyi could say anything, the titanic gate divine sword let out a faint sword cry. Xian Yuanyi laughed lightly and said, I came to Heaven Sword City to challenge the experts on the heaven ranking. My goal is the continent's #1 sword expert. One sword shocking the clouds Huaying. He started from the heaven ranking, and I also started from the heaven ranking. I will definitely defeat him and become the #1 swordsman. Blind Lu grinned, revealing his big yellow teeth, took down the arrow from his back, and laughed. Fierce men! Do you want me to play a song for you to listen to? Scram! Scram! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! The 5 of them laughed loudly. Their smiles were incomparably wide and brilliant. This feeling was really good. Fight together, cry together, laugh together, live and die together. This was a brother. The brotherly love that Luo Tian cherished with his life. Following that, Luo Tian told them to go back and rest for a while, to recuperate and fight with all their might tomorrow. And he himself left. He walked to a unique and elegant courtyard in the palace. The elegant courtyard was brightly lit. Tang Tang, Qin Yu, and Chun Chun, Deji, and the others were waiting for Luo Tian. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. 70 votes is a little far, so let's set our sights a little closer. We're still short of 15 votes to catch up to the person in front. Brothers, let's use our bayonets and stab the chrysanthemum in front. Chapter 341. Luo Tian stood at the entrance and looked at the 4 people in the courtyard. He looked at them quietly. It was very quiet. It was very heartwarming. Luo Tian felt very warm in his heart. His lips could not help but curl into a smile. Then he turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, and Chun Chun moved gently in her mother's arms. Rubbing her eyes, she said, Luo Tian, big brother, is here. Huh, here. Stinky. Hooligan, are you going to leave after taking a look at us? The girls went out to welcome him. Luo Tian turned around and said with a smile, Just one look is enough. Just one look at you guys, and I feel full of energy. Right now, even if the Heavenly Soul Demon King is standing in front of me, I can kill him with a single punch. Let's see if he can still be arrogant. And Chen Chen ran over from afar and threw herself into Luo Tian's arms. She wrapped her legs around Luo Tian's waist and giggled. Big brother Luo Tian, I missed you so much. Ever since we separated, I've been missing you. She was innocent and cute. Her delicate little face and clear eyes made one unable to help but feel happy. Luo Tian gently scratched in Chun Chun's little nose and said with a smile, I missed you too. And Chun Chun giggled and burrowed into Luo Tian's arms. She said very softly, Big brother Luo Tian, big sister Tang Tang, and big sister. Also, my mother said that she wants to fight with you for 3,000 rounds. You must not fight with them. You can't beat the 3 of them alone. Huh. Luo Tian looked at Tang Tang and the others and was slightly stunned. Tang Tang, Qin and the other 2's faces turned red instantly, especially Daji. Luo Tian did not dare to look at her directly because she was really too alluring. If he took a few more glances, he would not be able to control himself. At this moment, her face was flushed red and her eyes were extremely charming. Her gaze was so alluring that it felt as though his soul was about to be hooked out by her. Damn it, Tang Tang muttered in a low voice. Chun Chun, you're not a good girl at all. All you do is tell on me. I won't buy you candied haws next time. Qin Yuer was a bold woman. She walked up to Luo Tian and said, Initially we had planned to meet Big Sister, the young phoenix Li Shuer. After that, we would seek her permission to sleep with you. However, the situation is a little special now. We know even if you don't tell us. None of us know what will happen after tomorrow. So, we've decided to give you our bodies. The moment she finished speaking, Qin Yuer's ears were flushed red. No matter how gutsy she was, it was still extremely difficult for a girl to say something like this. It was the same for Tang Tang. Daji bit her lips and said softly, Even if we die tomorrow, we'll still be your women in hell. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces turned even redder. It was as if they were saying that they had given their bodies to him. No matter where they went, even if they died, they would still be Luo Tian's women. They had his mark on them, so they would always be his women, Luo Tian was touched. He was really touched. Looking at the three of them, Luo Tian chuckled. You guys are really silly, really silly. We are really silly, but we're only silly for you. We're silly, but we're happy. We're not silly at all. We're the happiest women in the world. Each of them said something. When they spoke, their expressions were blissful. They were happy. Following Luo Tian gave them a different feeling. It was as though they were in a completely different world. Excitement, nervousness, and meticulous care. It made them feel what it meant to be happy, what it meant to be on tenterhooks, and what it meant to be in love. Initially, they wanted to make a decision after meeting Li Shuer, but the heavenly soul demon lord was too strong. They did not know if there would be a tomorrow. That was why they made such a decision. Luo Tian knew this clearly in his heart as well. He clenched his fists tightly under his sleeves. He was extremely displeased and said, Heavenly Soul Demon Lord, you mother asterisk king made my women restless. Tomorrow I'll definitely kill you. Pressure. It was a very heavy pressure. If not for the Heavenly Soul Demon Lord, they would not be like this. Luo Tian really wanted to get rid of his virginity. He really wanted to experience the joy of sex and the feeling of making love. But not now. Luo Tian's voice sank, as though something was stuck in his throat. He said with a hoarse voice, Your bodies will be mine sooner or later, but not today. Wait until I cripple the Heavenly Soul Demon Lord. Then you can reward me. Ah, damn it, you'll die. Stinky bastard. Bastard, do you know why we're doing this? Can't you think about yourself? Don't always think about us. Think about yourself. It's enough that we have so many happy days. It's really enough. Tang Tang cried softly, and Chun Chun pursed her lips and held back her tears. She said softly, Big Brother Luo Tian, just agree to the Heavenly Soul Demon Lord's request. I've been really happy in the past year with you. Chun Chun has been happy every day. Chun Chun promises you that even if I die, I'll continue to be happy. Kiki. Luo Tian gritted his teeth as his heart sank again. Immediately after, Luo Tian put Chun Chun down and looked at them very seriously. He said calmly, Wait for me here. I'll definitely come back alive. With that said, Luo Tian turned and strode into the darkness. He didn't dare look back. His tears flowed down uncontrollably. This feeling was truly unbearable. Looking at them one by one, Luo Tian's heart felt like it was being squeezed by something. It was very painful, very painful. At the same time, he roared in his heart, Heavenly Soul Demon Lord, if I don't cripple you tomorrow, I'll take your surname. All of this came from the pressure of the demon army. The air in the Heaven Sword City seemed to be filled with pressure, causing people to feel oppressed. The girls watched as Luo Tian's figure disappeared. Their tears also flowed down, but no one cried out loud. They quietly watched as the man gradually disappeared into the distance. Their hearts were in suspense. Tomorrow, no matter what, they would accompany Luo Tian. Whether it was life or death, they would all be together. Luo Tian walked into the darkness and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the location where Feng Lei and the others had set up the Xian soldier formation. Walking into the heart of the formation, Luo Tian's energy surged out. With a move of his right hand, he released the array carving technique and shouted, Hell's Lotus Formation, open for me! Buzz. The profound chi and the profound weapon gathered together, and the illusory power of the array rose up. Hell's Lotus Formation, open for me! Countless array formations in the city were activated by Luo Tian one by one. Hell's Lotus Formation, Ancient Dragon Slaying Array. Luo Tian once again went crazy, activating tens of thousands of array formations. Looking at the dawn, Luo Tian roared angrily and said heavily, Heavenly Soul Demon Lord, I will definitely kill you, I must. Chapter 4. Chapter 342. The pressure on Luo Tian's shoulders was truly huge. Even if he obtained the power of the stars and the power of the country, the pressure was still huge. especially the words that the heavenly soul devil monarch had said to him. Obviously, he did not place these two powers in his eyes, which meant that he was not afraid of them. Otherwise, he would have interrupted the two powers the moment they entered Luo Tian's body. It was precisely because he did not interrupt them that it proved that he was not afraid at all. The eastern sky began to brighten. A new day had begun. People appeared on the streets, one after another. Their faces were filled with sleepiness, and it was obvious that most of them had not slept at all last night. No one could sleep. There were even quite a few people who were secretly paying attention to Luo Tian. They were afraid that he would leave. Luo Tian was also very clear that, if it was him, he would also be afraid of such a thing happening. More and more people appeared in the plaza. Looking at the mountain of pills, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Brother Jiu, give each of the 50,000 Imperial Guards a profound explosion pill. They'll be under your and Feng Lei's command. Remember to use them together. Don't use them one by one, or else it will be difficult to unleash their power. Luo Tian said in a serious tone. Tang Jiu changed into a general's armor, knelt on one knee, and shouted very seriously, Tang Jiu accepts the order. Following that, he immediately gathered the Imperial Guards. Feng Lei was startled and immediately chased after him. Luo Tian continued. Xian Yuan, there are still 10,000 profound explosion pills and 100,000 healing pills here. Distribute them in order. Remember to only distribute them to warriors above the profound spirit realm. As for warriors below the profound spirit realm, let them hide at the back. The demon army was too strong, and the warriors of the profound spirit realm were like ants to them. However, there was no other way now. He could only gather the warriors with decent cultivations. Xian Yuan also followed Tang Jiu and knelt on one knee, and said heavily, Xian Yuan accepts the order. Then he quickly retreated. Luo Tian looked at Blind Lu again and said, Blind Lu, I didn't ask you to play the war song yesterday. Today, your mission is to let every warrior in the Heaven Sword City hear the war song, Never Say Die. Blind Lu was slightly taken aback. He said somewhat anxiously, Boss, the War Song Palace concert troupe is already fully capable of performing. It's the same even without me. I want to go to the front lines. They're already at the front lines. You can't let me command some concert troupe alone, right? Seeing Feng Lei and the others become great generals leading troops, how could he bear it? Luo Tian said in a low voice, Do you think it's that easy to play a war song? Do you think you're just playing a simple war song? Tang Tang, you and Chun Chun all need your protection. Humph. I don't need protection. While speaking, Tang Tang, Qin Yuer, Daji, and even in Chun Chun were armed to the teeth. Valiant and formidable, awe-inspiring. The appearance of the four of them immediately caused a commotion. Luo Tian's brows furrowed and he said, What's the situation with you guys? Didn't I tell you guys to wait at home? What are you doing out here? We are also citizens of the Tang dynasty. We also have to contribute to the Heaven Sword City. We are not weaker than these warriors. That's right, big brother Luo Tian. I can already control a little of my power, hee. And Chun Chun took away a small steel hat and held a small wooden sword in her hand. She looked extremely cute, but this was a battlefield. Being cute was not enough to kill the enemy. Luo Tian rolled his eyes. Seeing that they were not prepared to leave, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. All right, Blind Lu, arrange the matters of the concert troupe. Once the city protection formation is broken, immediately raise the war song. If I don't hear it, I will definitely not let you off. After arranging it, you will protect. Follow them to kill the enemy. Understood. Blind Lu grinned. Looking at the beautiful and proud sisters-in-law, Blind Lu grinned and revealed his yellow teeth. Sisters-in-law, do you want me to play a song for you guys? Scram! Scram! Uncle Blind, don't play any more songs. Chuin Chuin's eardrums can't take it, he? Blind, Lu laughed heartily and quickly left. Everything that could be arranged had been arranged. Everything that could be used had been used. Luo Tian had used up all the resources he could. Now, the only thing left was to wait. Wait for a day's time. This was a very painful process, but it was also a process that made one look forward to it. Luo Tian looked at the sky and furrowed his brows. Since last night, he had been thinking about how to raise the leader system to level 5. But no matter how he thought of a way, how he contributed to the Heaven Sword City, how he made the warriors of the Heaven Sword City worship him, he was still unable to raise the level of the leader system. With his current strength, he was afraid. Luo Tian was not confident. The incarnation of the demon emperor Xing Tian, the release of the 10,000 demons' great art, coupled with the Tying divine pearl, the power of the stars, and the power of the emperor's qi, all of these powers added together were probably not a match for the heavenly soul, demon monarch. The only thing that could contend against him was probably the heavenly sword, the legendary flying sword from beyond the heavens, a heavenly sword that no one had ever seen before, but it existed. I don't care anymore. Luo Tian's brows relaxed, and he thought to himself, let's fight it out first. If I can't, then we'll think of a way. Damn it, if I keep thinking like this, my head will explode. He really wanted to raise the leader system to level 5. Then, the moment the heavenly soul demon monarch came out, he immediately slashed down with his sword. After finishing the job, he would wait for the items to drop. This was great. However, the leader system did not have any notifications at all. How could he level it up? It was completely dependent on Sir System's mood, which made Luo Tian feel a little helpless. Immediately, Luo Tian's mind abandoned all distracting thoughts and waited for time to pass. From the looks of it, he wants to fight Demon Lord Tianhun head-on. I've been worried for the entire night. I was really afraid that he would join Demon Lord Tianhuan's team. Now, it seems like my worries were unnecessary. Ha ha ha. This kid is dead for sure. Heaven Sword City is about to become a dead city filled with rivers of blood. This kid has been struggling at death's door for an entire day. In the end, he's still going to die. A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. No matter how hard he struggles, he's still a country bumpkin like mud. If he wants to overturn the heavens, then he'll become a dead turtle. Ha ha ha. The mocking voices in the air rang out. Luo Tian sneered towards the sky and said without restraint, all of you old things, just you wait. Next time, don't let me meet you. If I meet you, it will be the day of your death. Son of a bitch. The fire was getting bigger. It buzzed like a fly all day long. It was very irritating. If they were present, Luo Tian would not care about Demon Lord Tianhun at all. He would just kill them first. F***CK. A sneer sounded out in the air. It was also at this time. The sky suddenly changed, and the demonic flames surged into the sky. Demon Lord Tianhuan's huge figure appeared in the sky and asked in a deep voice, "Time's up!" Chapter 5. The monthly votes were getting further and further away. Brothers, are we not doing our best? For the entire morning, Old Cow's fingers did not stop moving. Could he ask for a monthly vote? Chapter 343. Time's up. Demon Lord Tianhuan's voice exploded in the air. Demonic flames spread across the sky, instantly covering the entire sky above Heaven Sword City, not allowing a single ray of light to pass through. Suppression. Incomparable suppression. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Some of the children couldn't help but cry loudly. Their mothers hugged them tightly, holding them in their arms, and said softly, "Don't cry, don't cry. Prince Consort won't abandon us, he won't." Immediately after, many people looked at Luo Tian again. Demon Lord Tianhuan's eyes moved slightly, but he still reminded Luo Tian, "Brat, you better think carefully. Joining me is the right choice. If not, your life will end today." His voice was ice cold, and it carried a powerful pressure. Luo Tian's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. This time he didn't use the power of the 5th level of Berserk to withstand the pressure. The power of the stars and the power of the country's fate had indeed strengthened his body by a lot. He raised his head to look at the sky, the corner of his mouth curled up, and said, "Actually, I wanted to say it yesterday. I'm really sorry I can't agree to it because, ha ha ha, this brat really didn't agree to Demon Lord Tianhuan's request. I was really afraid that he would agree to Demon Lord Tianhuan's request, but I didn't expect him to reject it. This time, this brat's life is over, ha ha ha. I want to see how he will block the demon army today, and how arrogant he can continue to be. Humph, what an idiot." The experts in the air heaved a sigh of relief. They were really worried that Luo Tian would agree to Demon Lord Tianhuan's request. If he really agreed, then they definitely wouldn't have a good life. But now that Luo Tian had rejected him, they had nothing to worry about. As for Luo Tian, he was dead for sure. The citizens of Heaven's Sword City had a completely different reaction from these experts. Long live Prince Consort. I told you he wouldn't abandon us. Look, Prince Consort definitely won't abandon us. Ha ha ha. The plaza was filled with cheers. As for Feng Lei, Xian Yuani, and the others, their gazes were locked as their expressions became extremely solemn. In the end, he chose to stay. If that was the case, the final battle was about to begin, said Feng Lei with a smile on his face. He looked at Xian Yuani and said, "Brother, let's go all out today. Let's see who can kill the most. Let's see who kills the most. Count me in." Blind Lu also hurriedly ran over. Xian Yuani grinned and said loudly, "If there's a next life, we'll be brothers again and follow boss." Of course. Demon Monarch Tianhan was enraged. He stared at Luo Tian and shouted, "No one dares to reject me. No one. You are the first. I want to know why." Luo Tian didn't think too much about it and said directly, "The reason is really simple. It's because I want to blow you up." "Kill me? What did you kill me with?" Demon Sovereign Tianhan was momentarily confused. Luo Tian chuckled. "In layman's terms, I'm going to kill you." "Ha ha ha! Woo ha ha ha!" Demon Sovereign Tianhan laughed maniacally towards the sky. His voice was like muffled thunder that fell from the 9 heavens, continuously striking the great city barrier array. The profound light shield trembled slightly, as though it was unable to withstand the shock waves. "Kid, this demon sovereign is very angry, very angry. I think highly of you, but you don't know how to appreciate favors. All right. Then I let you experience my power. I'll let you experience the power of my devil army." Demon Sovereign Tianhan was furious. Being rejected by a puny human was such a shameful thing. This was simply a humiliation to him. The anger in his heart erupted uncontrollably. The devil flames on his body were like raging black flames that burned the sky, as though they wanted to burn the sky. Powerful, an incomparably powerful aura erupted. Everyone in Heaven's Sword City felt their hearts being crushed. They couldn't even breathe. Then, Demon Sovereign Tianhan coldly glanced at the great city barrier array above Heaven's Sword City and sneered in disdain. "Trash array, break for me!" A gigantic palm slapped down. Luo Tian's expression changed, and he suddenly shouted, "Everyone be careful!" Rumble. Under Demon Sovereign Tianhuan's palm, the immortal extermination killing array was like a bubble. With a light pop, it burst. However, after all, the immortal extermination great array was condensed from the profound chi within the magic treasure, profound weapon, and spirit weapon in the entire treasury. When the gigantic palm slapped down, it canceled out most of the power. The moment the array was broken, it was as if a gust of wind had suddenly pressed down. All of a sudden, sand and rocks flew everywhere. Houses collapsed, and gigantic rocks flew all over the sky. The entire Heaven Sword City was like the end of the world. This was still because the great city barrier array had cancelled out the power of Demon sovereign Tianhuan's palm. Otherwise, just this palm alone would have destroyed the entire Heaven Sword City. He broke through the city in one move. Demon, sovereign Tianhuan's strength exceeded Luo Tian's expectations. Luo Tian's heart faintly moved, and he could not help but think to himself, "Good, really strong, as expected of the ultimate boss." The stronger it was, the more excited Luo Tian became. This was because the stronger the boss, the better the equipment it would drop. There was no doubt about this. Looking at Demon Sovereign Tianhun, who was filled with golden light, Luo Tian was not afraid at all. Instead, he was excited and filled with killing intent. Looking at the sky, Luo Tian grinned sinisterly and excitedly. His smile was sinister. He was like a madman who had crawled out of hell. Pointing to the sky, Luo Tian roared, "I'm going to explode you. I'm really going to explode you." However, in his heart, he thought to himself, "Damn, how many good divine level equipment will drop after killing this guy? I'm too damn excited." You want to fight with me, right? You want to lead this group of ants to fight with me, right? All right, I'll give you a chance on the main battlefield. Demon Sovereign Tianhun was incomparably furious, his figure retracted, and a thunderous voice sounded out in the air, heavily shouting, "Demon army, attack, kill all the humans in Heaven's Sword City for me. Leave no one alive. I want blood to flow like a river in Heaven's Sword City. I want to use their blood to wash away the humiliation I suffered today." Rumble. As soon as Demon Sovereign Tianhun finished speaking, the black mass of demon generals pressed forward, charging toward the Heaven's Sword City at lightning speed. "It's over. It's really over. Ha ha ha. Heaven's Sword City is really finished. The dynasty that hasn't been around for 10,000 years is finally going to collapse. Brothers, our chance has come. After today, there will be no more Tang dynasty. Kill." Outside Heaven's Sword City, smoke rose. It was the same at the borders of Tang dynasty. The various sects took advantage of the situation and began to crazily occupy the resources. At this moment, Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly and shouted in the direction of the palace, "War song rise!" Chapter 6. Thank you, Alliance Leader, for the 200,000 book coins reward. Old Cow is extremely grateful. Therefore, Old Cow will continue with 10 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 344. War Song Rise. Luo Tian's voice fell, and the performance group in the palace suddenly moved. Boom! The war drums sounded, and as soon as the drums fell, a surging war song began to play. In an instant, Luo Tian released the power of the Level 4 leader system, directly enveloping every single person in the Heaven's Sword City. In that instant, everyone's eyes trembled, the blood in their hearts ignited, their fighting spirit ignited, and a ball of fire ignited in their eyes. In that moment, his morale exploded. Feng Lei roared furiously. The ferocious blood scales on his body surged out. His eyes were bloodshot as he listened to the music of Never Give Up. His heart was boiling. He looked at Luo Tian and said, "Boss, what kind of music is this? It's so good. My blood is boiling just listening to it. I feel like my strength is about to burst out." Not only Feng Lei, everyone in the square was the same as him. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire. The blood in his entire body surged, completely ignited. Luo Tian was the same. Although he often listened to it in his previous life, it was a completely different feeling to hear it in this other world. Moreover, the level of the palace's performance group had truly exceeded Luo Tian's imagination. It was completely incomparable to the music in his previous life. Furthermore, Luo Tian was currently in the midst of it, completely different from the killing on the internet. The war song was inspiring. It could greatly increase one's morale and combat strength. Coupled with the release of Luo Tian's Level 4 leader system's power, those warriors' faces were ferocious, and even if the Heaven's Soul Demon King were to personally come, they would not be afraid. This was the powerful effect of the war song, to make a person fearless. It made a person's blood boil. Report. The demon army has broken through the east gate. Report. The demon army has broken through the south gate. Following that, the 4 main gates were broken through together, and the 16 smaller gates were the same. No one was afraid as they all looked at Luo Tian. Feng Lei in the lead. He shouted heavily, "Boss, I'll go snipe the east gate. I'll beat these demon bastards until they can't even shit, and let them know that our Heaven Sword City is not that easy to enter." "My south gate," Xian Yuan shouted. "North gate. I'm Shimin." People kept jumping out, all of them eager to give it a try. It was as if they had endless energy in their bodies. They were all extremely excited, and their killing intent was incomparably strong. Luo Tian smiled and said, "It's just a bunch of little devils. That's good too. Let me deal with this group of little devils alone." Luo Tian was overjoyed as he thought to himself, "This is great. I can use these little demons to raise the myriad demon great art to the 10th level and increase the power of the Tai-In Divine Pearl. When the time comes, I will be able to fight against the Tian Han demon monarch. Prince Consort, there are tens of thousands of devils. How are you going to guard 4 gates by yourself?" "Exactly. Prince Consort, leave these soldiers to us." "Yeah, we can do it." One by one, they jumped out to fight. Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "You are the last line of defense of the Heaven Sword City. The citizens of the Heaven Sword City are all waiting for your protection. These little soldiers don't even need to make a move. I can annihilate them all. It can be considered a slap to the Tian Han demon monarch's face, telling him that this is the result of underestimating the Heaven Sword City." Then Luo Tian moved in the air, feeling the devil flames pouncing towards him from all directions. He laughed sinisterly, and with the control of his right palm, he directly slapped towards the air. Streaks of mysterious rune power shot out from his body. Like sparks, Luo Tian firmly controlled the array formation at the 4 gates of the city. Following that, his brows tightened, and he suddenly became angry and shouted, 10,000 array kill, open for me! Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless array formations at the 4 city gates were activated, and the power of the array soared into the sky, like a ray of light shooting out from a crack in the ground. At this moment, the demon soldiers who were the first to rush in were quickly killed. Ding, ding, ding. Luo Tian's eardrums were about to explode. The system beep was like 1,000 mortars, blasting out at the same time. That feeling was too great, too wonderful. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Explosions continued to sound out from the 4 city gates. The corpses of the demons continued to explode. One by one, they were killed by the power of the array. Hell's lotus formation. 9 flowers, 9 illusions. If one was not careful, they would be drawn into the illusion. Even though the ancient power of the ancient dragon-slaying formation wasn't as strong, it was still a piece of cake for it to kill these small demon soldiers. It was killing everything in its path. Monsters attacking the city. Humph! I'll make it so that none of you can return. How can my city be so easy to break through? Luo Tian sneered in his heart. He knew that the city gate would definitely not be able to be defended, so he did not bother to defend it. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing, current level, Xian King Stage 9. In less than a minute, he leveled up. Luo Tian grinned and laughed excitedly. Hee, just one more level and I'll be able to reach the Xianzong realm. At that time, I'll be able to obtain the system's reward again. Suddenly, Luo Tian realized a very important problem. Would the Heavenly Soul Demon Lord trigger the system's reward? He was a super boss. According to the system standards, he would definitely trigger the system's reward. Such a powerful boss should have an extremely awesome reward, right? Damn it! I must kill this guy, or else I'll suffer a huge loss." Luo Tian's mind stirred. The killing intent in his heart was released uncontrollably. He wanted nothing more than to immediately kill the Heavenly Soul Demon Lord, and then explode. What is this? Those devil army soldiers were instantly killed. Oh my God! Other than the large defensive array outside. When did the city have so many small-scale formations? Furthermore, every single one of them is filled with killing power. Could these all be formations refined by the prince consort? Amazing. Seeing the demons that rushed into the city being killed in an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. Their shocked expressions could not be any worse, and the worship in their hearts rose to a very high level. At this moment, they were more and more convinced that Luo Tian could save them. Luo Tian was the savior sent by the heavens. In the air, the faces of the experts became extremely ugly again. Everyone felt uncomfortable, and some even started to curse the Heavenly Soul Demon Lord. Too useless. Such a demon army doesn't even have the slightest bit of ability. What AF * king shame. Humph, don't be complacent. This is only the first wave. There are even stronger demons behind. Let's see how you block them. Right, the good show is yet to come. Heavenly Soul Demon Lord was furious. Extremely furious. Counting yesterday, this was already the third time Luo Tian had blocked the attack of the devil army. Suddenly, Black God stood up, moved his hands, and knelt down on one knee. "Demon Lord, let me flatten Heaven's Sword City." Third boss, General Black God, had appeared. Chapter 7. The monthly votes had stopped increasing. Could it be that the brothers had run out of firepower? Old Cow requested for firepower support. Chapter 345. Black Deity. He was originally a black bear. He had helped the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch. And then the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch used a supreme technique to condense him into a human form, allowing him to obtain a strand of ancient power. From then on, he became the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch's most capable assistant. He was known as the Darkness Killing God. He had completely inherited the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch's vicious and merciless style. Seeing the countless casualties in the devil army, seeing Luo Tian's complacent mouth, and seeing the importance that the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch placed on Luo Tian, he was extremely unhappy. Humans did not have the qualifications to follow the Demon Monarch. The Demon Monarch was sealed in the Demon Sealing Array for 10,000 years because of a human. So, he wanted to kill Luo Tian. He did not want to give him any chance to make a comeback, and also did not want the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch to have a chance to subdue Luo Tian. The Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch glanced at the Black Deity and said faintly, "I know what you are thinking. Since you want to kill him, then I'll let you kill him." "Yes, sir." The Black Deity was overjoyed. He immediately raised his arm and shouted, "Black Deity Army, listen to my order. Form a line and follow my footsteps into the Heaven Sword City. Remember, do not let a single human go, not a single one." Heaven Sword City. Luo Tian checked the absorption rate of the Tai-In Divine Pearl and the 10,000 Demons explosion. It was very impressive. If he were to do it a few more times, it would be full. At that time, with all his strength added together, he would be able to fight against the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch, right? Report. Prince Consort, a 3-zhang tall giant black bear, is charging over with a group of demons. Luo Tian was startled and grinned. A new round of attacks? Without waiting for him to give the order, Feng Lei immediately jumped out and said, "Boss, it's a giant black bear. You have to let me do it." With that, Feng Lei licked his lips with a face full of excitement. It had been a long time since he tasted the blood essence of a demon beast. Thinking back to those days in the Ghost Prison Mountain Range, his stomach couldn't help but growl. The taste of the blood essence was too tempting. Feng Lei wished he could immediately rush out and absorb all the blood essence of the black bear. Luo Tian smiled and said, "You want to go?" Feng Lei said with a silly smile, "Of course I did. I can't wait any longer." At this moment, Xian Yuan also walked up and immediately said, "Boss, can you count me in?" The two of them once again volunteered to fight. Luo Tian couldn't refuse anymore because it would hurt their morale. He immediately said, "All right, you guys lead the Imperial Army and kill our way out." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. It's time for my brother Lei to make his move. Feng Lei rubbed his bald head and shouted, "Soldiers of the Royal Army, listen up. Follow me into battle and send these damned beasts to hell." "Mighty!" The 50,000 Imperial Guards shouted in unison. Xian Yuan and Feng Lei hurriedly rushed out. Boom! "Luo Tian, you unappreciative thing, get out here." Crash! The city wall that was hundreds of meters tall and dozens of meters behind was directly smashed apart by an incomparably huge bear paw. Half of the city wall had collapsed, and the rubble that covered his body fell onto the black god's body. It was as if he was scratching an itch, and there was no pain at all. He grinned and released the roar of a giant bear, and with a light shake of his mane, he shook off all the rubble. The power of the sound exploded out one after another. The corner of Luo Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, his eardrums unable to withstand it. The others covered their ears with their hands, their faces filled with pain. Some of the warriors with lower cultivations were directly shaken to the point of bleeding from their 7 orifices, and hundreds of people in the plaza fainted from the shock. So strong! What a strong sound wave attack! Luo Tian's heart sank, and he could not help but worry for Feng Lei and the others. At this moment, without any hesitation, he quickly followed. The black deity took a step into the Heaven Sword City and didn't even look at the Hell's lotus array beneath his feet. His right leg shook, and his 2 lantern-like eyes suddenly widened. For sharp claws appeared on his palms, and the claws moved in the air. A heavy slash. Boom! Boom! 8 void wind blades were released, directly destroying all of the array formations, and all of the array cores were destroyed. The black god roared, "Charge! Slaughter the entire Heaven Sword City!" As soon as his voice faded, the black god once again roared towards the sky. "Luo Tian, you dog, get the hell out here for lousy! Scram your grandmother's chest!" Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Feng Lei suddenly moved, carrying a gigantic tang blade forged from the bones of a flood dragon. He looked at the black god with a cold smile and said with an arrogant face, "I'm enough to deal with a bear like you." "You! Humph! Scram!" The black god's claws moved, and a gigantic half-moon wind blade that could be seen with the naked eye slashed down from the sky. Its speed was extremely fast, like lightning. Feng Lei's brows twitched. The gigantic tang blade on his shoulder moved slightly. He gripped the hilt tightly with both hands and slashed towards the incoming wind blade. Blade chi, an incomparably huge blade chi. Scarlet, with the ferocious power of a primitive beast. It flew out heavily and directly collided with the wind blade released by the black god. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The 2 forces collided. Explosions sounded in all directions. The space around the 2 of them began to distort. It was distorted by the pressure of the 2 forces, and one could even see traces of spatial cracks with the naked eye. The black god coldly snorted, and just as he was about to face a wind blade, he moved both of his palms at the same time and fiercely grabbed at the air. An incomparably powerful force rushed out, directly transforming into 8 wind blades that were 10 times larger than the previous one. Feng Lei was shocked, and all the blood-colored scales on his body appeared. His entire body was like a demon beast dripping with blood, looking just like the scales on a Qilint's body. However, the power released from Feng Lei's body was far thicker than the Qilint's. Feng Lei laughed arrogantly and said, "Come, let me experience the power of your wind blades." He no longer used the blade chi to slash. Instead, he spread out his arms, wanting to use his body to block these attacks. He was completely like a madman. "Do you want to die?" Be careful. In an instant, Xian Yuanyi dragged the incomparably heavy iron chain, and with a movement in the air, a tens of meters long sword Qi flew out from the void, directly colliding with it, and his entire body flew out like a sharp sword. Demon wheel, Xian Yuanyi shouted, and the sword in his hand transformed into a circular sword Qi, like a huge wheel, bringing with it an incomparably strong sword Dao power. Feng Lei let out a deep roar and suddenly shouted, F***, Xian Yuanyi, why are you playing with me like this? I still want to see how strong my body is. Why are you messing around with me? Immediately, he was not willing to fall behind, and with both hands on the ground, he jumped and directly chased after Xian Yuanyi. Xian Yuanyi grinned and said, I want to see how strong my sword Dao power is. You can rest first. Wait for me to deal with this bear first. You too. Die for me. Chapter 8. Chapter 346. The Black Deity was furious because Feng Lei and Shen Yuanyi did not put him in their eyes at all. Who was he? The #1 general under the heavenly soul, demon monarch. Even a profound sage realm expert would be scared half to death if they saw him. Being ignored by two humans who had just stepped into the profound king realm made him very unhappy. His anger soared to the sky. An ancient power spread out from the Black Deity's mind and instantly covered his entire body. The hair on his body stood up like steel needles, and his body doubled in size. His surroundings were filled with endless power. With him as the center, a sea of power formed. The center of a vortex. Powerful. Terrifying. Luo Tian's expression changed as he shouted, Don't go over there. You too are not his match. The power was too strong. The Black Deity had followed the heavenly soul demon monarch to cultivate for tens of thousands of years. Although he had not absorbed much of the heavenly soul demon monarch's ancient power, it was enough to crush any profound king realm expert. Even Luo Tian was not confident. A brat who doesn't know his place. These two trash have no idea how strong the Black Deity is. Even a profound sage realm expert was crushed by him. They are simply sending themselves to death. Ha ha ha. The brothers of a country bumpkin are naturally country bumpkins. They have no brains at all. Following such a boss is simply stupid. The experts in the void were mocking them again. Their voices also sounded in Feng Lei and Shen Yuanyi's minds. They were very unhappy. Very, very unhappy. Feng Lei's eyes darkened, and his expression suddenly became serious. He shouted in a deep voice, Shen Yuanyi, it doesn't matter if you look down on us, but you can't look down on boss. You can't let boss be humiliated because of us. Shen Yuanyi nodded and said, What do you want to do? Cooperate with me. I want to tear this bear in half. Feng Lei did not wait for Shen Yuanyi's reply. The bones on his body suddenly changed. Blood-red scales peeled off one by one and grew out one by one. They were bigger, thicker, and scarlet, as if they were filled with blood. Evolution. Completely evolved. Roar. Feng Lei's entire body turned into a ferocious beast. His entire body was dripping with blood. It was incomparably horrifying. Luo Tian was shocked. He was secretly shocked. I didn't expect Fatty to be able to evolve. This power is so terrifying. Demon ancestor. Demon monarch Tianhun frowned as he looked at Feng Lei. His eyes were filled with questions as he thought to himself. Could it be that the demon ancestor has reincarnated? That's impossible. 100,000 years ago, the demon race ruled over a region of the primordial world. Could it be that many things have happened in the past 100,000 years? He could tell at a glance that the demonic beast that Feng Lei had summoned was a demon ancestor. However, his appearance was similar, but his strength was far less than 1/10,000th. If the demon ancestor really came, not to mention the Black Deity, even he himself would have to die. The Tianhun demon lord snorted coldly and said, You think you can take on the Black Deity with just this little bit of power? You're underestimating him. He's been cultivating by my side for tens of thousands of years. Just the ancient aura on my body alone has allowed his power to surpass the average peak, mystique, venerable, rank powerhouse. Dealing with these two little bastards will be a piece of cake. Indeed, the Black God was too powerful. Being able to transform into a human meant that he had reached the demon beast, great perfection realm. According to the division of power, his current realm was infinitely close to the highest profound sage realm. Furthermore, he had been cultivating by the Tian Han demon monarch's side for tens of thousands of years. How terrifying was his power! Die! The black deity hugged his bare paws and raised them into the air before slashing down. Heaven and earth moved. It was as if the sky was about to split open. Even the sky of the Tianqian continent could not withstand this power. The sound of glass shattering could be heard. His two arms reached into the clouds and slammed down with shocking power. Heaven and earth raging bare. Xian Yuanyi immediately consumed a black explosion pill, and his power increased. The gigantic gate divine sword in his hand also released its greatest power. With a slash, an invisible sword aura shot up from the sword and turned into a gigantic gate divine sword. Without waiting for the black deity's fists to land, it slashed down. At this moment, Xian Yuanyi shouted, "Fatty, it's up to you!" As soon as he finished speaking, Xian Yuanyi slashed down with his sword. The man was the sword, and the sword was the man. He was going all out. Xian Yuanyi blocked the attack for Feng Lei, allowing Feng Lei to take advantage of the situation and kill him in one strike. Feng Lei swallowed a black explosion pill, and a scarlet power suddenly erupted from his body. He clenched his fists tightly, and with a push of his legs, his body directly rushed into the void, completely disappearing from his original spot. It was also at this moment the Imperial Guards had all consumed the black explosion pill. The commander in the lead roared, "Kill them!" The black deity army also rose up in an instant and charged forward with a strong devil flame. At this moment, the warriors in the plaza also surged forward like a crazy tide, their battle cries shaking the sky. The corner of the Tian Han demon monarch's mouth turned cold. He waved his right hand and said in a deep voice, "All demon army, charge! Trample the Heaven Sword City." The war was about to begin. The situation was completely out of control. At this moment, Luo Tian could no longer care about the battlefield. He rushed towards Feng Lei and the others with all his might and said in his heart, "Please don't let anything happen to you. Please don't let anything happen to you. I still have you guys to accompany me down this path." Rumble. His arms were like battle axes, bringing with them the power to tear through heaven and earth as they descended. Clang. Xian Yuanyi's gigantic sword chi shattered. Uft. Xian Yuanyi spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale white as he looked up at the bare paw pressing down on him. His eyes closed slightly, and it was as if the entire world had stopped at this moment. The great ravager in his hands seemed to have turned into a human and began to breathe gently. Huff! Huff! Every breath was completely synchronized with Xian Yuanyi's. Every hair on Xian Yuanyi's body stood up, as if he was crazily absorbing something. Drip, drip. Drops of sweat mixed with blood dripped down from his body. The sword intent on Xian Yuanyi's body suddenly disappeared, and the moment it disappeared, it surged out like a flood. His eyes suddenly opened wide. Divine Sword Dao intent. 10,000 swords returned to sect. Sword spirit 10,000 heavens. Out for me. Epiphany. At this moment, in less than a second, Xian Yuanyi actually had an epiphany. He had comprehended an even higher realm of one with the sword, the divine Sword Dao intent. The gigantic ravager sword spirit scatter 10,000 heavens, and the moment black deity's palms landed heavily, it directly went up. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! An incomparably oppressive force exploded, causing the entire world to tremble. The energy veins shot out more than 1,000,000 kilometers. An entire Sky Sword City was shocked by this force. Even demon monarch Tianhun was incomparably shocked. He actually comprehended the divine Sword Dao intent. Who are the people around this kid? It seems like this kid's world must be very exciting, but his excitement will end today. Black deity, kill the two of them. Before demon monarch Tianhun could finish his words, at this moment, Fatty Lay rushed out from the void. Chapter 9. There was still one more chapter to be delivered tonight. Chapter 347. 9 heavens, 10 earths. 10,000 demons become one. Kill. In the air, Feng Lei was furious. He rushed out with a low roar. A scarlet energy hit Black Deity's abdomen directly. The energy ripples shot out, and his thick mane rippled like a hurricane on a grassland. Boom! Black Deity's eyes bulged, and his abdomen caved in. He looked like he was in extreme pain. His huge body trembled as he staggered backward. His expression was extremely ugly. He took a few steps back and fell into the moat. The surging water immediately submerged his huge body, creating a few waves. The sudden attack was a level 1 hit. No one expected it. Shock, extreme shock. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it. The cooperation between the two of them was flawless. Xianyuan risked his life to block Black Deity's attack, and Feng Lei seized the opportunity to strike. With a single attack, he pushed Black Deity, who was at the peak of mystique venerable rank, back and forth, sending him crashing into the moat. It was too shocking. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. The surrounding royal army and demon army all stopped attacking at this moment. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at the two of them. They were all scared silly. The powerhouses who were watching in the air could not even let out a fart. It was as if someone had poured 18 buckets of feces into their mouths. Their expressions were extremely ugly. They were like a joke. How is this possible? It's impossible. Black Deity's strength is at the peak of mystique venerable rank, coupled with his demon body. His strength is comparable to a mystique sage. How could he be defeated by 2 country bumpkins? Illusion. It must be an illusion. They can't have killed Black Deity. Some people shook their heads and cried emotionally. They could not believe what had just happened. At this moment, Sky Sword City was in an uproar. They were extremely excited as they shouted in unison. Xianyuan Feng Lei, Feng Lei. They did not know what to say. They could only shout their names with all their might. It was too unbelievable. After taking the mysterious exploding pill, the strength of the Imperial Army increased sharply. Taking advantage of the moment when the Dark God Army was absent-minded, they crazily killed them. In just a few minutes, they drove out the demons that had attacked the city. The people in the city cheered again. Come on. Aren't you demons arrogant? Aren't you all arrogant? Come again. Let's see if you're better than our prince consort. Our 2 great generals are better. Ha ha ha! The citizens of the Heaven Sword City clamored, venting their anger. In the depths of the palace, Tang Qingtian's face was filled with excitement. It's so good to be young. These children's futures are limitless. The Tianxian continent will tremble because of them. Amazing, too amazing, ha ha ha, everyone was cheering. And Chen Chen's brows were tightly knitted together. She looked like she was trying very hard. Suddenly, and Chen Chen's eyes moved and she shouted, Brother Fatty, Brother Xianyuan, run. Her voice was very loud. However, no one heard her in the cheers around her. Even Tang Tang, who was next to her, squatted down and asked, Chen Chen, what's wrong with you? What did you say just now? And Chen Chen didn't have time to say. She rushed forward with all her might and shouted loudly, Brother Fatty, it's dangerous. Brother Xianyuan, it's dangerous. Quick, quick, run. Tang Tang, who was following closely behind her, finally heard her clearly. Blind Lu was the same. His expression changed greatly. And Chen Chun's words were not doubted at all. And Chen Chun herself was a mysterious existence. The power in her body was indescribable. She could understand the language of any living creature in the world. She could release the holy light of blessing, other than these. She could also see things that some people could not. For example, the black god who was truly brewing power in the moat. Blind Lu said in a deep voice, "Princess Chongping, protect Chen Chun well." As soon as he finished, the power in Blind Lu's body suddenly soared to the sky, and his entire body was undergoing a crazy transformation. A huge pair of demon wings stretched out from his back, and his body underwent a drastic change. In just a few seconds, he had turned into the ancient giant demon. A voice came from the giant demon's body, roaring, "Fatty Lei, Xianyuan, it's dangerous. Run." The appearance of the ancient giant demon shocked everyone. They were all dumbfounded. For a moment, they panicked and fled in all directions. But Blind Lu didn't care at all, and rushed to Feng Lei's side with all his might. It was also at this moment Luo Tian's expression changed, and his face was full of shock. His consciousness sensed an incomparably strong power brewing in the moat, and he immediately shouted, "Fatty, back off!" Before he finished speaking, the water in the moat gushed up into the sky. A giant creature that looked like a deep-sea titan began to fight, and a bare paw slammed down heavily with an aura that could tear through heaven and earth. Its voice was incomparably angry. "Both of you, go to hell!" All of a sudden, no one expected it. All of this happened too suddenly. Feng Lei released all his power in one strike. Xianyuan comprehended the Tao of the divine sword and blocked the black god's attack. But his body was already seriously injured, and he couldn't resist at all. In a split second, a huge demonic shadow rushed out, directly using its body to block the black god's huge palm. Rumble. Crack. The bones on the two huge wings were directly broken, producing a series of bone-breaking sounds. Blind Lu's body suddenly sank, and half of his body was pressed to the ground. He spat out several mouthfuls of black blood, revealing a pained expression, and said, "You too, leave!" "You want to leave? Go to hell." The enraged black god released the most powerful energy in his body. This was the power he had absorbed from the heavenly soul, demon monarch. At this moment, he did not hold back in the slightest, completely releasing it. Heavenly soul, demon monarch laughed coldly and said, "Do you really think that the black god is so easy to defeat? Let's fight to the death. None of you trash humans are his match. When Little Black is angry, no one can stop him. Just wait for your deaths." At the same time, Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch waved his right hand and shouted, "Continue attacking!" Flatten Heaven Sword City. Heaven Sword City. Because Blind Lu had suddenly transformed into an ancient demon. The black figure that was blasted into the moat seemed to rush out with an unparalleled power. In an instant, the entire Heaven Sword City was in chaos, and everyone fled in all directions. Other than the Imperial Guards, who still had some fighting strength, the other warriors had lost half of their fighting strength. Danger! It was a huge crisis. Bam! Black God struck Blind Lu's back with his palm again. Blind Lu spat out another mouthful of blood, and his body was heavily smashed onto the ground. His entire body was deathly still. Feng Lei's eyes were filled with anger. "I'll fight out with you." Luo Tian's face darkened and shouted, "Stand down, I'm going to send this guy to hell." Chapter 10. She was only 10 votes away from the first place. Could the brothers beat her? It was a girl. Chapter 348. The Heaven Sword City was already in chaos. There was only one way to temporarily calm this chaos, and that was to kill the Black God. Moreover, he had to kill him as quickly as possible. If he was any later, it would be even more chaotic because the demon army was already rushing over like an avalanche. He had to defend himself. "Boss, hurry up and leave. Let the Imperial Guards pacify them." The real battle is about to begin. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't even need to fight before we'll be washed away." Luo Tian frowned and said. While they were talking, Luo Tian moved in the air, the corner of his mouth curled up, and he pointed at the black god and sneered, "Smelly bear, aren't you looking for Lousy? I'm here." The black god's eyes moved. He stared at Luo Tian and shouted in a deep voice, "Luo Tian, go to hell!" It was also at this time Xian Yuan continued to drag blind Lu's body out of the deep pit, and the huge demon's body was dragged out by him crazily. "Boss, be careful! All of you, retreat and prepare your defenses." At this time, he really didn't have much to think about. The only way was to do it. The aura on Luo Tian's body faintly moved, and the power in his body began to wreak havoc. The power of the stars and the power of the emperor's qi continued to gush out along with his will, and in an instant, the aura on Luo Tian's body soared into the sky. Then, Luo Tian grinned sinisterly and said, "Smelly bear, watch how I send you to hell. With just you, the Devil Lord is giving you face because of his kindness to you. I won't give you face because a human like you, who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, doesn't need to live in this world. The Devil Lord loves talent, but I love killing. Anyone who blocks the Devil Lord's path must die. Die. Die." The word death spread for 1,000,000 kilometers. It was like a huge echo rushing out wave after wave. All the creatures within 1,000,000 kilometers were trembling, and those void rankers were even more so, not daring to even breathe loudly. A group of experts who bullied the weak and feared the strong. What a joke! The voice carried the incomparably powerful pressure of the black god. It rushed into Luo Tian's sea of consciousness like a raging tide, causing Luo Tian's body to sink slightly. His entire body felt like it was being pressed down by a mountain. He hated this feeling very much. What he hated the most was when others used pressure to crush his sea of consciousness. Immediately, furious, Luo Tian clenched his fists. Bang! 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 Level 5 Rage. 32 times the elemental power was released. The power of the stars and the power of the royal qi became even more turbulent and surging. It was like an enraged mad bull that was released unstoppably. Nay. Luo Tian's body was like a red-hot iron plate. Droplets of water dripped down, and the sound of water evaporating was very ear-piercing. 32 times the power was constantly circulating in Luo Tian's body. Luo Tian closed his eyes gently and loosened his fists. If it weren't for the stars and the Emperor's qi strengthening his body, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the impact of the level 5 berserk. The power in his body was like a raging sea of blood, constantly churning and raging. This feeling of being full of power was really cool, very cool. Luo Tian could clearly feel it, as if he was holding it in his hands. Suddenly, Luo Tian stretched out his right hand, and the blood-sucking broadsword appeared in his right hand. With the domineering aura that erupted from Luo Tian Qi, the aura of the man and the broadsword directly entered the supreme realm. Lifting the broadsword, he pointed at the black god and said a word casually, "Die." The black god sneered. His smile was very complacent and arrogant. Looking at Luo Tian, his eyes were filled with disdain. He coldly snorted and said, "I really don't know what the demon monarch sees in you. A person who is about to die can actually say such things. All right, then I'll show you what death is. Path of killing. Brutal killing. Kid, be careful. This big guy also cultivates the path of killing. His path of killing is extremely brutal. It's really condensed from killing. This guy has killed as many people as I have. It's not hard to tell from the thick aura on him." Frenzied, Sword's heart tightened as he immediately reminded. Path of killing. There were many types. Everyone's path was different. The brutal killing path. True brutality for killing. This was a path that cultivated from killing. To be able to cultivate the brutal killing to such a level, the Black God must have killed at least millions of people. Before they were sealed, everywhere they went was a sea of corpses. No one was left alive. His path of killing was also led by the Tian-Hun demon monarch. Path of killing. The brutal aura was suddenly released, covering the entire Heaven Sword City. At this moment, the Heaven Sword City was filled with brutal killing intent. It made people feel as if they were in hell and could die at any moment. In an instant, the Heaven Sword City quietened down. The crying of children, the screams of women, and the fleeing commoners all stopped at this moment. They were afraid. They were so afraid that they didn't dare to move. They were so afraid that they couldn't even breathe. Their hearts were trembling. Their bodies were trembling. They felt as if they were about to become a dead person. Everyone's face was pale and filled with powerlessness. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die soon. Mom, I feel terrible. I feel terrible. Soft voices could be heard. The Heaven Sword City was dead silent. The experts in the void also held their breaths, not daring to make a sound. However, they were extremely proud in their hearts. Luo Tian, let's see how you're going to be arrogant. You're still arrogant in front of the Tian-Hun demon monarch. You're still arrogant in front of the Black God. Let's see how you die. Ha ha, Feng Lei stopped. Xian Yuanyi dragged the heavy blind Lu to a stop. Tang Jiao, Tang Tang, Qin Yu and Chen Chen and the rest all stopped. They turned their heads and looked at Luo Tian. The killing intent was too strong. This brutal killing intent flowed in everyone's hearts. They were powerless to resist, causing them to feel despair. Luo Tian's brows twitched. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a death god smile. He said in an extremely cold voice, Killing Dao? Brutal Killing Dao? Since you want to use the Killing Dao, then I'll let you see what a truly strong Killing Dao is. The sea of consciousness began to churn. The aura behind Luo Tian suddenly changed. A huge death god appeared, holding a huge scythe that could reap lives. Under the black robe, he revealed a sinister smile. It was also at this moment. The black god suddenly moved. Luo Tian was the same. The death god's scythe slashed down from the sky. Luo Tian's figure suddenly changed. The black god slammed down with his bare paw. Die! Bam! Luo Tian's figure was directly smashed into powder, dead. Chapter 1. A New Day. Seeking recommendation votes. Even the monthly votes can be pushed up. Chapter 349. Dead. He was directly smashed into powder by Black God's palm. At this moment, more than half of the people in Heaven Sword City fell to the ground. Their bodies went limp, and the mental support in their hearts collapsed. Luo Tian, the last hope in their hearts, if he died, who would be able to protect Heaven Sword City? Seeing Luo Tian's figure turn into a pile of powder, everyone's hearts became deathly silent. Feng Lei's eyes were filled with anger as he rushed out crazily and roared, Young master! Boss! Boss! Even in Chen Chen almost shouted out, Big brother, Luo Tian! She didn't notice anything. It's over. It's completely over. Despair, complete despair, there was no hope at all. If even Black God couldn't withstand it, who would be able to withstand the arrival of the Heaven Soul Devil Monarch? They started to cry bitterly. Some of them directly knelt on the ground, their eyes lifeless, their eyes filled with despair. Black God laughed maniacally towards the sky and said with incomparable arrogance, Lowly humans, fighting with me is simply courting death. Tremble under my brutal Tao of slaughter. Tremble your sister. As soon as he finished, unknowingly, a figure appeared behind Black God. Luo Tian's entire body was suffused with a dense death god's killing intent, and the blood-sucking broadsword released one roar after another. At this moment, Luo Tian stacked the three powers in his body together. The corner of his mouth turned cold. He raised the frenzied blade in his hand, and with a fierce leap he slashed down heavily from the sky. Tyrannical slash die! Blade Chi soared into the sky. A tyrannical power wreaked havoc as the blade slashed down like a hot knife through butter. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Black God's eyes were wide open as he stared straight at Luo Tian. He could not understand how Luo Tian had appeared behind him. He had clearly smashed Luo Tian into powder with a single palm. So how did he appear behind him? He couldn't understand. He couldn't understand it at all. Seeing the huge blade, Qi, coming down, Black God's heart trembled. The power of the Tao of Death was much more violent than his Tao of brutality. Moreover, the overbearing power of the blade Qi was simply too terrifying. He completely released the aura of the world's #1 domineering blade. The saber slashed down. Bang! The black deity looked up to the sky and roared. The saber Qi went along his forehead and split into two. An incomparably beautiful instant kill. No, the heavenly soul, demon monarch roared, and the demonic flames on his body seemed to have been doused with tens of thousands of barrels of gasoline. He instantly soared into the sky with boundless fury. Instant kill. Instantly killing the black deity who was infinitely close to the profound sage realm was simply too terrifying. One had to know that the black deity was far stronger than Long Tian of the Tao Trade Alliance. He could easily trample on Long Tian, but he was still instantly killed by Luo Tian. This kind of power was terrifying. Luo Tian smiled excitedly. He closed his eyes and waited quietly. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the black deity. You have gained 5 million experience and 600,000 profound chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the power of the brutal Tao of Death. Do you wish to devour it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Violent Bear's strength. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Black Deity Bloodline. Do you wish to fuse it? A series of prompts sounded. Luo Tian was incomparably excited. Looking at the prompts from the system, he couldn't help but be stunned. He thought to himself, can the Tao of Death be compatible with each other? Could it be that the Tao of Death needs to devour the power of other Tao of Death to improve? Naturally, the Tao of Death that you train in is the Tao of Death. It is a type of Tao of Death that can devour other Tao of Death to strengthen yourself. The brutal Tao of Death can naturally be devoured. After devouring, I believe that your Tao of Death will become even stronger. Of course, it's definitely a little weaker than my Azura Tao of Death. Ha ha ha. Frenzied Sword laughed wildly in excitement. The feeling that Luo Tian gave him was greatly different. This brat was simply too good, running away. The heavens were indeed good to him. This brat's world was really too exciting. Frenzied Sword was extremely excited. If I can condense a body, that would be even better. Frenzied Sword's heart stirred. He really wanted to walk out of Luo Tian's body and follow Luo Tian to be unbridled and arrogant, making the world tremble for them. This kind of hot-blooded life was too good. Luo Tian was naturally very clear about what Frenzied Sword was thinking. Luo Tian had long wanted to choose a suitable body for Frenzied Sword, but he had never been able to find one. Ha ha ha! My demon beast blood essence. I'm going to drink to my heart's content today. Feng Lei was grinning from ear to ear. He ran faster than anyone else, as if someone wanted to snatch it from him. He instantly rushed to Black God's side and started sucking the blood essence. Every mouthful of blood essence that entered his body caused the scarlet red light on his body to tremble. The energy within Black God's blood essence was quickly absorbed by Feng Lei. Pum! Pum! Suddenly, 2 loud sounds came from Feng Lei's body. His blood pupils shrank as he laughed foolishly. Ha ha! Breaking through 2 realms consecutively. Too good. Too good. Ha ha ha. The energy within this blood essence is too pure and thick, breaking through 2 realms in an instant. This fatty was simply heaven-defying. Luo Tian smiled faintly, feeling happy for this fatty. Xian Yuanyi was the same, but his right hand was holding his sword a little tighter. Everything happened too quickly. A second ago, Luo Tian was smashed into powder. The next second, the one who fell to the ground was Black God. Just what had happened? Questions arose in everyone's hearts. The experts in the air were the same. They could clearly see what had just happened. Feng lay sucked in a mouthful of blood essence and asked foolishly, "Boss, what happened just now?" Luo Tian grinned excitedly and said, "Guess." Haha, form displacement transposition. With the powerful support of the God-level cultivation technique, when Luo Tian released it just now, the clone was exactly the same as him. The flow of energy, the aura, was exactly the same. This was also why everyone thought that he had been smashed into powder by the Black God, but in fact he had already rushed behind the Black God. If he didn't turn into powder, after Luo Tian made his move, he could still easily teleport back. This was simply a killing machine. The originally flustered heaven, Sword City, once again boiled over. They were cheering. They were shouting Luo Tian's name with all their might. At this moment, Luo Tian had once again gathered them together, igniting their fighting spirit once again. This was the core cohesion. Luo Tian was their hope. Seeing the sky full of demonic flames, Luo Tian immediately flew into the air and shouted, "The final battle is about to begin. Brothers, are you ready? Strike while the iron is hot." At this time, he had to motivate them and stimulate their fighting spirit. Everyone roared in unison, "Kill, kill, kill!" Their voices shook the sky. Luo Tian smiled excitedly and also shouted, "Kill!" But in his heart he was faintly worried. The leader system hadn't been upgraded yet. He still couldn't summon the Heaven Sword. What should he do? Demon Monarch Tianhun had already arrived. Chapter 2. Thanks to Old Bull Fan, Moonfall, Fallen Prosperity, Fallen Beauty, 10,000 book coins. Old Bull is extremely grateful. Chapter 350. The Tianhun Demon Lord was here. With endless rage, the demonic flames on his body covered the entire sky, ferocious and filled with killing intent. His aura was extremely oppressive. It was worse than death. Luo Tian stood at the front, his eyes motionless. His long hair swayed with the wind and his robes fluttered. The aura he released was calm, but powerful. There was no fear in his heart. Beside him, Feng Lei stood on the right. Xian Yuan stood on the left. Blind Lu, who was heavily injured but still stood up, stood behind him. The 3 of them stood in a line, like the generals beside Luo Tian. Behind them were Tang Tang, Qin Yuer, Tang Jiu Daji, and the silly Loli and Chun Chun. Although the aura of the 5 of them was not as strong as Feng Lei and the rest, they were still strong. Behind them were the royal guards and the martial artists of Heaven's Sword City. Against the torrential demonic flames, they seemed so insignificant. However, at this moment, they were not afraid of anything. That was because Luo Tian was here. In the void, the mocking laughter that had disappeared rang out once again. "Haha, kid, so what if you're the killer black deity? Go ahead and be arrogant now. Let's see how long you can be arrogant for. You damned country bumpkin. Do you think you're so great just because you killed black deity? Today, even if you don't die, you will die. You want to be the savior of Heaven's Sword City? In your next life, ha ha ha, you want to defy the heavens at the Mystic King realm? You have to have the ability to do so. An ant like you is really overestimating yourself." The sounds of mockery and ridicule were endless. Luo Tian was really frustrated. The anger in his heart could not be suppressed. Without waiting for the Tianhun Demon Lord to speak, Luo Tian said directly, "Can I ask you for a favor? You want to submit to me now? It's over. Kid, I've given you enough chances. Even before you killed little Blackie, I would have given you a chance to live. Who would have thought that your ability would kill little Blackie. This makes me very unhappy. Therefore, you have to die. Your Heaven's Sword City will disappear from this day forth." The Tian Hun demon lord's expression was cold. There was an irrefutable intent in his words. It was as though his words were the heavens. If the heavens wanted you dead, you had to die. Ha ha! The heavenly soul demon monarch is furious. Luo Tian's doomsday has arrived. Why am I so happy that Heaven's Sword City is done for? Yesterday, I was still a consecrated expert of the Great Tang. Why am I so happy to see it destroyed today? Ha ha ha! Luo Tian, this daddy just can't stand your arrogance. What right does a mere ant have to be arrogant? Upon hearing demon Sovereign Tianhuan's words, many experts began to mock and ridicule him. Luo Tian ignored him and said, "I'm not begging for mercy, nor am I surrendering. I just want you to help me with one thing. Can you help me tell me the names and identities of these people who are mocking me in the void? Even their appearances are fine." Huh. Demon Sovereign Tianhun was slightly taken aback. "Why do you want their names?" Luo Tian didn't hide anything and said, "I want to kill them one by one. Trash like them who have lived for hundreds of years shouldn't exist in this world. People like them still want to walk far on the path of martial cultivation. It's really laughable, really laughable. I'm really annoyed by them. If they appear in front of me, I will tear their mouths apart in an instant. It's this group of trash that keeps on blabbering. This daddy is incomparably annoyed. Really, extremely annoyed." Luo Tian's desire to kill them was even stronger than his desire to kill demon Sovereign Tianhun. All day long, they blindly mocked, ridiculed, and insulted him. If they were in front of him, Luo Tian would risk his life to kill this group of trash scumbags. In the face of the invasion of the demon army, the great Tang dynasty had raised them for decades, hundreds of years, but these ingrates ran away when they saw danger. So what if they ran? They even King stood at the side and mocked him. This made him extremely annoyed. So, Luo Tian wanted to remember each and every one of them in his heart. As long as he met them, he would kill them all. However, they were all peak mystic venerable realm experts. It was impossible to find them in the void. Only their voices could be heard. Even if he met them in the future, he might not be able to recognize them. This made it difficult for him to find them. So, Luo Tian wanted to know the names of these bastards. Demon Sovereign Tianhun looked up to the sky and laughed, revealing a look of admiration. He said, "Although you are about to die, your temper is really to my liking. It's just a pity that you killed Blackie, so you must die. I will fulfill your request before you die." Immediately after, Demon Sovereign Tianhun closed his eyes and frowned. In less than half a breath's time, his eyes shook and he said, "Spiritual Master Tianxian, second-level mystic sage, in the southern sky, capital peak, 7 million kilometers away. Spiritual Master Yuelu in Yuelu Mountain, 3 million kilometers away. Lu Jingyan, peak mystic venerable realm, 1 million kilometers away." One by one, he said all of them. Moreover, the wills of those powerhouses in the void wanted to disappear, but they were completely bound by Demon Sovereign Tianhun and could not escape at all. Luo Tian memorized them one by one, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. He looked up at the sky and said, "You bastards, don't run if you have the guts. Wait for me to kill you one by one, damn it." In the void, those powerhouses' expressions turned cold, and for some reason, a trace of fear rose in their hearts. Demon Sovereign Tianhuan's brows twitched slightly, and then he said, "Not only them, Cloud Ocean Sect, Nanshan Sect, Skyplume City, and Scorching Sun Sect have all sent out their elite disciples. Right now, they are crazily fighting for the Tang Empire's territory and resources." Taking advantage of the situation, Luo Tian's eyes darkened and he sneered, "Looks like this time I will be able to quickly raise my invincible value." He was going to start a massacre. He did not expect that when he was fighting against the demon army, these sects and forces that were allied with the Tang Empire would take advantage of the situation. If that was the case, then there was nothing to worry about. After dealing with demon sovereign Tianhun, he would kill them one by one. All of them would be destroyed. Could the Invincible bloodline increase? Brat, today you can die in peace. These are your wishes before you die. I will let them all go to hell to accompany you. Demon sovereign Tianhuan's voice was filled with arrogance. As long as it was a human, he would kill. He gave Luo Tian a chance. This was the first time he gave a human a chance, and he was disappointed. Blackie was dead. Demon sovereign Tianhuan's anger was unparalleled. Therefore, no matter what kind of human they were in the future, they would all have to die. He wanted to turn the Tianxian continent into his private territory and then gather all the resources on the continent to kill his way back to the ancient world. Luo Tian smiled gently and said, "If you were not a boss, if you were not a murderous demon, if you did not want a flattened sky, Sword City, maybe we could really be friends. But I'm really sorry. I will personally send those people to hell. And you will die today." Chapter 3. 3 more votes to surpass the first place. Brothers, please get 3 monthly votes. Chapter 351. Arrogant, quite arrogant. Luo Tian's tone, expression, and the light that flickered in his eyes were all extremely arrogant. There was no fear. There was only excitement. Many people were shocked, thinking that they had heard wrongly. You looked at me, I looked at you, and all of them asked, "What did he say? What did he say just now? What did he say?" Heavenly Soul Devil, Lord, laughed coldly. He heard it very clearly, but he could not help but ask, "What did you say?" Luo Tian was very direct and said arrogantly, "I said you will die today." "Die? Who? Me. I will die. Will I die at your hands? Or will I die at the hands of your trash subordinates? Or will I die at the hands of the heavily injured sage realm expert in the imperial palace?" Heavenly Soul Devil Lord found it laughable. It was as if he had heard an extremely laughable joke. He wanted to laugh, but he did not, because Luo Tian did not even have the qualifications to make him laugh. Luo Tian was not arrogant. He was courting death even faster. Everything in the Heaven Sword City was seen through by Heavenly Soul Devil Lord. Even if Luo Tian had obtained the power of the stars and the power of the Emperor's aura, these 2 powers were no threat to him at all. He really could not understand why Luo Tian dared to say such words. Where did he get his courage from? Heavenly Soul Devil Lord looked at Luo Tian like a giant looking at a 3-year-old child. That kind of pressure, that kind of disparity in strength, that kind of incomparable disparity, made it hard for Luo Tian to breathe. It was very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. This was not pressure, but a crushing aura. Luo Tian calmed himself down and laughed. "I will kill you with my own hands. Just like I said at the beginning, I will explode you. Really, I will really explode you." The more Luo Tian spoke, the more excited he became. The more he spoke, the more powerful the energy in his body was being released. His body was changing, and a ball of demonic nature was surging out from his body. It was also at this moment. Luo Tian bellowed, "Bedevilment!" Boom! There was a loud explosion in the sky as Luo Tian's body grew larger. His aura became heavier and filled with demonic nature. He erupted with the aura of a demon emperor and instantly pushed aside the aura of demon monarch that was crushing down on demon monarch. Devil Emperor Xing Tian. His body exuded a powerful aura that could disregard the heavens and earth. No one in this world could crush him with their aura alone. "Now, I will give you another chance. Kill everyone in the Heaven Sword City, and I will spare your life. Furthermore, I will make you the commander of my devil army. On this continent, no one will dare to stop you from doing whatever you want. Brat, how about it?" Without any hesitation, Luo Tian said, "If you kill all the devil army behind you, I will consider making you my follower." "Tianhun, You have to consider this carefully. Being a follower of the Devil Emperor is a supreme honor. Ha ha ha! Demon Monarch Tianhan laughed wildly. His expression changed. His gaze became gloomy, and the devil flames on his body surged forward like a raging tide, roaring, "You're courting death!" The moment the devil flames pressed down, the devil army behind him also rushed forward like a tide. Kill! Flatten the Heaven Sword City. The final battle was about to begin. Demon Emperor Luo Tian lowered his hands, clenched his fists tightly, and roared towards the sky. Level 5 Berserk! Buzz! 32 times the elemental strength was stimulated. The Blood God Ring, Blood God Armor, and Blood God Heavenly Sword's power were affected by the demonic energy in his body, and instantly erupted with a purple light. The aura on Luo Tian's body became abnormally ferocious, and at this moment Luo Tian's sword soared into the sky, slashing through the sky, directly cutting open the devil flames that filled the sky. Waving his sword, he roared, "Kill! Kill these bastards!" Feng Lei entered the peak beast transformation state and rushed out with all his might, roaring, "Kill!" Xian Yuanyi followed, closely behind. Next, the Heaven Sword City's warriors all swarmed forward, their battle cries shaking the sky. The sound of the war song floated above the Heaven Sword City, and the might of the 4th level leader floated above everyone's head. Everyone was motivated for their loved ones, for their home, and for their country. At this moment, they disregarded life and death and completely entered a state of desperate fighting. Luo Tian stood in the air, looking at Demon Lord Tianhan in the sky. He laughed coldly and said, "You really shouldn't have rushed out of the demon sealing array. From the moment you came out, you were destined to be a tragedy. Now come and fight in pain." Compared to the time at the auction, Luo Tian's current Demon Emperor Xing Tian body had become even stronger. The power of the stars and the power of the country's fate had made his Demon Emperor body even stronger, and his strength even more ferocious. Demon Lord Tianhan still didn't put Luo Tian in his eyes, and still looked at him with contempt. Seeing Luo Tian transform into a Demon Emperor, he was indeed a little shocked. However, this was just shock. The air moved. Demon Lord Tianhuan's voice broke through the air. In that instant, Demon Lord Tianhuan's right hand moved, and a huge palm print pressed down on Luo Tian as he bellowed, "Heavenly Soul Palm!" The pressure of the heavens. It carried a trace of power that even Luo Tian had never felt before, a power that did not exist in this continent, pressing down on his mind. Blood, red hair flew everywhere. The heavenly domain sword in Luo Tian's hand trembled slightly. This power was too fierce, too strong. Luo Tian's hands moved, and a sword soared into the sky, releasing all of the power in the Demon Emperor's body. 10,000 devil great art. Explode for me. Bam. Rumble. The power of the 867th level of 10,000 devils surged into his body, causing the flames on Luo Tian's body to be like the flames on his, but when he was launched from a rocket. It was indescribably intense, and he roared towards the sky. Decapitation strike, chop! Rumble. The world changed colors. The entire continent began to tremble. It was as if it could not withstand the two forces rushing in. Kacha! 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 A series of glass, shattering sounds came from the sky. Countless spatial cracks were sinister and distorted, as if they could collapse at any moment. Powerful. Too powerful. In that instant, Luo Tian was sent flying 10,000 meters, smashing through dozens of buildings in the Heaven Sword City, and finally landing on the walls of Imperial City, buried in the ruins. Demon Lord Tianhuan's body only trembled slightly. However, this made him incomparably furious, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. The difference in strength was too great. The Demon Emperor's cultivation was completely restricted by Luo Tian's own cultivation, and was unable to unleash it. In the ruins, Luo Tian laughed, laughing with incomparable excitement, and said with a grin, Strong, so damn strong. The stronger you are, the more I like it. The stronger you are, the better you can get. Ha ha ha. Motherf asterisk cur. Again. Chapter 4. Chapter 352. Demon Lord Tianhun was really strong. His strength was completely different from that of the Dragon King. His strength was the kind that could not be shaken. Facing the Dragon King, Luo Tian felt that as long as he stepped into the Sage Realm, he would be able to kill him. However, with Demon Lord Tianhuan's strength, even if he stepped into the Sage Realm, he might not be his match. However, living was just a feeling. If he wasn't convinced, then he would do it. Moreover, the boss halo on Demon Lord Tianhuan's body was too strong. The golden light released from his body was the same as the golden light that shot out from Buddha's back, incomparably dazzling. In a game, if he didn't kill the boss, then what was the point of playing? Even if he couldn't kill him, he had to do it. Luo Tian never thought of escaping. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill this guy. In the ruins, Luo Tian shook off the dust on his body and instantly landed in the air. He grinned and laughed excitedly. Old Devil Tianhun, you're only a so... I thought you could instantly kill me, but I didn't expect your strength to be only SOO. Yea, long live the Prince Consort. I'll find the Prince Consort and not die. He is the savior of our Heaven Sword City. How could he die? The battle did not stop. It was abnormally intense, but there were many commoners who were paying attention to Luo Tian. When they saw Luo Tian being sent flying, their hearts tightened, and when they saw Luo Tian land in the air unharmed, they relaxed and immediately cheered. At an unknown time, the hearts of the tens of millions of people in Heaven Sword City were tightly connected to Luo Tian, and the leader system in Luo Tian's body kept flashing red, as if it was about to level up, but it did not immediately break through. What method could he use to make it break through and level up? Luo Tian thought about it for a long time and did a lot of things, but it was all to no avail. Right now, he didn't want to think about it at all, nor did he have the time to think about it. He knew very well that instead of thinking about how to break through the leader system, he might as well think about how to kill Demon Lord Tianhun. The leader system had an illusory feeling to him. He couldn't figure it out at all. Luo Tian never had too much hope for something that he could not grasp. He only believed in himself and his strength. Kill! Kill! Charge! The Heaven Sword City was filled with the sounds of killing. Feng Lei's face was covered in blood. Xian Yuani and Blind Lu, who had transformed into an ancient giant demon, were all injured to varying degrees, but their combat power was still rising. They were still fighting with all their might. The main battlefield was already showing signs of collapse. The Devil Army was simply too ferocious. Their cultivation levels were far higher than Feng Lei's. Profound explosion pellet. Take them all! Xian Yuan shouted in a deep voice. Tens of thousands of warriors did not hesitate. They took out the mysterious exploding pellet and swallowed it. This was a pellet worth tens of millions. As soon as the pill entered his body, his strength skyrocketed. Feng Lei trampled a demon to death under his feet and ruthlessly sucked its blood essence dry. He opened his mouth, revealing his bloody teeth, and fiercely said, "Those who are injured, step back and immediately take the healing pills. Warriors with the Xian exploding pills, charge forward and kill these damned beasts. Kill!" The sounds of killing filled the air. After the powerful effect of the mysterious exploding pill and the tenacious resistance, they once again resisted the attack of the devil race. However, Luo Tian was very clear that this was only temporary. Once the mysterious exploding pellet's time was up, the devil race army would probably break into the city in an instant. At that time, Luo Tian's mind tensed up. He looked at the heavenly soul devil monarch again and said, "Come again!" The only way to resolve the crisis of the Heaven Sword City was to kill the heavenly soul devil monarch. As long as the demon monarch died, the devil race allied forces would naturally collapse. The heavenly soul Devil Monarch's face was filled with anger. The fact that the Heavenly Soul Palm did not kill Luotian made him extremely unhappy. Of course, this was also because Luotian had the demigod-level armor on his body. Suddenly, the power in the depths of his dantian began to surge out, becoming even more terrifying. The power of the ancient world. Luotian was extremely familiar with this aura. In the Pangu cave his mind instructs, in a second, could clearly feel this incomparably powerful power. Luotian understood and thought to himself, as expected, old demon Tianhun really came from the ancient world. With just a strand of his soul, he was able to cultivate to such a powerful realm. It seems like the ancient world is really interesting. Then, Luotian clenched his fists tightly. The ancient aura that the ancient king had left behind in his sea of consciousness was released. The 5th level of Berserk was released. The 10,000 Devil Great Method was released. The 9 dragons and 9 elephants were released. The power of the stars and the power of the Imperial Aura were all released. This was Luotian's strongest power, facing the Heavenly Soul Devil Monarch. He did not dare to hold back the slightest bit of his strength. Even if he released all of his strength, Luotian did not have much confidence. Because of cultivation, because the difference in realms was simply too great. If Luotian was a sage realm expert, releasing all of these powers together would be an extremely terrifying existence. However, he was only at the 9th stage of the Profound King, so he was completely restricted. At the same time, Luotian held the great Een Divine Pearl in his palm and thought to himself, I'll fight a war of attrition with you. As long as I injure you this time, I'll benefit greatly. I don't believe that you won't run out of profound chi, and I won't be able to defeat you. I'll exhaust you to death. With a thought, Luotian charged towards the Heavenly Soul Devil Monarch with unparalleled strength. The Heavenly Soul Devil Monarch snorted coldly with a face full of disdain. He sneered smugly, You must be tired of living. You dare to fight me with this little bit of strength? This time die for me. The moment the word die was said, the demonic flames that filled the sky suddenly retracted and surged into the Heavenly Soul Devil Monarch's body. And at that moment, the power of the ancient world was released from his body. The Heavenly Soul Devil Monarch's eyes widened. Chaos origin, divine palm. Violent winds raged. Space distorted and the entire sky trembled. Too powerful. Even the space of the Tian-Xian continent could not withstand such a powerful impact. Luotian's face turned pale from the impact of this force. The killing intent in his heart was even stronger than before. He bellowed angrily, Pangu Divine / cleave! Rumble. The moment the two forces collided, Luotian suddenly released fulgurating shadows as his body suddenly disappeared and penetrated the void. With a thought, the power of the great Een Divine Pearl in his palm suddenly burst out and charged towards the Heavenly Soul Devil Monarch. But at that moment, Luotian's heart turned cold. Suddenly it became extremely cold. At that moment, he realized that he was too weak and insignificant compared to the Heavenly Soul Devil Monarch. Everything about him had been seen through. When he penetrated the void, his body was suddenly bound by a force. When he turned back, he realized that his leg was being pulled by a gigantic black hand. The gigantic hand was covered in raging black flames and was extremely terrifying. The power of the great Een Divine Pearl exploded, but did not injure the Heavenly Soul Devil Monarch at all. And at that moment, Luotian was pulled out of the void by the Heavenly Soul Devil Monarch. He was lifted into the air and smashed down heavily. Rumble. Chapter 5. Thank you, brother. 10,000 book coins, floating in red as a reward. It seemed to have the same name as the General Alliance. Haha. Brothers, if you still have monthly votes, vote for Old Bull. You can't protect your chrysanthemum. Chapter 353. Boom! Luotian's body smashed a deep pit. You want to play shifting forms with me? You are still too inexperienced. Boom! As soon as his voice faded, Demon Monarch Tian Hun grabbed Luo Tian's leg and smashed it behind him. A building was smashed into ruins. Following that, he shouted angrily, I gave you face and let you choose to live. You don't know how to cherish the opportunity. Boom! Another smash. Kill me, little blackie. Boom! Another smash. You are just a weak and lowly human. Wu and I am Tian Hun. What qualifications do you have? You don't even have the qualifications to fight with me. Do you think you are my opponent just because you have obtained a little power? Too weak. Simply too weak. Too weak. Boom! Wave after wave. A huge pit of a few hundred meters was smashed out on both sides. Luo Tian's face was covered in blood. His life was hanging by a thread. The fury in Demon Monarch Tianhuan's heart was completely unleashed. He roared continuously and treated Luo Tian like a rag doll. He smashed Luo Tian left and right repeatedly. Blood gushed out from every part of Luo Tian's body. His entire body was drenched in blood. Die for me! Demon Monarch Tianhuan's eyes darkened. He roared again and threw Luo Tian's body into the air. A huge force rushed into the sky and directly smashed onto Luo Tian's abdomen. It crushed down. Rumble. Heaven and earth trembled. The force exploded for millions of kilometers. Countless buildings in Sky Sword City collapsed. Even the imperial city that had stood for 1,000,000 years was shaking as though it would collapse at any moment. Dust flew everywhere and filled the sky. The deep pit looked as though a missile had exploded. It was a mess, and there were no signs of life. In Sky Sword City, everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, their hearts sank. At the same time, they were all tensed up and worried for Luo Tian. Boss! Boss! Dragon Head! Brother Luo Tian! Feng Lei and the others rushed forward as if they had gone mad. Their hearts were dead silent. She felt an indescribable pain and anger in her heart. She just wanted to rush to Luo Tian's side. She just wanted to stay by his side, even if it was just to look at him. Heavy. It felt incomparably heavy. The hearts of the tens of millions of people in the Heaven Sword City were in suspense. The feeling was not good at all, and every single one of them was silently praying for Luo Tian in their hearts. There were even some who knelt down and clasped their hands together as they looked at the sky. I pray that Prince Consort Ma will be safe and sound. I am willing to use 10 years of my life. May the Prince Consort be able to survive this calamity. From now on, I will be a vegetarian for the rest of my life. God bless! At the front line, losing Feng Lei, Xianyuan Yi, and the other generals, the commander of the Imperial Guard struggled to shout, Take revenge for the Prince Consort! Take revenge for the Prince Consort! Kill! Kill! His killing intent grew even stronger. At this moment, his combat prowess rose once more. However, facing the incomparably powerful devil army, no matter how strong they were unable to resist. For a time, they were forced to retreat. The devil army had already killed their way into the city, and everywhere they went, there were dead people. Heaven's Sword City began to flow with blood. Dead people. People died crazily. They treated killing as a form of entertainment, killing anyone they saw. Wailing. Screams. Pain. However, no one paid any attention to them. It was as if the Heaven's Sword City had been abandoned by this world. That feeling made them despair. They could not see a trace of hope, and their hearts were shrouded in death. In the ruins, the ashes scattered, and in the middle of the pit, there was a body covered in blood. It was the body of the Devil Emperor Xing Tian. At this moment, his body was undergoing a crazy transformation. After a while, he returned to his human form, but his body was still covered in blood. The heavenly soul demon, Lord's attack, had severely injured both of Luo Tian's bodies. The truth was the same. The power of the heavenly soul demon Lord was simply too strong. The power of the ancient world, after cultivating in the profound sky continent for 100,000 years. What he had experienced were all different from the warriors of this continent. The devil body degenerated in less than 10 minutes. He could not hold on at all. Luo Tian, who was in his human form, lay in the ruins. His face was extremely pale, and his eyes were unfocused. He coughed lightly, and a mouthful of black blood flowed out from his mouth. He clenched his fists tightly. Is there no other way? He's not dead. Prince Consort is not dead, ha ha ha. He's really not dead, I heard his voice. As the dust dispersed, many commoners rushed forward without caring about anything else. They surrounded the deep pit and looked at Luo Tian's ashen face and the weak rise and fall of his chest. At this moment, their hearts were abnormally excited, and they roared loudly. Not dead. This was because the Devil Emperor's body was too strong. If he was in his human form, Luo Tian would have been smashed to pieces. With the defense of the Blood God's armor, Luo Tian could barely withstand the Heavenly Soul Demon Lord's attack. He's not dead. The anger in Demon Sovereign Tianhuan's heart was unleashed once again. His face became even more ferocious as he roared, I would like to see how many times you can withstand my attacks. Despicable dog, die. Swoosh! Feng Lei went berserk and instantly stood in front of the Heavenly Soul Demon Lord. He pointed at the Heavenly Soul Demon Lord and shouted, Step over my body. Otherwise, I won't let you harm a single hair on my young master. Scram! The Heavenly Soul Demon Lord moved his right hand and swept Feng Lei away. Rumble! Feng Lei's body was sent flying for 10,000 meters. He broke through dozens of buildings and was buried in the ruins. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Feng Lei collapsed. Xian Yuanyi quickly went up. Without any hesitation, the Heavenly Soul Demon Lord's anger had reached its peak. He swept out his palm again. Scram! Xian Yuanyi was sent flying in an instant. Blind Lu's ancient troll hands and feet were firmly planted in the soil. He had a ferocious expression and laughed excitedly. Dragonhead, if there's a next life, I, Blind Lu, will definitely play a good song for you. Before he could finish his sentence, the Heavenly Soul Demon Lord struck out with his palm again. Blind Lu's hands and feet were planted in the soil, but he was still sent flying in an instant. The difference in cultivation level was too great. In front of the Heavenly Soul Demon Lord, they were not even considered ants. They were directly crushed without any ability to resist. Tang Tang, Tangjiu, Qinyu, and Chun Chun and Daji all stood out. Their gazes did not move as they blocked the deep pit. Not only them, the citizens of Heaven's Sword City all stood out. The elderly, children, and women all stood in front of the deep pit. Their gazes were as hard as steel. At this moment, the hearts of everyone in Heaven's Sword City were truly connected. Everyone was united. Ha ha ha, that's fine too. Since you like to block my path, then all of you can die. The demonic flames on the Heavenly Soul Demon Lord's body soared into the sky. And at this moment, in the deep pit, a notification sounded in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! The first chapter. First of all, Old Cow is very sorry. I did not update 10 chapters yesterday, causing many brothers to wait for nothing. Secondly, I will definitely make up for it with 10 chapters today. Let's talk about yesterday's reason. My finger joints might be inflamed. My fingers and arms can't hold on any longer. Last night, I applied some ointment, applied some safflower oil, rested for a night, and recovered slightly in the morning. No matter what, Old Cow will risk his life to write 10 chapters today. He bowed again. Old Cow is very sorry for going back on his word yesterday.